Chapter 2101. The movement of the Galaxy of Destruction drew the attention of the entire universe almost instantly. For countless observers across the stars, the center of attention shifted overnight. The enormous war that had consumed Mid-Sector 101 for so long, once considered the most important conflict in the region, was suddenly no longer the main spectacle of the cosmic stage. All eyes turned elsewhere. No one knew exactly when the fleets of the Galaxy of Destruction had spread across 8 different sectors without anyone noticing. The distances between sectors were vast, and even the fastest fleets required many years of continuous travel to cross them. For those fleets to arrive simultaneously across such distant regions meant only one thing: they must have been moving through the void for 10 to 15 years in complete silence. 15 years of flawless concealment. 15 years of traveling through the deep darkness between sectors without emitting signals, without leaving traces, and without drawing the slightest suspicion from the countless surveillance networks that filled the universe. It was an achievement so precise that many strategists later considered it nearly impossible. And yet, that was exactly what had happened. The Destra Galaxy, which had long been stationed within Mid-Sector 110, suddenly launched a coordinated assault on 8 surrounding sectors at the same moment. 4 sectors lay in one direction, and 4 in the opposite direction, forming a wide arc of simultaneous destruction spreading across the stars. The contrast between this action and previous wars was shocking. The accursed Behemoth and the savage Behemoth had both attempted to conquer Mid-Sector 101 by force, pouring enormous resources and countless fleets into the conflict for hundreds of years. Yet even with all that effort, neither of them had succeeded in subduing that single sector. And now, Helmor the Destroyer had decided to attack 8 sectors at once. That alone was enough to make the news sound completely insane. The attacks themselves were carried out with terrifying precision. The armadas of the Behemoth of Destruction did not scatter randomly across the sectors. Instead, they moved directly toward their targets as if guided by flawless intelligence. In each sector, the armadas struck the strongest Millennial Empire first. Those empires were the pillars of power within their respective regions. They controlled countless star systems, commanded enormous fleets, and had ruled their territories for ages. Yet they were the first to fall under attack. Leading those armadas were the second-row scions of the destroyer Behemoth. In terms of status and lineage, they ranked below figures such as Hedrick, Harry, and the other prominent heirs. If they ever stood before one of the 5, they would be required to bow respectfully and address them as elder brother or elder sister. But status alone did not define true power. In reality, these second-row scions formed the true spearhead of the destroyer Behemoth's military might. They were the commanders who led armies into the most brutal wars. Each armada was led by 3 of these second-row scions, and every one of them stood within the range of 2 law missions, making them terrifyingly powerful beings in their own right. With such leaders commanding them, the armadas advanced like unstoppable blades cutting through the heart of each sector. The Millennial Empires they attacked did not even have time to understand what was happening. There were no warnings, no negotiations, and no demands. One moment the skies above their worlds were calm, and the next moment hundreds of fleets descended from the void like a storm. From those fleets poured hundreds of thousands of followers of the path of destruction, warriors whose sole purpose was to dismantle everything that stood before them. Cities were crushed. Star fortresses were torn apart. Factories, temples, academies, and orbital stations that had taken millions of years to build were shattered in mere days. The invaders did not simply conquer. They destroyed, dismantled, and looted everything in their path. Within only a few months, the 8 armadas across the different sectors had already achieved the goals of their campaign. The strongest Millennial Empire in each sector was struck at its heart, and their core planets suffered devastating blows. In some cases, the attacks succeeded in killing some of the Millennial planetary emperors who ruled those empires. In other cases, the attackers destroyed the very planet that the emperor had refined. Such losses were catastrophic. The surrounding powers in those sectors were left completely stunned. There was no time to form alliances, no time to gather fleets, and no time even to understand what was happening. All they could do was watch as the largest and most powerful force in their sector, the dominant predator that had ruled their skies for ages, was suddenly torn apart and devoured before their eyes. The shock spread across the universe like wildfire. Then, while countless civilizations were still trying to process the meaning of these attacks, another event followed. Under the astonished gaze of the entire universe, an official announcement emerged from the galaxy ruled by the Behemoth of Destruction. The statement was delivered in the name of Helmor the Destroyer himself, declaring that subversive forces would no longer be tolerated. That was the entire announcement. No explanation, and no evidence. Yet its meaning was unmistakable. Immediately after the announcement spread across the communication networks of those sectors, the 8 invading armadas sent direct messages to every Centennial Empire and Millennial Empire within those sectors. The tone of those messages was clear and threatening. They were ordered to submit to the authority of the Behemoth of Destruction. They were ordered to publicly renounce all ties to the so-called subversive organization. And those messages revealed the identity of the organization that had provoked the wrath of Helmor the Destroyer. It was the Shadow Swords. The organization had indeed begun expanding its activities within those sectors immediately after the announcement of the Cosmic Elder. What had once been a quiet and nearly invisible group suddenly started spreading its influence in an organized and calculated manner. Their operations expanded into several fields at once. They began supplying weapons to smaller powers that previously had little access to advanced military technology. they traded valuable intelligence gathered through their vast network of informants. They arranged alliances of mutual interest between rival forces that had previously refused to cooperate. They also expanded their more secretive businesses, including the sale of carefully guarded secrets, highly calculated assassinations, and delicate political mediation between conflicting factions. Within only a few years, the reputation and presence of the Shadow Swords within those sectors exploded. What had once been an almost unknown name became one of the most influential forces shaping the political and military balance of the region. Their agents appeared in courts, military councils, and negotiation chambers across multiple sectors, quietly weaving connections between powers that had never spoken to each other before. For the empires that already existed within those sectors, however, the threatening messages they received were not welcomed with open arms. Renouncing the Shadow Swords? That part, surprisingly, did not trouble them very much. If necessary, they could easily issue public statements declaring the organization an outlaw group. Some rulers even suggested that they could formally launch a hunt against the Shadow Swords and eliminate them entirely. After all, the Shadow Swords were still merely an organization pursuing its own interests. No empire was truly prepared to risk open war with a behemoth just to protect such a group. Moreover, the Shadow Swords had never attempted to force the powers of those sectors into fighting anyone. They had not pushed for grand alliances meant to challenge cosmic powers, nor had they tried to unite entire sectors under a single banner. Their actions had always appeared purely practical. They sold weapons, they sold information, and they solved problems for a price. No one fully understood what their ultimate goal was. But if it ever became clear that they would cause serious trouble, then removing them would be possible. However, surrendering to the authority of the Behemoth of Destruction was something entirely different. The Destroyer Behemoth was not merely asking them to renounce an organization. He was demanding their submission. In other words, he intended to bring all those sectors under his direct control. That was the decisive point that changed everything. Some powers responded by sending cautious explanations, claiming neutrality and denying any cooperation with suspicious organizations. Others remained completely silent, preferring to observe the situation and wait before making any commitments. Still others began secretly exchanging messages with each other, testing the possibility of cooperation in the face of this enormous threat. Amid all this tension and uncertainty, the Shadow Swords quietly stepped forward to play a new role. When the deadline mentioned in the threatening messages finally expired, the answer from the 8 sectors became clear and unmistakable. They would not submit so easily. Many of them were inspired by the stories spreading daily from Mid-Sector 101. That sector had become a symbol. For centuries, behemoths had been regarded as unstoppable cosmic tyrants whose will could not be challenged. Yet the wars of Sector 101 had shown something different. They had shown that behemoths could bleed, that they could be resisted, and that someone could stand before them and say no. Encouraged by those stories, the powers of the 8 sectors began gathering together. The Shadow Swords took responsibility for coordinating these efforts. Their influence and connections made them uniquely suited for such a role. They relied heavily on their newly developed interstellar communication network, a technological system far more advanced than the traditional communication arrays used by most empires. This new network could not only transmit a person's voice across unimaginable distances, but it could also project a light avatar of them in real time. Through this system, rulers, commanders, and representatives from different starfields could appear together in the same meeting despite being separated by entire regions of space. Daily councils began taking place. For the first time in history, many of the most powerful figures across those 8 sectors were able to speak with each other regularly, exchanging plans and coordinating strategies as if they were gathered in the same room. But while these preparations were underway, the armadas of the accursed behemoth did not wait for the resistance to finish organizing itself. Without warning, they launched their next wave of attacks. This time their targets were not the strongest Millennial Empires, which had already been shattered during the first strikes. Instead, they moved against the second strongest empire in each sector. Once again, the assaults began without negotiations. But this time, things did not unfold as easily as before. The powers of those sectors had already begun preparing themselves. Resistance appeared almost immediately. What had begun as a sudden series of raids was now transforming into something much larger. A real war had begun. Across the universe, observers watched the situation closely. But there were 2 individuals in particular who were following the war more closely than anyone else: the Savage Behemoth in Mid-Sector 105, and the Oppression Behemoth in Mid-Sector 115. The reaction of the Oppression Behemoth was immediate. He did not release any statements, he did not request explanations, and he did not ask the Destroyer Behemoth for clarification. The moment the war began, he issued a universal call to arms across his domain. All of his forces throughout Mid-Sector 115 were summoned and gathered without delay. Massive fleets that had been stationed across distant systems began moving simultaneously. Within a short time, they were all redirected toward neighboring Mid-Sector 114. The meaning of this movement was impossible to misunderstand. The Behemoth of Oppression had drawn his line. He would not allow neighboring Sector 114 to fall under the control of the Destroyer Behemoth, no matter what price had to be paid. The reaction of the Savage Behemoth did not disappoint either. Despite still being engaged in other conflicts, he gathered every fleet that remained under his command within Mid-Sector 105. Without hesitation, he sent them toward Sector 106. Alongside those fleets, he dispatched the remaining first row and second row scions whom he had previously kept close to his side. And then he released an official declaration, a declaration that spread across the stars with shocking speed, leaving absolutely no room for retreat or negotiation. Chapter 2102. My honor and Sector 106 are one and the same. That simple declaration, short in words yet overwhelming in meaning, sent a cold shiver through the hearts of everyone who heard it. The savage behemoth had not claimed that he would defend the weak. He had not spoken about justice, righteousness, or protecting the balance of the universe. Those were the kinds of noble but distant words that many rulers used to justify their wars. Instead, he spoke of something far more personal: honor. He had directly tied the occupation of the neighboring sector to the loss of his own honor. If Sector 106 were to fall, then his honor would fall with it. To a being like the savage behemoth, that was not merely a political statement. It was a declaration that he would stake everything on this conflict. The meaning behind his words was unmistakable. He intended to fight to the death. The moment that declaration spread through the countless communication networks of the surrounding sectors, the situation exploded. Battles ignited across the 8 threatened sectors almost simultaneously. Fleets mobilized, borders closed, and massive armies began moving through the void. Among all these battlefields, the most violent clashes erupted in sectors 106 and 114, where the conflict rapidly escalated into wars of enormous scale. The intensity of those battles soon began to rival what had once taken place in mid-sector 101, the battlefield that had already become infamous across the universe. Naturally, these sudden changes also had a direct and immediate effect on the situation within mid-sector 101 itself. The savage behemoth withdrew every force he still had stationed there. Nearly 2,000 fleets began departing together in a massive armada. At their head stood more than 20 law dominators and royal soulmasters who had reached the level of 7 stars or higher. It was an extremely powerful force, one that could devastate entire regions if unleashed without restraint. All of them turned away from Sector 101 and began moving across the borders. Their objective was not hidden. First, they would cross into mid-sector 102. From there, they would advance through sectors 103 and 104, pass through their homeland within mid-sector 105, and finally reach the new battlefield that awaited them in mid-sector 106. The journey alone would take many years. More importantly, it required an enormous logistical foundation. An armada of 2,000 fleets could not simply travel across multiple sectors without supplies. Their ships required constant maintenance. Their soldiers needed food and energy. Their weapons and cultivation required vast quantities of pearls and refined energy cores. Without such resources, even the strongest army would eventually collapse. For that reason, it was almost certain that the armada would raid the sectors they passed through, seizing everything they needed along the way: pearls, energy essence, fleet repairs, fuel, food, and every form of supply necessary to keep their war machine moving. And the first sectors lying in their path were 102 and 103. The moment this reality became clear, the reaction of the accursed behemoth was immediate. He did not hesitate. Without even pausing to consider the situation further, he abandoned everything in mid-sector 101 and immediately began returning toward his own galaxy. He did not continue the process of rebuilding and recharging the cursed arrays he had left behind. He did not even allow himself time to dwell on the deep hatred he carried toward Kaylee's, nor on the humiliation she had inflicted by destroying every space portal and defensive array across the planets of her galaxy in order to deny him their use. Those acts had effectively erased the strategic advantages he had hoped to exploit. Yet even that did not slow him down. He also ignored the fact that many of his sons and the remnants of his army still required protection. Instead, he simply gathered 10 of his sons and left. Behind him, he left 31st and 2nd row scions to maintain control over the remaining fleets. Their duty was to guard what remained of the armada and to continue gathering the resources necessary for their eventual escape from the sector, just as their original plan had required. But there was one thing the accursed behemoth would never tolerate. He would not allow the savage behemoth, who had abandoned him in the middle of their war, to move freely through his territories without supervision. Even if the destroyer behemoth's campaign was unfolding far away from him, the movement of the savage behemoth's armies through neighboring sectors was a direct threat he could not ignore. And so, as these enormous cosmic forces shifted across the stars, Lord Damir suddenly found himself trapped once again within mid-sector 101. His father had left. The army under his command was small. Their reserves of resources were dangerously limited. In many ways, the situation seemed worse than before. Yet in other ways, it was actually slightly better. The number of brothers surrounding him had increased. Previously, he had only 20. Now, there were 30. Those 10 additional brothers represented a difference as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. Each one of them was a powerful figure capable of commanding fleets and halting entire armadas through sheer personal strength. With them present, Lord Damir possessed a much stronger defensive core than he had before. The second advantage lay with his enemies. The Alliance army was no longer the confident and unified force it had once been. Their morale had been shattered by Lord Damir's father when he stood alone before their vast army and fought them without retreating. That scene had left a lasting psychological wound. Many factions within the Alliance had already withdrawn completely from the war. Others remained, but they were cautious to the point of fear. They worried constantly about losing their fleets and resources. No commander wished to be the one placed on the front lines. No one wanted to be the sacrifice chosen for the next disastrous battle. Thus, the once mighty alliance had become hesitant and fragmented. Under these strange circumstances, Lord Damir found himself in a dangerous but manageable position. He was inside a hostile and unfamiliar environment. He commanded an army that desperately needed resources. Most of his brothers were royal soulmasters whose power required increasing amounts of emerald and time. Without those resources, their power would stagnate. And stagnation in such a brutal war meant death. Faced with these realities, Lord Damir adopted a straightforward strategy. If the sector refused to provide the resources he needed willingly, then he would simply take them. And so, he chose a path that many rulers would consider disgraceful, the path of banditry. He had exhausted almost every remaining resource at his disposal, pouring them into the construction and reinforcement of the military base he occupied. Every structure, every defensive array, and every support mechanism was strengthened to withstand prolonged siege. The remaining 1,000 fleets under his command were strategically positioned within the base itself, always on high alert, never to leave its protective perimeter under any circumstances. He and his brothers, however, operated in precise rotations, 10 at a time, venturing out for raids against the scattered forces of Mid-Sector 101. Their missions were clear: destroy enemy positions, seize their resources, and return to the base before reinforcements could intervene. Each sortie was executed with ruthless precision, striking unpredictably and vanishing before any organized response could be mounted. This situation quickly became a nightmare that gripped everyone, from the greatest commanders to the smallest units. 10 law dominators were constantly on the hunt, operating like living predators, relentless and unyielding. There was no army whose movements could be tracked or predicted. No one, not even the shadow swords, could anticipate or intervene effectively. Every outcome was left entirely to chance, and yet the chaos played perfectly into the hands of the great Truth Chosen and his dominators. Nearly every day, dozens of planets were subjected to raids aimed at plunder and total destruction. The timing of these strikes was never predictable, and the nature of the attacks was entirely random. Even the poorest or neutral commercial planets were targeted, for in the eyes of the dominators, no one in Mid-Sector 101 remained innocent. They were all considered part of the enemy, all liable to punishment. The Big Six could only watch in despair as the destruction spread like a wildfire throughout the sector. Even the wounded among them spent sleepless nights clenching their fists in frustration, hatred, and regret, powerless to intervene. Just a few years earlier, an entire fleet moving as a unified force could have been threatened, besieged, or repelled, but now, they could only hear reports: this planet destroyed, that fleet annihilated, and there was nothing they could do. Daily cries for help poured in from countless planets, yet the Big Six were constrained, unable to respond effectively. At the same time, they attempted to regroup the remnants of the Alliance to launch a counter-raid against the military base. But this effort yielded only 4,000 fleets, a fraction of what was required, mostly comprised of units whose home planets had already suffered under the indiscriminate attacks. The rest of the Alliance, paralyzed by fear, retreated to defend only their most critical capitals. Despite these limitations, 3 of the Big Six took command of the 4,000 fleets and pressed toward the fortified base. A new confrontation emerged, but it was not the grand, epic clashes of legend that had destroyed hundreds of fleets in a single moment. This was a drawn-out siege, methodical and cautious. The Alliance dared not approach the base directly, for it was heavily fortified, 1,000 fleets within, supported by 20 law dominators, while the attackers had only 4,000 fleets and 3 law dominators. Instead, they confined themselves to long-range bombardment, attempting either to destroy the arrays outright or at least to wear them down to force the defenders to engage on their terms. Yet this strategy introduced a critical problem. Constant attacks on the arrays forced them to expend enormous amounts of energy, compelling the law dominators within to continuously secure new power sources to sustain their operation. Rather than diminishing their capacity, the siege only heightened the vigilance and efficiency of the defenders. As a result, both the frequency and ferocity of daily attacks across the sector intensified, plunging Mid-Sector 101 into an escalating cycle of violence. Chapter 2103. The chaotic and relentless state in Mid-Sector 101 stretched on for an extended period, much longer than anyone could have imagined. This was a sector already steeped in centuries of unending wars and devastating destruction, wars that had ravaged every single planet in one way or another. Nothing remained untouched. Cities were reduced to rubble, civilizations were pushed to their limits, and landscapes were scarred by repeated battles. Every single force present in the sector was thoroughly exhausted. No commander wished for another engagement. No soldier wanted to risk another loss. No fleet desired to be thrown into yet another storm of destruction. The sector's inhabitants, from the highest-ranking leaders to the lowest-ranked operatives, were all mentally and physically drained. Even the Alliance forces that had maintained a siege on the military base began to falter in their efforts. Gradually, their attacks grew weaker, their coordination slipped, and waves of disorganization and cautious retreat emerged. Their primary focus shifted to self-preservation. They were beginning to protect themselves before all else. Any further assault achieved nothing except to provoke the law dominators of the Cursed Behemoth's army, whose hunger for destruction and plunder grew stronger with each passing day. Observing the situation, commanders realized that continuing aggressive attacks was counterproductive. They began to call off assaults, offering a variety of excuses and reasons, effectively giving the law dominators a free hand to gather whatever resources they wished and leave the sector at will. For an entire year, this pattern repeated almost rhythmically. The storerooms of the military base filled steadily with gathered resources. The law dominators collected supplies, repaired equipment, and prepared for eventual departure, inching ever closer to the point where they could leave with everything they required. Then, without warning, the calm shattered. Explosions erupted from within the military base itself. This was no ordinary facility. It encompassed an entire solar system, one that had successfully withstood the might of 4,000 fleets and multiple law dominators. and yet, it now exploded violently from within. The detonations tore through supply storages and the core sections of several massive, strategically critical arrays. The Alliance commanders, aware of the magnitude of the situation, immediately recognized the potential for a decisive counteroperation, one that the Shadow Swords had meticulously planned for months. They issued full-scale assault orders instantly, intending to strike while the base's defensive arrays lay in ruins. However, the majority of the Alliance army failed to respond as expected. Some soldiers were frozen in shock, unable to process the events rapidly enough to follow commands. Others refused to act, angered that the careful plans, which were designed to finally force the Cursed Behemoth's army out of the sector, had failed so completely. Amidst the chaos, anger, and furious shouting of the Alliance leaders, who had personally led their elite detachments into the fray to prevent the sacrifices of the Shadow Swords from being wasted, a sudden, blinding light appeared on the horizon. It was a light unlike anything seen before, pulsating with raw energy and unstoppable momentum. From the distance, a Note-4 Armada emerged in all its formidable glory. A colossal force of 500 fleets moved at impossible speed, each vessel bristling with weapons and heavy artillery. Almost instantly, they opened fire with their main cannons, and the first wave of their bombardment obliterated the final protective layer surrounding the military base. The second wave of strikes was even more catastrophic. It annihilated the three innermost planets of the solar system entirely, wiping out all soldiers, vehicles, and installations stationed there. The third wave penetrated deep into the heart of the solar system, forcing the 20 Law Dominators inside to emerge in a desperate attempt to counter the assault. Yet even together, they could not stop half of the destructive power unleashed by the Note-4 Armada. Countless spacecraft on the inner planets were obliterated before they could lift off or mount any effective defense. By the fourth wave, the Note-4 Armada had infiltrated the solar system fully, dividing into specialized groups. They systematically struck everything in their path, targeting both planetary installations and mobile units, while simultaneously engaging the 20 Law Dominators with unrelenting precision. The fifth wave of main cannon fire completed the devastation. Almost every remaining spacecraft of the Cursed Behemoth's armada was either destroyed on the surface of the planets or engaged in desperate combat in the skies above. Many Note-4 Armada vessels were also lost, overwhelmed by the relentless attacks of the furious and indomitable Law Dominators and Royal Soulmasters. Yet, despite these losses, the momentum of the hungry fleet remained unstoppable. Every salvo fired by the enormous Note-4 Armada was supported by an unfathomable quantity of pearls, far beyond what any standard operation would require. This was a stockpile so immense that it could have sustained an entire empire for hundreds of years, yet it was being expended in a single, unprecedented volley. The squadron strategy cleverly compensated for the absence of Law Dominators in their ranks by hurling hundreds of millions of pearls at every obstacle, obliterating it without hesitation, leaving no room for error or resistance. When the massive cannons began to gleam ominously, signaling the sixth wave, there was no intention whatsoever of holding their ground. The 8-star Royal Soulmaster, responsible for defending the garrison in Damir's absence, acted with immediate decisiveness. Fearing that the relentless Note Armada would pursue the remaining spacecraft and annihilate every last one of them, he issued an order for a full-scale, randomized withdrawal of all remaining fleets. The sixth wave struck, catching new spacecraft in its devastating path, while the survivors scattered at impossible speeds, fleeing in different directions, not daring to glance back, every second a matter of life and death. Driven by searing anger, the 8-star Royal Soulmaster roared in fury and led a counterattack on the Note Armada, accompanied by his brothers. With no protective fleets to hold the line or shield them, they struck with brutal speed and precision. In mere seconds, multiple enemy spacecraft were destroyed, leaving trails of smoke and fire in their wake. Yet the leader of the Note-4 Armada, Alexander, had no desire to witness whether his armada was stronger than 20 Law Dominators. With a calm and calculated resolve, he issued the order to retreat randomly, scattering his forces to avoid further losses. An oppressive, suffocating silence fell over the battlefield in that moment. From the very first strike to the final withdrawal, the entire confrontation had lasted fewer than 10 minutes. The Law Dominators of the Cursed Behemoth looked around, their hearts sinking in disbelief and pain. The military base was obliterated. Every defensive array had been annihilated. Storerooms containing centuries' worth of supplies were wiped clean. Over half of their fleet lay in ruins, destroyed beyond repair. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Alliance fleet stood dumbfounded, mouths agape in astonishment, unable to comprehend the scale of the devastation. It was, without a shadow of a doubt, a total and absolute massacre. The Dominator fleets that managed to escape could not even muster 400 fleets. Just minutes earlier, their numbers had exceeded 1,000. And the losses suffered by the Note-4 Armada? Practically insignificant. The destruction that hit their fleet amounted to no more than 5 fleets, a large number in theory, as each vessel was priceless, yet inconsequential compared to the havoc they had wrought. Ugh, muttered the Alliance commanders, a collective sound of disbelief and frustration escaping their lips. The inevitable followed. The enraged Law Dominators, furious beyond comprehension, launched a relentless counterattack on the Alliance fleet. Every individual wielding a planetary weapon unleashed it with devastating precision. Every Dominator equipped with a personal array activated it, unleashing torrents of energy. Anyone with curse-infused equipment deployed it fully, amplifying the chaos. Within moments, the Alliance fleet was battered, decimated, and forced into a chaotic retreat, scrambling to preserve what remained of their forces, just as the Law Dominators themselves had been forced to flee in previous conflicts. Later that day, when Damir and his brothers returned to the military base and beheld the aftermath of the carnage, his rage erupted uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he immediately mobilized all his brothers and directed them toward the nearest Millennium Empire among the six. They unleashed unrelenting destruction on its inhabitants, leveling both the homeworld and the imperial capital. Upon opening the storerooms, they found them empty, intensifying the fury of Damir and his brothers. What followed was a relentless, methodical campaign of annihilation. Over the course of a single week, they decimated the largest 100 planets under that empire, leaving nothing but ruins in their wake. Chapter 2104. Within just a single week, a venerable and time-honored Millennial Empire, one that had stood for countless generations, trembled violently at the sheer scale of devastation that had befallen it. By the moment the Law Dominators and Royal Soulmasters were compelled to pause, worn down from the relentless barrage of destruction, weighed under the crushing accumulation of negative karma, and needing crucial time to recharge their energy hubs and arrays, the once mighty Millennial Empire had effectively ceased to exist. Its most famous and strategically significant 100 planets lay in ruins, either completely obliterated or severely damaged. The Millennial Emperor of that empire, realizing the imminent danger, resorted to borrowing planetary displacement equipment from every available allied force and used it to transport dozens of other key planets in a haphazard, scattered fashion, desperately attempting to save what could be saved. These were planets that had been painstakingly refined by the elite members of the Empire. Indeed, the catastrophic destruction of the Empire's top 100 planets wreaked havoc on countless individuals, inflicting world-shattering calamities and severely harming several Nexus states, yet the Millennial Emperor himself emerged untouched. The reasoning was deceptively simple. Refining a small, remote planet can provide the same long-term benefits of immortality as refining a massive, central planet. For this reason, the most powerful and high-ranking individuals habitually chose to refine a small, distant, or even uninhabited world, concealing it meticulously far from prying eyes, under the vigilant watch of specialized arrays or intense protective measures, so that very few could ever know it belonged to their empire. With this, the empire became the third Millennial Empire to be effectively destroyed and forced to displace its leadership. The first had been Hedric's crumbled Dreams Empire, and the second had fallen centuries ago at the hands of the Cursed Behemoth's army upon its first entry into the sector. The remaining four empires refused to wait idly to measure their losses. During the recovery period of Lord Damir and his brothers, the Big Six deployed every displacement device at their disposal to randomly scatter their critical planets across vast stretches of space, attempting to prevent a fourth devastating strike from occurring. Yet, displacement equipment was limited, and the number of planets was vast, making the task monumental and fraught with risk. Several months of intense recovery, absorption of primal energy, and reconstruction of soul units passed. Then, Lord Damir and his brothers resumed their offensive against the Millennial Empires, each striking a single planet simultaneously, in perfect coordination. This time, they had successfully reconnected with the 400 fleeing fleets. Lord Damir issued precise orders, commanding them to strike randomly across all sector points, prioritizing destruction first and plunder second. The remaining fleets no longer constituted numbers worth protecting, especially as every surviving ship had already sustained damage. The campaign had evolved beyond a mere struggle for resources. It had become a war of vengeance, a calculated effort to impose the greatest possible losses on the sector responsible for past atrocities, mirroring the suffering they had endured themselves. And so it transpired. At their current location on planet Shatter, although it was also a hidden refuge known to only a select few, the world had become the staging ground for strategic gatherings, its fortifications rendering it nearly impervious to attack. Even if Lord Damir and his brothers discovered it, destroying it would not be straightforward. At the very least, the defenses would provide time to activate critical displacement equipment and mount a proper response. Damir and his brothers' rampage must be stopped immediately, muttered one of the Big Six, his gaze fixed on the star map with visible tension and agitation. If we fail to intervene. At that precise moment, a peculiar sound emanated from the surrounding forces, a low hum that carried an unmistakable note of satisfaction and energy, as if the troops themselves were quietly celebrating an unseen victory. Has someone officially become a law dominator within Sector 101? One of the six emperors furrowed his brow in astonishment. I hope they are truly an ally, not another enemy. Another exhaled heavily, a weight of frustration in his voice. This situation has grown unbearable. Every passing moment, every delay, is eating away at any chance of stability. I can no longer expect anything remotely positive after all that has happened, said a third, shaking his head slowly as his gaze returned to the glowing star map before them. Let's simply consider them the 31st. That is the easiest way to carry on with our work. Frankly, it's not as if anything significant will change either way. What exactly is our work now? Another voice demanded, frustration rising. Why are we even convening today? The war, by all measures, is theoretically over. The savage Behemoth fleet has withdrawn entirely, and the Cursed Behemoth's forces have been obliterated. What remained of the Cursed Behemoth fleet no longer dares to gather in one place after the devastating strikes by the Note-4 fleet. And yet, why? He slammed his hand on the star map with force, leaving a faint echo reverberating through the hall. Why are we still suffering as though we were the losers, while our enemies lie shattered? If Lord Hedric were present, spoke a third, his figure projected as a luminous lifeform, though the signs of illness were painfully clear on his features. What would he do, really? Another shouted, his voice echoing against the high walls. What advantage does he possess that we ourselves do not? At the very least, he could lead an offensive against Lord Damir and his elder brothers once we know where they appear, said another, eyes lowered in reluctant acknowledgement. I hate admitting it, but only he could extract a result in confronting them using the path of destruction. The others ground their teeth at the admission, a bitter taste of truth clinging to their words. 3 of their number had already been struck, their forces reduced. The remaining 3 had yet to even initiate a single engagement. Even in a one-on-one scenario, facing the heirs of the Behemoths, armed with the most advanced weapons, cursed arrays, and formidable technology, the best outcome they could hope for was to delay their opponent or escape. To kill or seriously wound them? That was simply beyond the realm of possibility. There is something more crucial he could do, direct communication with Lord Robin, the luminous projection continued, speaking with a weighty seriousness. Wouldn't such action help? If Lord Hedrick were to give Lord Robin explicit orders for the Shadow Swords or the Note Fleet to act in a more concentrated, aggressive manner, I believe the situation would calm significantly. You yourselves have witnessed what they accomplished the moment they decided the military base needed to be removed. The remaining 5 emperors exchanged glances filled with helplessness and frustration. The alliance had almost entirely disintegrated. The massive fleet that once numbered 12,500 ships had dwindled to less than 2,000, all damaged, weakened, or barely operational. Essentially, they had become nothing more than the personal forces of the Big Six and what Hedrick could spare. The rest had retreated to safeguard themselves, and some had even fled toward mid-sector 100 in desperation. After the crushing disappointment caused by the combined might of the Shadow Swords and Note-4 Armada, destroying the military base and unleashing relentless, indiscriminate attacks, no one in the alliance celebrated. Most had lost any remaining hope of resolving the crisis and decided on a cautious withdrawal. Every member was furious at the unfolding events. They had hoped for a resolution, a chance to expel the invaders, yet the Shadow Swords had instead asserted their presence even more forcefully, frustrating even the Big Six themselves. And yet, no one could deny the sheer power, precision, and ruthless efficiency displayed that day. The coordination between the Shadow Swords and Note-4 Armada was nothing short of lethal. Despite having no overlords, and not a single fleet having achieved Nexus state, they had executed operations flawlessly. They didn't need it. Their method, timing, and calculated strikes were already overwhelming. The problem, however, lay in their uncontrollable autonomy. They had no allegiance to anyone but their orders coming from above. They wouldn't listen to the Big Six even if they begged. Bam! The heavy gates of the throne hall slammed open with a resonant force, and a figure entered, eyes wide with intensity, pupils reflecting the dim light. We've just learned that Lady Helen has breached the 7th realm. She has ascended as monarch of the Ashification law, and she's now heading directly toward Lord Damir. She appears extremely angry for some reason. What? Chapter 2105. In a remote, isolated location within mid-sector 101, at the very apex of the thin, almost imperceptible atmosphere of a planet, where the air was far too tenuous to be breathed, where the substance of matter brushed against the infinite void of space, stood a lone figure. Silent yet commanding in presence, he gazed downward with a calm demeanor, though his eyes told a different story. Those eyes, wide and unblinking, dark and foreboding, emitted tiny black filaments, as if shadows themselves were creeping from within them. Eyes that unsettled even the strongest hearts, eyes that were bleak, merciless, and full of icy judgment, belonged to Lord Damir. At that very moment, something profoundly unnatural and extraordinary was unfolding across the surface of the planet he observed with quiet intensity. 3 enormous, circular energy arrays hovered high above the planetary surface from 3 separate directions, each spinning slowly around its axis. Their rotation was deliberate, steady, and calculated, drawing in an unseen force, absorbing energy and life in a manner that defied comprehension. Beneath Lord Damir's unwavering gaze, tens of millions of creatures scattered chaotically across the planet, running in every conceivable direction. Their movements resembled a colony of ants whose nest had been violently obliterated, frantic, chaotic, purposeless, filled with palpable terror, screaming in anguish that echoed across the desolate plains. Why were they fleeing? Not even they could answer that question. The colossal arrays in the sky were invisible to them, far too immense to be perceived directly. The only indications of their presence were faint, almost imperceptible glimmers, barely distinguishable against the tapestry of distant stars. Among the panicked creatures, grotesque, malformed entities drifted silently, moving with deliberate curiosity rather than aggression. They did not attack, did not interfere, yet their presence added a layer of ominous tension, as if they were searching for something long lost, something the fleeing creatures could not comprehend. Why did they run? Some instinct, some deep, primal warning whispered to them of imminent death. And where were they running to? They did not know. Their frantic movements were entirely instinctive, a last, desperate attempt to find shelter, a vain effort to escape an incomprehensible threat. Much like humans scrambling from their living room to a kitchen when a massive, unstoppable missile hurtles toward their city, they scattered, seeking refuge that did not exist. Lord Damir, however, perceived a reality far beyond their understanding. With his sharp, bulging eyes, he saw the soul creatures themselves meticulously combing the planet for treasures, hoards, and hidden caches, systematically stripping the planet bare. From every living being, he saw black tendrils extending, weaving into a dark, swirling halo of negative energy, thickening with each passing moment. Every ounce of fear, every scream, every collision of panicked beings fed into this dense, suffocating black mist. Even the smallest interactions, like one fleeing creature bumping into another, amplified the threads and the darkness, feeding a rapidly growing storm of negative energy. Lord Damir could see the accumulation of negative karma forming a deadly, lethal halo, a force so potent that no tyrant descendant had ever witnessed its scale, not since the rise of the genius Kayleigh and the expansion of her formidable family. With his unmatched power as a 9-star royal soulmaster, Damir exercised a curse unlike any other, instilling utter terror into the hearts of all who lived on that planet. Through the immense arrays above, he absorbed the life energy of every creature dominated by fear, despair, and negative emotion. When these arrays reached their peak saturation, he would wield a weapon of unparalleled lethality, capable of threatening entire civilizations with a mere appearance. A weapon that could bypass the most advanced planetary defenses with ease, and once refined to completion, no one would know how many planets would be left as open, lifeless graves. This was the apex of the Cursed Tyrant's achievements, a power that allowed him to stand invincible, unchallenged, and unparalleled before any other tyrant. Damir continued to stare downward, his expression icy and detached, coldly indifferent to the chaos below. Under normal circumstances, he would refine only a limited number of creatures into a single array, allowing it to reach full saturation slowly, methodically, at its own pace. But recent events demanded urgency, forcing him to accelerate the process, refining as many as possible, even if only partially, even if imperfectly. Especially today, with the sudden emergence of a new law dominator, likely an enemy. There was no Nexus state under his control in Sector 101 ready to break through, not since the last time he had observed them at least. Of course, the arrival of even one more law dominator to join the rest of the sector's notorious troublemakers would normally not make much difference, but grrrrrr. Damir lifted his head slowly, his face a mask of calm, yet every nerve alert. Then, bam, the structure of space itself cracked and shattered, and in that empty void a radiant shadow emerged. Damir, who had expected perhaps one of his brothers to appear, furrowed his brows sharply, disbelief etching lines across his stoic features as he beheld a woman standing there. Who is that? Immediately, his eyebrows arched slowly. He began to grasp just a fragment of the reality before him. Helen Distra. Damir had never once been afforded the chance to meet the famed daughter of the Behemoth of Destruction. He had only ever heard whispers, legends of her terrifying beauty and power, and had seen a single, frozen portrait long ago, a haunting image that had never left his memory. Such overwhelming, almost supernatural beauty could never be forgotten, even if one lived for countless millions of years. Yet there was something deeply unsettling about her. Her face was utterly devoid of emotion, perfectly composed, a mask of unyielding serenity, but he could feel the pounding of her heart even across the distance, fast and furious, a drumbeat of suppressed rage. Her anger radiated like an electric current, impossible to ignore. And her aura. This aura. Damir's eyes finally widened in recognition, and he twisted his body sharply, turning fully to face Helen. You are the new law dominator of this sector. Whoosh. Damir waved a hand lightly, and immediately, the three massive arrays hovering above the planet stilled. Their rotation ceased, the flow of energy into their cores stopped entirely, and they remained poised, motionless, as though waiting silently for his next command. He spoke again, his voice steady, calm, but heavy with quiet intensity. What brings you here alone, Helen? Then, allowing himself the rarest of smiles, he added, Perhaps you've come surrendering, seeking refuge? That is the only rational explanation I can find that makes any sense. He then looked at her slowly from the bottom up, his gaze superficially filled with disdain, yet internally, he was savoring every detail of the breathtaking scene before him without the slightest doubt. You have risen to become a dominator under one minor law, yet here you stand, seeking revenge for your brother or something? You intend to achieve what neither your brother nor his followers ever could. He chuckled softly, a sound almost like a whisper in the void. Hee, such impatience, if I am to be honest. You should have waited a while, at least until you grew accustomed to your own strength, at least until your powers matured fully, maybe get a few helpers before rushing into this. What did you just say? Helen's aura erupted violently, a storm of energy that made the surrounding space quiver with her fury. Her face could no longer contain the fire blazing inside her chest. Her eyes opened to their fullest, glaring like twin orbs of molten intensity, and she advanced slowly, deliberately, each step a clear statement of intent and wrath. Repeat what you just said. Damir instinctively took a step backward, the intensity of her aura charged with the destructive energy of her destruction law infusion. What is wrong with you, Helen? Do you really intend to fight me today? He gestured sharply with a hand. Perhaps your brother seeks the galactic seed to dominate this sector, but what gain would you have by confronting me here? Your empire lies in mid-sector 100, does it not? Repeat what you said. Helen pressed forward relentlessly, her eyes blazing, her heart pounding like a war drum, her hands trembling uncontrollably from rage and anticipation. Damir furrowed his brows, a deep crease forming above his eyes. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Which part, exactly, do you want me to say again? He scanned the surrounding space rapidly, preparing his arrays, fully aware that Helen's uncontrolled fury was about to manifest into immediate, violent action. You just infiltrated the sector? You are seeking revenge for your brother. He continued in a measured, calm tone, buying himself precious moments as he organized and activated his arrays. Or that you are impatient and... Boom. Chapter 2106. Boom. The space above the planet detonated violently. A colossal, thunderous explosion ripped through the upper atmosphere, shaking the heavens themselves. The shockwave spread like a tidal wave across the sky, so overwhelming that every creature in that entire quarter of the planet instinctively lifted its head and stared upward. For a brief moment they forgot their original fear, forgot the invisible terror driving them to flee across the surface. What replaced it was something far deeper, a fear that struck directly at their instincts. Whoosh! Damir shot backward like a launched projectile, his body propelled away by the violent force of the impact. His figure streaked through the thin atmosphere, leaving ripples through the surrounding space. Yet only a moment later he forced himself to stabilize, regaining control of his body mid-flight before finally coming to an abrupt stop far away from the original point of impact. Before him, one of the three enormous arrays spun violently in place. Its circular body trembled as unstable currents of energy flickered across its surface. At the instant the attack had struck, Damir had instinctively summoned that array forward to intercept the blow. Without it, he would not have escaped unharmed. Damir glanced at his hand briefly, then shifted his gaze toward the array, quickly verifying that neither the structure nor the energy within it had suffered any real damage. Only after confirming everything remained intact did he raise his head and glare toward Helen. "What the hell are you doing?" he shouted angrily. "Do you want to die that badly? And you are the one who will kill me." Helen continued advancing without hesitation. The heavenly laws surrounding her seemed to respond to her very existence, swirling around the newly ascended Law Dominator as though welcoming her into their domain. A faint aura of destructive authority surrounded her steps. "Forget about leaving this place today." Whoosh! As she moved forward, Helen stabbed her finger into the air once again, her mind forming a single silent command, terminal thread. ZZZN. It flashed through space like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the void itself as it streaked directly toward Damir's forehead once more. If Sakar had been present, he would have recognized that attack immediately. It was the same terrifying strike the Shadow had once used against Nihari more than 750 years earlier. "Helen!" Damir roared with anger. At the same time he pushed the defensive array slightly forward, placing it squarely between himself and the incoming strike. "Do you truly dare fight me of all people while your mind is clearly unstable?" he continued coldly. "Has the entire Helmor bloodline gone mad?" From the circular array hovering before him, a single black arrow shot forward at terrifying speed. Then, in the next instant, the arrow split apart. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Each one carried the same cursed energy, and all of them raced toward Helen simultaneously. Bang! One of the black curse arrows collided directly with the terminal thread. The moment they touched, both attacks exploded violently, producing powerful shockwaves that rippled outward across the surrounding space. Yet the remaining arrows did not slow. They continued rushing toward Helen like a growing storm. Helen's brows tightened slightly as she halted her advance. Then she stabbed her finger forward several times in rapid succession. Bang! 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 More explosions erupted across the sky as her attacks collided with the curse arrows one after another. Each collision created violent tremors in the upper atmosphere, sending waves of energy rolling across the planet below. Yet even after those clashes, a large number of arrows continued forward. And worse, their numbers were still increasing as they traveled. Humph! Helen finally stopped thrusting her finger. Her eyes suddenly ignited with a faint glow, radiating an aura of absolute authority. "Silent incineration domain," she murmured quietly to herself. Then something strange happened. Dozens of the black curse arrows arrived at the same moment from multiple directions, converging upon Helen as if determined to crush her body into nothingness. But the instant they crossed into a radius of 100 meters around her, every single arrow began to break apart. Their cursed energy destabilized. Their forms crumbled. Their power disintegrated. By the time they reached 90 meters from Helen, the arrows had already turned completely into ash. Their remains scattered silently into the surrounding cosmic winds. Still standing calmly within the silent incineration domain, Helen resumed walking forward toward Damir. Her movements were slow, deliberate, and filled with quiet confidence. "Nice array," she said calmly. Then she lifted her head slightly, her gaze cold and steady. "But what are you without it?" That array, the array of the miserable world, was the very foundation behind the terrifying power of the cursed Darvian. It was the reason he had ascended to the 10th star. It was the reason he had accumulated an amount of negative karma that placed him among the most terrifying beings in the entire universe, perhaps even the greatest collector of such karma to ever exist. True, Darvian had been the one who invented it, but the truth was even simpler than that. It was the array itself that carved his name into the history of the cosmos. The array inflamed the negative emotions of living creatures. It dragged their worst memories to the surface, tearing them from the depths of their minds and forcing them into the light, while amplifying every dark feeling hidden within their hearts. Its influence was so overwhelming that fear, panic, regret, hatred, jealousy, and despair all began to grow uncontrollably, feeding upon one another until the target's spiritual domain itself started to crumble under the pressure. The array did not strike directly. It did not unleash a visible attack like lightning or fire. Instead, it guided the process quietly, nudging the target step by step toward collapse, leaving them to destroy themselves with the storm of emotions raging inside them. And what was the gain from such a method? Once that first stage reached its peak, the array shifted its function. It began absorbing the fragments of the shattered soul domains, collecting every broken piece like a scavenger harvesting the remains of a ruined battlefield. If even the smallest crack appeared within a spiritual domain, the array would seize it, widening the fracture and drawing out everything contained within. Naturally, such a process led to the inevitable death of every being caught within the array's influence. And after that, the array would absorb the life force that burst forth from their life channels at the moment of death. The instant life slipped away, torrents of energy surged outward, and the array greedily devoured them all. Absorbing such enormous quantities of life energy, energy whose density rivaled primordial energy itself, was no simple task, yet the array was built precisely for that purpose. In the end, all of it was stored within that single array, a terrifying accumulation of life and death condensed into one artifact. And yet, despite the monstrous power it could produce, the array itself was not materially expensive as many imagined. Its foundation had been constructed from the bones of infants, ground and shaped into the core of its structure, while the blood of virgins had been used as the ink to inscribe its runic patterns and cursed diagrams. It was an array rumored to be supported, inspired, and even designed by mythical entities known as demons. Demons. It was said that they were the origin behind every curse art that had spread throughout the universe, every forbidden technique, every vile and twisted ritual practiced by cursors and sorcerers in their endless pursuit of power. Ancient legends claimed that it was the demons themselves who had once taught such arts to mortals in the distant past, knowledge that had then passed from master to disciple through countless generations until it survived even to the present day. Was that truly the truth? Perhaps. Yet there was another possibility as well. Sometimes, the hearts of certain humans were even more cruel than those of demons. Of all people, you are the one asking such a question. Damir said with a deep frown, the anger on his face now impossible to hide. Fine, I will answer you. Even without this array, I would still be a 9-star royal soulmaster with countless methods of my own. Then he lifted a finger and pointed toward her. But you, without the ashification law that your father handed to you on a silver platter, what would you be? Helen stopped advancing. Her brows tightened further, the muscles of her face tensing slightly. I've heard that you and your foolish elder brother like to play the role of revolutionaries, Damir continued mockingly. You talk about living outside the shadow of your great father, about forging your own path or whatever nonsense you like to believe. He waved his hand dismissively. Imaginary heroics invented by small minds trying to feel important. Then he pointed at her again, his tone dripping with contempt. Without the bodies he gave you and the laws you inherited since childhood, both of you would probably be begging for coins on the side of some forgotten road right now. You know nothing, Helen replied quietly, her eyes cold and emotionless. Hee. On the contrary, I know quite a lot. Damir laughed softly. The array had already begun working on her. He could feel it clearly. The subtle fluctuations in her aura, the tremors spreading through her spiritual domain like distant earthquakes beneath the surface. Her negative emotions were being stirred, coaxed, drawn out little by little. At least your brother has an excuse he could present, Damir continued. If someone asked him why he behaves the way he does, he could say that his mad father ordered the death of his wife and daughter after deciding that Hedrick was no longer leading the war properly, so he turned him into a warning for the rest of his siblings. Then Damir pointed toward Helen again. But you. His smile widened with ridicule. What explanation do you have for acting like some rebellious stray who needs no one? He burst into laughter. Ha, what kind of illusion are you living in? He pointed at her twice this time, his expression deliberately provocative. You did not follow Hedrick, the son of destruction, the symbol of vengeance. And you did not even join your other foolish siblings who spend their lives licking your father's boots. He tilted his head slightly. You already have enough problems of your own. You don't even know what you truly want. Then he struck his own chest twice with his fist. And yet you left all your existential confusion behind and came here just to attack me. His gaze sharpened as he stared at her. Tell me, do you have something wrong with your mind? Ba-doom. Chapter 2107. Ba-doom. Helen's eyes trembled for a brief moment, a faint disturbance rippling across the calm surface of her composure. A thin thread of darkness, foul and suffocating negative energy, began slipping out from them. It crept outward slowly, like a poisonous mist searching for its prey, sliding through the air toward the array, toward Damir, whose smile was now stretching wider and wider until it nearly connected one ear to the other. Helen lowered her gaze toward the planet below. Her outward expression remained calm and composed, almost indifferent, as if nothing around her truly mattered. She had existential problems? Yes, that was true. Or at least, that was something she had only come to realize recently. Yet it seemed that everyone else had already noticed it long before she did. To them, it was obvious. Her father, the Behemoth of Destruction Helmor, possessed an unusual and almost cruel method when it came to organizing the rows of his children and determining how each of them would be treated. The rows from the 3rd to the 10th functioned much like those within the families of other tyrants. The most talented, the most capable, and those who served their father most faithfully would rise in rank. The incompetent, the lazy, or the ones who failed to prove their worth would slowly descend through the hierarchy. It was a brutal system, but at least it was simple and familiar. Except for the first 2 rows. For children who possessed overwhelming talent and terrifying potential, Helmor offered something different. A choice. The first row was reserved for those who believed they had the strength to take charge of their own destiny, those who believed they could create something of their own with their own hands rather than rely on their father's shadow. Helmor gave them the opportunity to walk that path. He even supported them with loans and resources. Before the universe, they were known as the First Row Scions, the representatives of Helmor the Destroyer. Because he acknowledged them as such, because he openly declared them to be extensions of his will, and more importantly, because he wanted more of his children to dare to walk that path. But the first row had failed miserably. No one had managed to build a truly powerful empire except Hedrick. The internal wars between the siblings had turned into a bloodbath that lasted for ages. In the end, almost the entire first row generation had been wiped out, leaving only 3 survivors. After witnessing that catastrophe, none of the newly talented heirs were willing to take that road anymore. So what remained as the alternative? The second row. Unconditional support from Helmor. They ruled the vital structures of his galaxy and sector, commanding fleets, resources, and territories. They possessed wealth beyond imagination and a status they had never worked to earn. They were, in truth, the backbone of the Behemoth of Destruction's power. But the price was absolute obedience, a harsh soul oath of loyalty. Helmor was the only behemoth in the universe who forced his children to choose between two extremes: absolute independence or absolute obedience. There was no middle ground. You think you are capable without me? Then go. Try your luck. I will give you loans, I will support you, and I will even declare before the universe that you represent me. Let us see what you can truly accomplish. But if you wish to benefit from the empire I built with my own hands, then swear the oath. Serve me like a good dog, and never even think of stepping beyond your limits for as long as you live. After the internal war, only Helen had the courage to choose the path of the first row. Not because she carried a grudge against her father. Not because she hated him. Not because she was ungrateful for everything he had given her. None of that was the reason. She simply believed she was better than kneeling, better than swearing an oath of obedience, better than being treated like a tool the way the children of the second row were. Yes, she was better than that. In terms of pure talent and the speed of breakthroughs, no one across all generations of the family could surpass her. Her rise through the realms had been terrifyingly fast, almost unnatural. In fact, when it came to breakthrough speed alone, she even slightly surpassed the legendary Hedrick himself. So why should she live like a puppet? Why should someone like her bend her will and accept chains? That was why she began her journey to establish an empire of her own, just like the other first row heirs before her. She wanted to carve her own name into the universe with her own hands, and she refused to take even a single loan from Helmor. Not one, because accepting such help would mean admitting she needed it. She wanted to prove that she was too great to serve another, to prove she was superior even to the other first row heirs, to prove that she could surpass even her legendary brother Hedrick himself, the one who had lived beneath their father's immense blessings for an incredibly long time, for tens of thousands of years, until the destruction galaxy had finally taken shape. But the road of dreams rarely led to a happy ending. Reality was far colder than ambition, and dreams, no matter how bright they seemed at the beginning, could crumble in an instant. Everything had been shattered. For thousands of years she had fought wars against a group of insignificant people calling themselves the Gusan Empire, people whose names she would never have bothered to hear, nor would she have spared even a fleeting moment to glance toward their emperor if she had remained within the galaxy's great stage. Her own people hated her. Her pitiful army did not even possess a proper uniform. Their armor and banners rarely matched, their equipment varied from world to world, and yet they still fought to the very last breath. Not out of loyalty to her rule or love for the empire she claimed to build, but because their leader always advanced at the front of every battle herself. She did not possess a single complete fleet, nor any respectable planetary armament she could distribute among her generals. Again and again she had to send them to war with insufficient supplies, forcing them to improvise and bleed for every inch of victory. In truth, she had become a living symbol of administrative failure. Then came the shock of the rat, and after it, the even greater shock of learning that she had been working for his son and receiving money from him, money she had never managed to gather throughout her entire life no matter how hard she fought, schemed, or struggled to expand her influence. The Jerboa's son had threatened her with a single short task: revenge against Robin Burton? Her brother had warned her not even to think about it because of the Golden Soul Shard. But, she had been working for his son? Should she take revenge on the son as well? She had a grudge against the son of someone born in the Young Belt? In truth, she did not remember a single word the rat's son had said that day. Most of the time she had not even been listening. Her mind had been occupied with the mere fact that she was speaking to someone of such status. Her mind simply could not comprehend that the rat's son would speak to her in such a way, that he even believed he could humiliate her casually. He had even dared to push his filthy energy into her body when she grabbed him by the neck, as if she were nothing more than a toy he could provoke and test. And then he kept talking and talking, explaining things for nearly an hour or something like that, as if he had achieved some tremendous victory simply by forcing her to listen. No, that was not why she had left the galaxy. That was not the path she had chosen. That was why she fled. On that day she left everything behind her. She abandoned her dream of building an empire, abandoned the endless wars and ambitions that had consumed her life, and withdrew from the world for nearly half a century. She spent those years in isolation. She began rethinking her entire life. She began studying once again everything her first row brothers had achieved since they stepped out from under their father's shadow and began walking their own paths. None of them had succeeded. Hedrick did not even acknowledge himself as a first row brother in the first place. His existence preceded all of these arrangements. Only after the incident that happened to him were the children divided into two rows, the first row and the second row, and his previous circumstances gave him advantages that the rest of them had never possessed. His path had diverged long before the others began their struggles, so he could be set aside. The truly most successful first row brother in terms of numbers had been Hydra's. Hydra's managed to establish a millennial empire of 1,500 planets within a relatively short period of time. Through sheer strength and relentless expansion he rose to become a monarch on the minor crushing law. Hydra's intelligence allowed him to gather resources with astonishing speed, while his ruthless discipline allowed him to forge an empire that truly served him without hesitation. His talent enabled him to break through rapidly, so rapidly that he nearly broke through at the same time as Hedrick himself, the brother who was dozens of generations older than him. Of course, Hedrick had secluded himself for a long time in grief and had even stopped his training completely for a very long time. Hydra's had also benefited greatly from the loan systems of the Order and had never positioned himself as an enemy of the established structure. These advantages could not be ignored. Even so, Hydra's had still accomplished something remarkable. He became the first of the first row brothers to succeed on his own path and break through to Monarch relying primarily on himself. But, could his experience truly be called a success? In the end, their father waged war against him alongside the rest of the brothers. Dozens of them. It was said that the organization eventually cornered him, surrounding him from all sides, and a tremendous battle erupted against several of their most powerful leaders. The battle shook entire star systems and shattered planets like dust. Those who witnessed what happened that day all told the same story. Hydras had been severely injured. Then he vanished. No one ever saw him again. But what was certain was that the heavenly law issued a silent farewell that day, and the crushing law once again became available for a new monarch to dominate it. Even the one who had succeeded within the system failed. So why was she blaming herself? Chapter 2108. Why was she blaming herself when no one dared to take the first row science challenge anymore? The best among the first row science at present was the second brother, Hudison. Even he barely maintained a centennial empire of 300 planets. For tens of thousands of years he had not expanded his territory by even a single star system. Instead, he had chosen stability over ambition, settling into marriage and reproduction, focusing on preserving what he had already built rather than risking everything for something greater. And yet, despite this cautious approach, he had still found himself dragged into war. For the past few centuries he had been locked in a bitter conflict against two centennial empires that were openly backed by a millennial empire. The struggle had become a grinding stalemate, draining resources, manpower, and prestige with every passing decade. Pathetic for a monarch. Even more pathetic for someone who had descended from an artificial galaxy. But at the same time, it was understandable. Great emperors were rarely born from ability alone. Strength, talent, and determination were only part of the equation. Most of the time, the truly powerful rulers of the universe were forged through either powerful relationships or unimaginable luck. Some rose gradually by attaching themselves to greater powers, manipulating the giants of the universe while presenting themselves as loyal allies. Through decades and centuries of careful flattery, they gathered support, resources, and protection. Just like the ancestor of the Nine Paths Empire, who had once shamelessly licked the boots of the savage Behemoths galaxy until he was allowed to grow beneath its shadow. Others rose through absurd fortune. The savage Behemoth himself was a perfect example. By sheer chance, he had discovered the complete corpse of a young space beast drifting through the void. That single discovery had provided him with enough resources to transform his entire destiny. One moment he had been nothing more than a rising figure among many. The next moment he possessed the foundation needed to build an empire that would shake the stars. But what about Helmor's system? What about the path forced upon the children of the first row science? To keep your children beneath your authority for countless years, allowing them to grow under your shadow, only to suddenly throw them into the wilderness and tell them to go build an empire of their own? To burden them with existential taxes the moment they stepped outside your protection, forcing them to take loans, seek assistance, and struggle just to keep their foundations from collapsing? To make their path heavier than that of any ordinary ruler in the universe? Yes, this was not her failure. It was the system that had failed. There was no shame in the fact that she had not managed to establish a powerful empire under her name. She did not possess the ability to build deep connections and flatter powerful figures. Nor did fortune carry her effortlessly towards success the way it had for others. She lacked the shameless cunning required to manipulate the great powers of the universe. She lacked the miraculous luck that turned ordinary rulers into legends. So why should she blame herself? Only when she reached that conclusion did Helen's chest relax slightly. The suffocating pressure inside her heart finally loosened. The endless self-accusations that had haunted her for years slowly began to fade. She stopped thinking about the empire of the pit of destruction she had abandoned. She stopped thinking about the rat nest that had humiliated her. Instead, her thoughts turned inward. She began reconsidering her past and her present, slowly examining the choices she had made and the paths she had taken. More importantly, she began planning her future. She could not remain idle forever. If she failed to pay the fixed annual existential taxes, her father would eventually send someone to capture her and drag her back to the destruction galaxy. Once that happened, she would be forced to kneel and take the oath. She would become a second-row daughter. Another silent statue standing beneath Helmor's throne, obedient, expressionless, powerful, yet completely hollow. That must never happen. Those who believe themselves greater than the oath of loyalty and wish to make a name for themselves may step forward. Take the title of a first-row scion and go carve your own name. Those had been Helmor's words. Thinking about them now, he had never actually said that building an empire was the only acceptable path. In a universe ruled by interstellar conquest, planetary empires had simply become the most obvious symbol of status. Even a monarch required planets to rule and tribute to sustain their influence. But that was only one interpretation. Perhaps she had misunderstood the meaning of that challenge from the very beginning. Perhaps the path of the first row science had never been about empires at all. Perhaps it had always been about something else. Perhaps it had been about power. True power. Individual power. Perhaps she did not possess the personality required for flattery and manipulation. Perhaps she did not possess the absurd luck that shaped legends. But she had something else. She had talent. More importantly, she had overwhelming strength. She possessed enough power to crush planetary empires with her own hands. So why should she follow the same road as everyone else? Why should she waste centuries trying to build fragile political structures when her true weapon was her personal power? Why not walk her own path? Why not use her strength, her reputation, and her victories to carve her own name into the universe? Why not escape the fate of taking the oath and descending into the ranks of the second row? On that very day she made her decision. Building an empire was no longer a path worthy of her. Instead, she went to Hedrick. She requested to fight in his ranks. There she would gain real military experience. She would refine her use of her law through controlled battles rather than risking everything in existential wars where a single mistake meant annihilation. At the same time, she would gain recognition among the great powers of the universe. Fame. That was the true currency of influence. Fame was what would open doors. Fame was what would attract allies, opportunities, and resources, not raw strength alone. At the first opportunity she secluded herself to attempt a breakthrough when she felt she had touched the minor ashification law after focusing on it intensely for some time. Within only a few decades, without receiving external assistance from anyone, she managed to gain the acceptance of the law. Thousands of years had been wasted pursuing a path that had never truly belonged to her. But now, finally, she had become a monarch. Soon she would become a mid-level monarch. After that, a high-level monarch. This was the true path. The path of individual power. This was how she would place her enemies beneath her feet. Her enemies. For a few brief moments after receiving the acknowledgement of the incineration law, Helen smiled. The lucky rat. And his son who had ridden his wave and forgotten his origins. Could they repeat their humiliating actions against her now, after she had stepped onto the true path? The answer arrived sooner than she expected. Yes, they could. And even worse. Friend of the Cosmic Elder. Founder of the chain of cosmic academies. Publicly opposing the sorcerer Behemoth and the Cursed One. Driving away the savage Behemoth himself. Could luck truly cause all of that? The true path she had chosen, the path of individual power. Was it truly the correct path? Or was the path the one chosen by Rat? No, the path chosen by Lord Robin? Rage, confusion, despair. All three emotions struck her at once, blinding her judgment and drowning her thoughts. Immediately she requested the coordinates of their greatest enemy and surged toward it without hesitation. It did not matter who the enemy was. It did not matter what he had done. She simply needed someone to bear the weight of her anger. And among all the beings in the universe, Damir was the one who opened the wound even deeper. Damir showed a wide smile, chuckling quietly. The negative energy surrounding Helen swelled dramatically. The soul force and life energy being drained from her body increased rapidly, while the array amplified the process further with every passing second. He had won. Even if Helen attempted to fight now, her mental state was no longer stable enough to form proper strategies or make rational decisions in battle. She would hesitate. She would make mistakes. Fear would paralyze her at the worst possible moment. It was already over. If she did not escape now, death was inevitable. Ha! Damir's smile froze. The black threads emerging from Helen vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. Damir immediately inspected the array, ensuring it was still functioning. He even poured additional power into it to stabilize the formation. But it was useless. The array had completely lost its influence over Helen. Then he heard her voice. The fear of falling to a lower state, the fear of failure, the fear of disappointing myself, Helen murmured slowly. Comparing myself to my brothers. Comparing myself to Robin Burton. Comparing myself to my elder brother Hedrick. A faint smile appeared on her lips. That is my illness. The illness that obstructed me. It was never flattery, nor luck. Neither fear nor comparisons helped me. They only prevented me from pursuing my dream, the dream that led me to choose the path of the first row science. Then she looked directly into Damir's eyes. Her gaze was calm, clear, completely free of hesitation. The dream I will return to, no matter the cost. Without fear. Without comparisons. Without old grudges clouding my mind. ZZZNN. Helen drew a long, slender epic sword from her spatial ring and raised it toward the sky. I, Helen Distra. Her voice carried absolute certainty. Will become the strongest monarch in history. And then, she thrust forward. Chapter 2109. Damn it. Damir pushed the array into a defensive configuration with sudden urgency, forcing its structure to shift rapidly as layers of protection unfolded around him. Bang! The gray beam slammed into the array and triggered a massive explosion, the impact echoing across the sky as waves of force rippled outward. You truly are a fool who doesn't know what's good for you. Disturbed by the sudden turn of events, Damir realized in that instant that there was no longer any room for hesitation. There was no alternative left but to fight. He punched forward violently, his expression twisted with anger and his voice deep and resonant. Inner collapse waves. The array immediately began to expand outward like a living structure awakening. From its core, powerful vibrations surged outward in successive bursts, spreading through the sky until the clouds in that entire quarter of the planet were torn apart and scattered. Invisible waves struck Helen head-on and forced her to retreat several steps through the air. From the outside, it was possible to see the terrifying effect inside her body. Her organs twisted violently as if being squeezed by invisible hands, as though she were on the verge of vomiting blood at any moment. Yet she suppressed the reaction and forcibly maintained the calm expression on her face. Then, with a soft whoosh, she curved through the air toward Damir in a wide arc. KRRR. The air surrounding Helen began to distort rapidly, as if space itself were trembling. Gray mist slowly seeped out from every inch of her body, spreading outward until it thickened and gathered around her. The mist grew denser and denser until it finally transformed into something resembling a massive cloud of gray ash. Only when the cloud reached its complete form did it suddenly surge forward toward Damir in a perfectly straight line. This is bad. Damir immediately sensed the danger approaching him. Without hesitation, he thrust the array forward even more, forcing it to release stronger pulses while simultaneously retreating backward to widen the distance between them. Ash of Eternal Extinguishment. This was one of the techniques Helen had created after comprehending the essence of the ashification law. It was a terrifyingly destructive technique that could infiltrate the cells and atoms of anything it touched, quietly penetrating deep within before beginning the process of attacking and dismantling the target from the inside out. It was an extremely dangerous technique against powerful opponents. Even the strongest external defenses could not fully block the ashification particles. No matter how powerful the barrier was, some of those particles would inevitably seep through the smallest gaps. The ash cloud and the violent pulses of the array collided in midair. What followed was a strange and terrifying spectacle. Below them, every living creature that witnessed the scene felt a chill run through their bodies, believing instinctively that death had already arrived. The sky above them began to distort and blur as if reality itself were breaking apart. It looked as though the sky itself were slowly turning into ash. Come here. Helen allowed the miserable world array and the ash cloud to continue clashing with each other while she slipped outside the array's effective range. The moment she escaped its influence, she launched forward like an arrow chasing its target, rushing straight toward Damir while her eyes burned with killing intent. But the situation did not remain favorable for long. Suddenly Helen felt her vision grow dim, as if the world had begun to blur. A sharp headache pounded inside her skull while waves of dizziness and nausea surged through her body. The sensation of suffocating pressure wrapped around her like invisible chains, a weak, mortal bodily sensation she had not experienced for thousands of years. Helen abruptly stopped midair. Her crimson eyes swept across the surroundings while her exhausted spiritual sense spread outward in search of the source. Within moments, her attention locked onto a specific location in the distance. There was another miserable world array hidden there. This one was attacking her purely on the soul level. It was not summoning soul swords or soul creatures to fight her directly. Instead, it employed sinister techniques that struck directly at the spiritual domain itself. It was the infamous field of cursed interference, one of the most notorious uses of the miserable world array. If she had been fighting alone without any support, she would have been forced to retreat immediately. This array alone was more than enough to disrupt her concentration and leave her vulnerable, allowing Damir to bombard her with relentless attacks until he eventually killed her. But she was not entirely alone. Shui-Lei. A brilliant purple spark suddenly ignited above Helen's head. The moment it appeared, the oppressive symptoms vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. It was a borrowing granted by the 4-star Royal Soulmaster, Draze. The purpose of the borrowing was protection against malicious attacks, but against assaults of such intensity, it might not protect her for more than a minute or two. Even the most refined soul borrowings had their limits when faced with pressure that never ceased for even a moment. And 2 minutes were more than enough. Just as Helen was about to move forward again to hunt Damir, pushing through the collapsing waves of power surrounding her, something else happened. Clack! The space around Helen suddenly seemed to compress around her from every direction. It was not merely a distortion of space, but a sudden tightening, as if the universe itself had closed its grip around her body. In the blink of an eye, before she could even shift her position, she found herself inside a cube. It was a cube that was slowly shrinking, its edges silent yet absolute, crushing everything inside it, including space itself. The damned cage. Helen turned toward a certain direction, her voice calm despite the terrifying pressure surrounding her. It was a third miserable world array. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Damir stopped running after securing a safe distance, planting his feet firmly in the void before bursting into laughter. I told you, there's no escape for you today. Then he pointed at her mockingly, his face twisted with gloating satisfaction. Even that fool Serene and the child Orion didn't attack me directly and put themselves in this position. They kept their distance, circling, waiting for an opening. You're the first opponent I've ever fought who walked straight into my web headfirst. RRRR. The first array had struggled while dealing with the cloud of ash that had swallowed the battlefield moments ago. Yet despite that struggle, it had been storing a massive amount of energy the entire time, a reserve far greater than what the cloud itself contained. Slowly, patiently, it began dispersing the ash cloud layer by layer until the gray haze faded away entirely. Once the last trace vanished, the array refocused on Helen once more, its patterns glowing faintly as it prepared to attack again. Now one array attacked Helen spiritually, gnawing away at the soul borrowing like a relentless predator tearing flesh from bone. The second imprisoned her with a force strong enough to confine more than one law dominator, its shrinking cube grinding against space itself. Meanwhile, the third hovered nearby like a silent executioner, waiting patiently for the moment it would deliver the final blow. It was a situation no one would envy. 3 miserable world arrays. Helen murmured quietly, as if merely stating an observation rather than acknowledging her own predicament. Then, from within the cage, she turned her head back toward Damir. How many children and how many virgins did you use to create the 3 of them? Damir frowned deeply, clearly not expecting that question at such a moment. So now only the children of Helmor the Destroyer are left to lecture me about morality. You're right, killing is killing. Helen raised her head slightly, her tone completely even. So what now? Then she raised both hands until they aligned with her shoulders, palms open as if presenting herself. Am I supposed to be defeated? You are defeated. It's over. Damir scowled heavily. With a simple wave of his hand, the first array began gathering an enormous amount of energy, far greater than before. From its center emerged the head of a gigantic pitch-black arrow. At first it was merely a dark point, but it rapidly expanded, growing longer and sharper with every passing moment, its edges vibrating with destructive power. Clearly, he intended to end her with a single decisive strike. Helen nodded slowly when she saw this. What do you know about ashification? Are those really your last words? Damir burst into laughter again. Fine, let's talk while the attack that will finish off the most talented daughter of the Behemoth of Destruction finishes charging. I'll brag about this moment to your big brother later, and to that bastard human as well, hee hee. Then he continued after a brief pause, his tone filled with ridicule. Ashification is a minor law from the path of destruction that turns material objects into ash. That's all. Then he shook his head dismissively. All your former brothers, both the first row scions and the second, never chose it because it's weak and tied to material objects. It's basically no different from what the law of flame leaves behind, a simple residue of burning. You should have chosen something slightly better, most talented one. Then he laughed again. But judging from the level of intelligence you've shown now, I'm no longer surprised. Helen showed a strange smile. Yes, many of my brothers warned me about the ashification law. They said it would hinder my progress, limit my growth, and diminish my prestige. They said it was a law fit for minor cultivators, not for someone born in the lineage of destruction. She paused slightly, but I was stubborn and followed my intuition. Something inside me kept telling me that ash isn't merely the leftovers of the flames. Something told me it was beautiful, something worthy of study. You were stubborn. Damir laughed loudly again. For some reason, I'm not surprised. Rumble. Helen's body suddenly began to emit a strange aura. She had not moved even slightly, nor had she released any visible energy. Yet the space around her seemed to tremble faintly, as if responding to a silent call that no one else could hear. Damir frowned deeply. He could clearly feel that something was happening, that the situation was shifting in some subtle way, yet he could not understand what it was. Then he heard her voice again. Yes, I was stubborn and chose what I wanted anyway. But in this particular matter, I was never afraid of my decision. I never compared myself to my brothers, nor did I regret the path I chose. Her strange smile deepened slightly. It was the greatest decision I ever made in my life. Crack. Chapter 2110. The fundamental path of destruction is immense, vast beyond imagination. It is undoubtedly the most powerful path when it comes to combat and direct confrontation. In the brutal world of cultivators and cosmic conquerors, where the value of a path is measured by how effectively it can erase an enemy from existence, the path of destruction stands supreme without dispute. However, the number of minor laws within it is not very large. There are only a few dozen in total. Once one truly understands the essence of destruction, the methods may vary greatly, yet the result always converges to the same ending: collapse, dissolution, annihilation. No matter how many forms destruction takes, it eventually leads to the same silent conclusion. Because of that, it seems that whoever designed the laws of the universe intentionally limited them to a relatively small collection. Perhaps too many methods of destruction would have tipped the balance of existence itself, leaving no room for life to endure. Among Helmor's children of the second row and below, 2 or 3 minor laws are especially widespread. They are easier to comprehend, faster to achieve breakthroughs with, and their results are consistently effective. Even cultivators lacking extraordinary talent can make steady progress with them. Moreover, Helmor's children who do not possess the natural affinity required for certain destructive laws can relatively easily find substitutes within the bloodlines of powerful beasts. The monstrous vitality and chaotic essence found within beast blood often provide a crude but workable bridge toward those same laws. Among these, the most common and valued are the laws of shattering, erosion, and fracture. They are practical, efficient, and brutally direct. They were the very same laws that had been offered to Helen countless times. Her brothers had urged her again and again to choose one of them so that she could secure an easier path, a stable future filled with steady progress and predictable breakthroughs. But she refused. Instead, she stubbornly insisted on ashification. Everyone advised her otherwise. They told her she would be better off studying the law of flame. At the very least it was visually impressive, widely respected, and easier to understand than destruction. But Helen never changed her mind. And in the end, her father simply nodded and allowed it. Helen lifted her head slightly, her gaze steady as it locked directly onto Damir's face. To fools and the short-sighted, ashification is a trivial law. A law that merely imitates what happens after fire devours material objects. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. But when I was young, I asked myself something. Her voice grew quieter. Why does everything that burns turn into ash? No matter what kind of thing burns, whether it is wood, flesh, metal, or stone, in the end it all becomes the same ash. Crack! The sharp-edged cube surrounding Helen suddenly began to show countless tiny fractures. At first they were barely visible, like hairline scratches on a crystal surface. Then they multiplied rapidly, spreading across the cube like a spider web across glass. What? Damir let out a short cry. He had not even registered Helen's words. Immediately, he began pouring an enormous amount of energy from the third array into the cage, attempting to repair the damage and reinforce its structure. But the cube responded like a bottomless abyss. No matter how much energy he fed into it, nothing improved. The cracks only multiplied. They became so numerous, so densely layered, that Helen's figure completely disappeared behind them. And from within those countless fractures, a thin gray mist began to seep outward. A faint mist, ash-colored. Finding the answer to my question, the reason why everything becomes ash, drove me to pursue that law quietly, with passion. Helen slowly began raising her left hand, her movements calm and unhurried. And after I chose it and used it to break through the world cataclysm, her voice grew firmer. I knew I had made the right choice. As she continued speaking, her tone became heavier, deeper, as if echoing from some distant and low place. Ashification is the process of structural collapse within matter and energy. It is the final stage of disintegration, a process that can occur through many mechanisms, fire being only one of them. But the true subject of the law is not fire. Her smile widened slightly. It is the ash. So tell me, Lord Damir, why does everything become ash when its structure collapses? What does that reveal about the true origin of material things? Damir was forced to hear the final sentence. His eyebrows shot upward instantly. Oh no. At that moment he could feel it. Something inside the cube was changing. A strange energy was forming. An energy that felt deeply wrong. Dangerous. Harmful. Harmful even to someone like him, a being who had walked the path of the devil and drowned himself in darkness countless times. Die! Damir roared violently and waved his hand. The remaining arrays immediately activated. The first array released the dark arrow before it was fully complete. Even unfinished, the massive projectile had already accumulated enough power to shatter a planet. The second array abandoned every delicate technique it possessed and unleashed the entirety of the soul force stored within it, striking directly at Helen with overwhelming force, attempting to crush her spiritual domain outright. Even the third array, the cursed cage itself, shattered apart into countless fragments that rushed toward Helen from every direction like a storm of blades. Executing this attack would cost him dearly. It would drain a massive portion of the power he had accumulated over the years, power he had slaughtered hundreds of millions of living beings to gather. But something deep inside him was screaming that if he did not do this now, he might never get another chance. Then he heard it. A whisper. Soft, calm, yet terrifying. The final throne of ash. Zoom. A gray wave of energy erupted from Helen's body like a silent storm being unleashed. It burst outward in every direction, passing through the fragments of the damned cage, and the moment it touched them they turned instantly into ash, as if the very concept of their structure had been erased. The shattered pieces did not even have time to resist. They simply disintegrated. Then the wave continued expanding rapidly, swallowing the massive dark arrow that Damir had released. The terrifying projectile that had enough power to destroy a planet was instantly turned gray upon contact, its structure collapsing in a single moment before it too crumbled into ash without the slightest resistance. Even the thin air around them began turning into ash, particles so fine they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Space itself seemed to corrode under the influence of the wave, momentarily eroding into nothingness before sealing itself again the instant the gray tide passed. No! Damir cried out as he staggered backward in disbelief. Zoom! The gray wave continued expanding relentlessly. Within moments it swallowed the three arrays entirely. The instant it touched them, the intricate structures that Damir had spent years constructing collapsed violently. Their frameworks broke apart, their power cores shattered, and within seconds the three miserable world arrays all turned into ash and scattered into nothing. Even the life energy that had been stored within them, the accumulated vitality harvested from countless sacrifices, turned into ash as well. Only the soul force resisted slightly. Instead of turning into ash, it condensed into countless emerald-like crystals that burst outward like a rainstorm, falling toward the planet below where they scattered across the lands like a strange celestial gift. Damir's eyes widened to their absolute limit as he stared behind him. What was happening could only be described as terrifying. Why did that brat, who had only just broken through, possess this kind of overwhelming power? The minor ashification law seemed completely devoted to her, responding to her will perfectly, almost as if it were a living force fighting in her place. Swoosh! Bam! Where do you think you're going? Helen stepped out of space directly in front of Damir. He had not even realized she had moved. Her hand shot forward instantly, gripping his neck with terrifying precision before he could react. Why would you think you could escape? Her voice was calm and cold, after witnessing the final throne of ash. Helen! Damir shouted with rage and hatred, his voice trembling between fury and panic. Home! 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 Dozens of soul gates opened around them simultaneously, forming a chaotic ring in the void. From within those gates, all kinds of different creatures began pouring out. Some were massive beasts with twisted forms. Others were ghostly entities made of condensed soul force. Some looked like armored warriors, while others resembled ancient monsters pulled from nightmares. Hundreds emerged within mere moments. Bang! The purple flame above Helen's head suddenly exploded. It was clear that Damir had just launched an extremely violent and direct soul attack, a desperate strike aimed straight at her mind and soul. The attack shattered what little power remained within the soul borrowing protecting her. Helen Distra, this is your final warning. Damir spoke with great difficulty, his throat still trapped within Helen's grip. He was careful not to struggle too violently, fearing that even a small mistake might cause her to crush his neck instantly. Even without my arrays, his voice trembled with anger, I am still a 9-star soul master. You couldn't kill me with the miserable world arrays. Helen showed a faint smile. And now you think you can kill me with soul creatures and soul attacks? A trace of open disdain appeared on her lips. No. Damir's eyes widened to the limit as he released something. A hidden move. But Helen had no intention of allowing anything more to happen in today's battle. Die. Zoom. Damir's neck instantly turned into ash. There was no explosion, no dramatic burst of energy, just a silent collapse. His head separated from his body and both began falling freely through the air. His eyes were still wide open, refusing to accept what had just happened. From his severed head he looked upward, seeing Helen growing more distant as he fell toward the ground below. Around him he saw his soul gates collapsing one after another. The creatures he had summoned were dissolving, their forms condensed into emerald crystals before raining downward like glittering fragments of green light. Even in that moment, Damir's mind was still racing. He had already begun forming plans. Plans to survive, plans to heal, plans to take revenge. But, whoosh, The ashification that had begun devouring his head earlier had now reached his eyes. In an instant they turned into dust. Then the grey decay continued upward and outward, consuming every last strand of hair on his head. Puff! By the time Damir's body struck the ground, there was no body left, only a loose mound of grey dust. Helen stared downward silently for several seconds. Her expression was completely emotionless. Then she slowly raised her hand and examined it carefully, her brows knitting slightly together. There was a mark there. A strange mark that had not been present before. Just as she had expected, that bastard had not died quietly. He had done something. Chapter 21:11. On a certain planet, Young Sector 99. Bam, bam, bam. The sound of explosions shook the entire region and sent deep vibrations through the ground beneath. The blasts were strangely rhythmic, identical and repeated at steady intervals, each impact separated by the same span of time, almost as if some colossal creature were marching across the land. The earth trembled with every strike. Dust rolled across the crimson terrain, and the echoes continued. Indeed, a few minutes later, something massive emerged from the crimson stone forest. Something enormous. Something dozens of meters tall. At first glance, it looked no different from the surrounding mountains. Its body resembled an irregular mass of rock, rough and weathered like a piece of the planet itself. If it had remained still, it would have blended perfectly into the landscape and no one would have noticed it. But it moved. Slowly, heavily. This rocky creature, this golem, had 7 arms scattered unevenly across its body, protruding at strange angles without any clear symmetry. Some were thick like pillars, while others were shorter and crooked like broken branches of stone. It possessed 4 legs that supported its massive frame and 2 heads, one noticeably larger than the other. The larger head seemed to dominate the creature's movements, while the smaller one occasionally turned in random directions as if reacting to distant vibrations. Each step it took produced another thunderous impact. When the golem reached a certain part of the small forest, specifically a thin, curved stone pillar radiating a strange crimson energy, it stopped. The pillar was narrow and elegant compared to the surrounding rocks, glowing faintly with a deep red light. The golem extended one of its arms. With a rough motion, it ripped the pillar out of the ground. Fragments of stone scattered. The creature lifted the pillar to its mouth and took a massive bite. Crunch! Then it simply continued walking as if nothing unusual had happened. Not far away, hidden behind the jagged rocks of the forest, 2 figures were quietly observing everything that had just occurred. One of them was nearly twice the height of the other. The shorter figure murmured while slowly stepping forward, his eyes still fixed on the distant golem. That pillar contained an extremely rare metal in its liquid state. A single drop of it can sell for thousands of pearls. I wonder how many drops that stupid golem has swallowed throughout its lifetime. The man speaking was none other than the Prime Minister of the True Beginning Empire, Kristen Burton. He's devouring the boss's property. The tall person beside him raised his voice in immediate anger. I'll kill him. The tall figure had already taken a step forward. Of course, that person was Halak. You would harm the boss if you killed that golem. Kristen calmly raised his hand to stop him. Halak paused. That creature's excrement enriches the soil, Kristen continued casually, and that enrichment is precisely what causes larger quantities of that metal to appear within the ground over time. Then he lifted both arms and slowly turned in place, gesturing toward the vast landscape around them. Do you see those rocky highlands covering the planet? The horizon was filled with jagged crimson formations stretching endlessly in every direction. All of them are useful minerals. Every single one of them. They only appear on the surface in such quantities because of the sweat produced by the golem race living here. He let out a small chuckle. That is the real value of a golem race appearing somewhere. They are a genuine long-term treasure. Then he showed a strange, calculating smile. This planet will undoubtedly become one of the most influential and critically important planets in the galaxy. We found it purely by chance during the last war against the Centennial Empire of Slaughter Knight. Kristen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I should assign the planet a favorable position near Nihari. Even then, I fear that nearly a quarter of our cargo transport fleet will eventually be dedicated to this planet alone. Ho-oh. After saying that, Kristen pulled out a small paper notebook along with a pen and immediately began scribbling calculations across the page. Numbers. A lot of them. That's good too. Halak, however, did not appear particularly interested in any of those details. Can you just prepare the coordinates so I can leave this place? He asked impatiently. The time for the next gate opening is approaching. Nearly 50 years had passed since the passage had opened for the first time. Since that day, the event had gradually become one of the most important operations within the Imperial system, first for the Imperial Guard, and then for the chain of empires belonging to the leader. After each opening of the passage, Lord Damir would personally assist in containing the invading space beasts while nearly 5,000 Imperial Guards carried out systematic extermination operations. The operations were precise, efficient, and merciless. Sometimes even thousands of trainee guards were summoned to participate, tasked with finishing off wounded space beasts that had survived the initial battles. For many young soldiers, it was their first experience with real combat, and their first encounter with death. Of course, the work did not end with the killing. They were also assigned another duty, dragging the enormous corpses away from the battlefield. The bodies were transported toward the other side of the planet where entire industrial districts had been constructed around the harvest of space beast remains. Yes, during those 50 years an entire industrial network had gradually been established on the planet, factories and facilities designed to deal with every single part of the beast's bodies. Endless butcheries, tanning facilities, refining plants, and countless other processing complexes designed to extract every useful component from the carcasses. Nothing was wasted. Bones, hide, blood, organs, even eyelashes. Every fragment was transformed into materials, weapons, medicines, or energy sources. Not a single piece left the planet without first being fully processed and refined, its original characteristics completely erased so that no one could even identify which creature it had once belonged to. Unless, of course, it was something that had to leave the planet in its original state. Something like meat. Gulp. Halak wiped the drool that had slipped down the corner of his mouth the moment the thought of space beast meat crossed his mind. The taste alone was enough to make him swallow involuntarily. Then he turned irritably toward the man beside him and nudged Kristen twice with his elbow. "Come on, let's finish this already," he complained impatiently. "I still have a long trip ahead of me to get back." All right. Kristen replied calmly. He wrote down a few numbers in his notebook, paused to scratch his head thoughtfully, then wrote several more numbers while muttering quietly to himself. After a moment he tore a page from the notebook and handed it over. "Transfer here." Finally, Halak snatched the paper eagerly and scanned the coordinates quickly with sharp eyes. Once he memorized them, he crushed the page in his fist until it turned into fine dust, then scattered the fragments into the air around him. After that, he slid a hand into his trousers and pulled out a small box roughly the size of a human palm. The box looked ordinary, even slightly worn. He opened it. Inside were a tiny hammer and a small nail, both so small they looked like toys. Halak reached into the box with his left hand and grabbed both the hammer and the nail. ZZZN. The moment they left the box, both objects instantly returned to their true size. The hammer grew into a massive weapon nearly as tall as Halak himself, its metal head heavy and ancient-looking. The nail expanded as well, becoming a thick-pointed spike nearly half a meter long. Halak casually tossed the empty box aside like a worthless piece of garbage. Haha, my favorite moment of the day. Holding the massive hammer in one hand and the sharp nail in the other, Halak raised his head and looked toward the sky as if issuing a challenge to the entire planet. Kristen frowned slightly and lifted his gaze upward as well. He had seen this scene many times already. Still, he waited. Rumble. Clouds began gathering above them. The thin fourth-grade space surrounding the planet started trembling violently as waves of pressure spread through the atmosphere. The crimson stone forest around them began shaking as if the entire landscape had suddenly come alive. The towering rock formations trembled, loose stones falling and bouncing across the ground. In general, the entire planet seemed angry, as if it were awakening, as if it were preparing to resist something foreign that had invaded its domain. But within a few seconds, everything suddenly returned to normal. The tremors stopped. The pressure vanished. Even the clouds that had gathered overhead slowly dispersed. Haha, just as I thought. Halak burst into loud laughter. He loved this reaction. It was the reaction of every planetary spirit that suddenly sensed the presence of foreign equipment within its territory. At first, the spirit would attempt to resist instinctively, trying to protect the planet it governed. But the moment it sensed his level, it would fail and retreat. Normally, any planetary equipment above the fourth tier was strictly forbidden from entering planets within the young sector. Such restrictions were meant to prevent powerful forces from interfering with young planetary ecosystems. But planetary spirits had no ability to destroy or restrain 7th-tier planetary equipment. The difference in level was simply too great. At best, they could attempt to attack the individual carrying it. But once the planetary spirit realized that this object was merely a planetary transportation device and not an offensive or destructive weapon, it would always choose to withdraw and wait. After all, what planetary spirit would not want to serve a master who possessed equipment like this? Good girl. Halak laughed as he drove the massive nail violently into the ground. The spike sank deep into the rocky soil. Then he shouted toward the sky, "And now cooperate with the transfer on the first attempt so you don't exhaust this, uncle." He lifted the massive hammer with both hands. The weapon began to glow faintly, ancient runes awakening across its surface. The new coordinates started rotating slowly around the head of the hammer like rings of light made from pure energy. The surrounding air trembled. Space itself bent slightly. Then, bang! Halak swung the hammer downward with enormous force and struck the head of the nail. Chapter 21:12. Rumble. For a brief moment, Halak felt as if the flow of time around him had abruptly stalled. The air froze. The sounds vanished. Even the ground beneath his feet seemed to disappear. It was as if the world had been suspended in an invisible void. Halak felt completely weightless. His body floated in a strange state, as if he were falling endlessly through empty space without gravity, without direction, and without resistance. His limbs moved slightly, but there was nothing for them to push against. It was the familiar sensation of planetary transfer. Then suddenly, bam! Halak's body slammed heavily against solid ground again. The impact was sharp, sudden, and unmistakable, as if gravity had abruptly remembered his existence and pulled him down all at once. Dust rose slightly around his boots. He steadied himself instinctively. Then he immediately looked upward, searching for something. When he found it, a wide grin spread across his face and he raised his voice proudly. "Well done, little spirit. Ahaha." The sky above the planet was still dark crimson, exactly as it had been before the transfer. But the lighting around him had changed dramatically. The massive sun that had once dominated the sky was gone. In its place, there was only a faint, distant glow coming from far away, like a weak star illuminating the horizon. And the sky that had been completely empty only moments earlier was now filled with countless planets and moons scattered across the heavens. Some were enormous. Some were distant points of light. Some drifted slowly across the sky like silent giants. They had successfully arrived at their new orbital position within the galaxy. Ka! Halak reached down and pulled the nail from the ground with ease. The massive spike slid out smoothly before he rested it across his shoulder like a tool he had used thousands of times before. While looking up toward the sky, he spoke casually. All right. We've reached planet number 500, just like we agreed. Then he stretched his shoulders slightly. Now I'll head back to planet Dunera, and you prepare the coordinates for another 500 planets so we can move them during the next break. Naturally, he was speaking to Kristen. This had been their arrangement for years. Halak would spend several years stationed near the gate, participating in the endless cycle of slaughter. Days filled with tearing apart beasts, cutting through monstrous flesh, and devouring fresh space beast meat. Then, once that period ended, he would spend several years traveling across the sector with Kristen, moving planets, relocating resources, and occasionally supervising the training of newly recruited guards stationed throughout the worlds of the Young Belt. It was a rotating cycle of war and logistics. Fortunately for Halak, that portion of the cycle had ended today. Hey, Short Burton, can you hear me? Halak continued speaking while still looking upward when no response came. Silence. Hey, you crazy old man, are you listening? Halak turned to the side with an annoyed expression, scanning the area until he finally located Kristen a short distance away. Then his brows immediately furrowed. What in the name of everything delicious are you doing? At that moment, Kristen was kneeling on the ground, holding the sun seal box tightly with both hands. He was examining it carefully from every angle, turning it over, inspecting the carvings, studying the faint patterns etched across its surface. It looked as though he had just discovered the greatest treasure in the universe. When Halak saw that scene, he began walking toward him with a slightly knowing expression. I really should do something about my magnificent scent, he muttered with mock seriousness. It seems to attract unwanted attention. Then he extended his hand toward the box. Hand over my hammer case. Absurd. Kristen shouted immediately. He stood up and stepped several paces backward while clutching the box tightly against his chest like someone protecting a priceless relic. For all these years, I've been searching through cosmic records trying to find information about this box. His eyes sparkled with excitement. It's a sun seal box, and the markings engraved on it clearly indicate that it's 4th tier. Then his voice rose even louder. Do you know what that means? The last time one of these boxes appeared in the universe, it was in the possession of a great demonic power, a monstrous entity that the cosmic elder himself destroyed tens of millions of years ago. And what does that have to do with anything? Halak replied while continuing to walk toward him casually. Do you happen to have a son you want to seal inside it, you crazy minister? Humph, as expected from an ignorant brute. Kristen stepped back again, still hugging the box tightly. This box is capable of containing a planet the size of Nihari inside it. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. It can hold several planets the size of Jura. It can even contain a small sun. Halak stopped walking. He stared at the tiny box for a moment. Then he slowly lifted his finger and pointed at it. This thing. Yes, this, you ignorant fool. Kristen snapped angrily. Did it never occur to you to wonder why 7th tier equipment could be placed inside this box, yet it cannot be stored inside a spatial ring? He lifted the box with trembling hands, his eyes shining. Can you even imagine what we could use this box to do? Halak looked at the box, then at Kristen. His expression slowly twisted into something between confusion and suspicion. So, he said slowly, you're going to stuff that family of 9-tailed foxes you're clearly obsessed with inside it and smuggle them away in secret. Kristen lowered his gaze toward the box in his hands, one eyebrow lifting slightly. For a brief moment, it genuinely looked like he was considering the possibility. He imagined it. His eyes narrowed slightly as if calculating the logistics. Then he suddenly looked back up at Halak with visible irritation. The box cannot preserve life. Stop saying useless things, he snapped. Then he took a breath and continued, his voice shifting back into the calm tone of someone explaining a monumental discovery. A single person carrying this box could travel across all of our affiliated planets, collecting resources from them and delivering whatever materials they require, and then simply move on to the next world. He lifted the box slightly in his hands. With this single object, the movement of raw materials would become easier than any force in history has ever experienced. His voice grew more excited, and the transportation of weapons would become even simpler. His eyes widened dramatically. We could even transport entire fleets inside this box. Fleets. Halak blinked. Kristen, however, was already lost in his calculations. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. Of course, we would still need to send the crews of those fleets to the destination through other methods, most likely through the Great Space Gates. He sighed slightly. That would cost a tremendous amount of money. Then he suddenly raised a finger. But even so, the strategic depth and sudden maneuverability this would give us in military operations would be extraordinary. His gaze returned to the box again. In fact, we could restructure our entire logistical system. He began pacing slightly as he spoke. We could dedicate all of our transport ships exclusively to operations within the galaxy itself, while reserving this box solely for collecting and transporting raw materials from our partners in the mid-sector. He pointed to the box again. That alone would multiply the flow of raw resources several times over. Industrial production would increase dramatically, and we would eliminate the enormous cost of sending ships across those vast distances. Wa'ait. Halak suddenly raised both hands in front of him as if trying to stop an unstoppable avalanche of ideas. You want to take the sun seal box, he said slowly. Stop daydreaming. Then he lifted the enormous hammer and pointed it directly at Kristen. Where exactly do you expect me to store this equipment? His voice rose in irritation. It's certainly not going up my buttocks. He waved the hammer around in frustration. Am I supposed to walk around everywhere waving 7th-tier planetary equipment in public? That is your problem. Kristen calmly pulled the front of his trousers outward and shoved the box inside with completely lifeless eyes. The sun seal box now belongs to the Empire. Halak stared for several seconds. Then he slowly looked downward toward the box's new location, Kristen's crotch. After that, he raised his head and stared directly into Kristen's face with absolute seriousness. My friend. He paused. That's disgusting. Before you leave for the mid-sector, I want you to take one last look at the Imperial Guard training barracks, Kristen said calmly, ignoring the insult entirely. He had already begun walking toward the space gate that had been constructed earlier. Because I will be closing them soon. Halak's expression immediately changed. You're going to close the Imperial Guard training barracks? He asked sharply. Do you even understand what you're doing? His tone turned serious. Does the boss know about this? It doesn't matter whether he knows or not, Kristen replied without slowing his pace. The final line he drew for us is approaching, and when that moment arrives, it will most likely mean a forced ascension for the Nihiri galaxy. Halak narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know how he plans to achieve it, Kristen continued, but it will happen as long as he intends it. He fell silent for a few seconds while walking, then he spoke again. Recruiting more Imperial Guards during this short period would be pointless. You wouldn't have enough time to train them properly anyway, so what exactly would be the point of spending resources on them? He stopped briefly and looked toward the distant horizon. It would be better to focus on the ones you already have. Invest your entire budget into strengthening them, then after Nihiri's ascension, you can return to recruitment if you wish. He glanced back over his shoulder. Don't you already have 130,000 candidates right now? And all of them are already in the advanced stages of training. Halak waved his hand irritably. Not even 10% of them will succeed. He knew Kristen was probably right. The failure rate had always been brutal. But still, if the old guards didn't have new recruits to bully and terrorize during training, what were they supposed to do? A 10% success rate from that number is more than enough, Kristen replied calmly as he resumed walking. In fact, he added after a moment, the veteran guards alone are already more than enough. Chapter 2113, Mid-Sector 100, Planet Originos. Caesar sat quietly before the massive window of his office. The enormous pane stretched from floor to ceiling, overlooking an endless skyline of towering structures and distant planetary traffic lanes. In his hands was a thick tome. The material of the cover was worn and faded, its edges slightly frayed, making it obvious that the document was extremely old. The faint smell of aged paper lingered around it, a reminder that the information inside had survived many years and many wars. He slowly turned a page. RRR. The door behind him opened gently. A woman entered the office with a respectful posture, her movements controlled and precise as she approached. Your Highness, she said politely, the battle on Planet Day Raven has ended in victory. Good. Caesar nodded slightly, his expression calm and almost indifferent. It was clear that he had already expected this outcome. The battles against the Seven Thrones Empire had been raging on that planet for an entire year. What had started as a localized conflict had gradually escalated into a prolonged campaign that drained resources from both sides. When the losses began to accumulate and the balance of the battlefield started shifting, Caesar had made a decisive move. 2 weeks earlier, he had dispatched Pion, along with half of the Empire's total special forces. The moment those troops arrived on the battlefield, the situation changed instantly. Their presence alone had paralyzed the remaining battlefronts. Enemy commanders had been forced to withdraw resources from other fronts to reinforce Day Raven, effectively freezing their entire war structure. Given that situation, it was only natural that the war would conclude soon. And now it had. At this point, there remained only a single important battlefield against the Seven Thrones Empire. All the other fronts had become flexible zones where the Cradle Empire's forces could advance, withdraw, or reposition freely without significant resistance. There is something else, the woman continued in her soft, composed voice. Another envoy from the Seven Thrones Empire has arrived. He wishes to meet Lord Robin. Caesar's brows furrowed slightly. He remained silent for a moment as he stared out through the window. Far beyond the city skyline, the planet's orbital defense rings glowed faintly against the sky. Then, poof, he closed the old tome. Leaning back into the large chair behind his desk, he rested his head against the high backrest and spoke calmly. Offer him hospitality worthy of our name. After a short pause, he added, then send him away. Yes, Your Highness. The woman bowed slightly. Without another word, she turned and left the office, gently closing the door behind her. Silence returned. Caesar continued gazing out through the window. The situation in Mid-Sector 100 was very different from the chaos Theo was creating in Mid-Sector 101, nor was it as brutally direct as the strategy Arrow was employing in Mid-Sector 99. Theo's method was one of exhaustion. He was deliberately dragging the sector and the surrounding regions into prolonged conflicts, stretching their resources thin and slowly wearing them down. It was likely a strategy encouraged by their father, so Caesar could not blame him. Arrow, on the other hand, relied on overwhelming brutality. He attacked with reckless force, crushing every power he was capable of crushing and leaving enormous devastation behind him. Entire empires collapsed under the weight of his assaults. His objective was simple: to dominate the sector quickly and completely through fear, threats, and oppression. But Caesar's approach was entirely different. He was still fighting, but not in the same way as Nero. His wars did not expand recklessly, and he avoided striking below the belt. His battles were measured and disciplined, conducted with a sense of structure and honor. Even in the middle of war, he never allowed bloodshed to become personal. Once a battle ended, whether by forcing the enemy soldiers to retreat or by placing them in captivity, Caesar would begin implementing measures to stabilize the planet. The inhabitants would not be abandoned. Perhaps he did not employ something as ambitious as the Empire of Tomorrow plan, but he still ensured the essentials. Local police forces were formed from among the planet's own population, food supplies were distributed, and temporary administrative systems were established to restore order. The goal was simple: help them stand on their own again. Even captured enemy soldiers were treated in a structured and pragmatic way. They were not slaughtered unnecessarily. Instead, they were exchanged with the enemy empire for captured soldiers of their own, or released in exchange for monetary compensation. Sometimes they were even freed in return for conditional ceasefires that Caesar would later exploit strategically to redirect his military efforts toward another rival empire. This methodical approach had produced a very unusual result. The Cradle Empire had earned the respect of nearly everyone in the sector, but that same respect had also produced a drawback. Fear was almost completely absent, and that had consequences. While Nero now had almost no enemies left, since nearly every empire feared standing against him, Caesar was still fighting dozens of empires across dozens of battlefronts. While every war against Nero became a personal, decisive struggle where his enemies threw everything they had into the battlefield just to kill one more soldier from his ranks, Caesar's wars were far more pragmatic in nature. When facing Nero, his enemies fought like men pushed to the edge of extinction. They knew that if they failed, their empires might vanish entirely. Because of that, every battle turned into a desperate struggle where commanders were willing to sacrifice fleets, armies, and entire planets if it meant damaging Nero's forces even slightly. Caesar's wars were different. He fought across dozens of fronts simultaneously, yet each empire he confronted usually focused only on the specific planet Caesar intended to seize. Their goal was simple: drive him away, delay him, or prevent him from taking the planet. But they rarely escalated the conflict into a full-scale war by sending all of their armies or attempting to attack planets belonging to the double centennial Cradle Empire. The reason was simple. Everyone in the sector understood the power of the double centennial Cradle Empire, and no one wanted to see what would happen if that empire truly decided to show its worst side. As long as Caesar maintained a respectful and impersonal manner of warfare, his enemies preferred to respond in the same way. They resisted him and fought him, but they avoided provoking something far worse. No one wanted to wake up one morning and see Note-4 fleets surrounding their capital worlds. While Nero had not gained the loyalty of a single power so far, since every rival either died beneath his hand or submitted through fear and overwhelming force, and while he had not earned the loyalty of any newly conquered populations either, Caesar could subdue the inhabitants of any planet he captured with surprising ease. The difference was clear. The people living on contested planets often ended up fighting in the ranks of the double centennial Cradle Empire themselves. Some joined willingly, and some simply accepted the new order, but almost none resisted him with hatred. Yes, acting with respect and honor had created a strange result. It forced Caesar to fight more wars. It encouraged many powers to dare stand before him and openly say no. It forced him to maintain larger armies, greater equipment reserves, and stronger fleets in order to sustain battles across dozens of fronts at once. At the same time, it granted him something equally powerful: reputation, an aura of justice, and an aura of honor that had slowly spread across the entire sector. Now even his enemies occasionally sent him gifts, rare artifacts, local delicacies, and symbolic offerings sent quietly through diplomatic channels. Other rival powers within the sector sometimes even came to his territory as if it were neutral ground, using it to negotiate the resolution of their own disputes. It was a strange position, a conqueror who was also treated like a judge. Even the Seven Thrones Empire, which Caesar had crushed repeatedly and stripped of more than half of its planets, continued to send envoys from time to time. Each time, they attempted to negotiate a peaceful end to the war. Yet their guardian had not stepped onto the battlefield even once until today. Of course, their proposals had always been ridiculous. The first time they approached him, their guardian demanded that Caesar completely halt his expansion and return every planet he had seized from anyone during the last 200 years. The request was so absurd it almost felt like a performance, a political gesture meant to make the guardian appear heroic before the entire sector. Naturally, Caesar rejected it immediately. The second time they approached him, they proposed a non-aggression pact lasting 100,000 years. Once again, Caesar refused. Accepting such a pact would mean that for 100,000 years an enemy empire would remain inside the sector beyond his reach, a threat that could grow, reorganize, and eventually strike again. That was unacceptable. Then something changed. After the Cosmic Elder's announcement, every message from the Seven Thrones Empire suddenly began revolving around a different figure: Lord Human, Robin Burton. Sometimes they requested that Lord Robin personally attend a meeting to establish a pact. Sometimes they demanded a personal oath from him. Other times they merely asked for the opportunity to see him once, to speak with him, and to confirm something. In the end, Lord Robin had absolutely no need to entertain these fools, and Caesar had no intention of using his father's name as a weapon to pressure them either. Let them exhaust themselves thinking however they pleased. Let them speculate. Let them hope. In the end, the conclusion would still be the same. He would subdue them the old way, through war. Caesar gazed silently for a long moment at the magnificent view spreading before him beyond the window. Orbiting defense platforms glowed faintly in the sky. Cargo fleets moved slowly across the distant horizon. Far beyond the city, the planet's rings shimmered under the distant starlight. Renera, oh, Renera. A faint smile appeared on his lips. When exactly do you intend to break through and relieve me of this burden? Then, with a soft sigh, Caesar lowered his gaze toward the old tome resting on his desk. Its worn cover carried a single title written in faded letters, The Necropolis Fortress Galaxy. He opened the tome again and resumed reading. Chapter 2114. Somewhere in mid-sector 100. Boom. The planet was engulfed in a massive, all-consuming battle at that very moment. The sky itself seemed to burn. It was impossible to determine the true color of the horizon, as layers of fire, smoke, and ash blended together into a chaotic blur of reds, grays, and blinding flashes of light. It was equally impossible to tell whether the ground beneath was rock, mud, or something else entirely. The surface had long since been torn apart. Craters overlapped with shattered terrain, molten patches glowed between broken ridges, and thick clouds of ash drifted endlessly across the battlefield. All that could truly be seen was destruction, ash, fire, and countless glowing attacks streaking randomly across the planet like falling stars gone mad. What if you extended your soul sense just a little? You would immediately detect soldiers. Endless numbers of them. The land, already buried beneath layers of ash and smoke, seemed to carry another moving layer on top of it. A living layer. Masses of soldiers locked in continuous combat. There were no orderly formations, no disciplined ranks, no elegant strategies unfolding across mapped battle lines. No, there were soldiers clad in black and gray, their heads unnaturally elongated backward, their physiques twisted into strange, almost unnatural proportions. And there were others with human forms, wearing gold armor that gleamed even through the smoke and chaos. They were scattered across the entire planet, fighting, dying, not in organized waves, but in chaotic clusters, as if two enormous anthills had collided and their inhabitants had collectively decided that one of them must cease to exist by the end of the night. Swoosh! At that moment, a figure shot across the battlefield at terrifying speed. He cut through the layers of dust and smoke, splitting them apart as if carving a path through the air itself. For a brief instant, it seemed as though he might descend into the battlefield and engage directly. But in the very next moment, the chaos swallowed everything again, as if his presence had never existed. Then, whoosh! The figure suddenly sensed danger. Something was approaching him at high speed. He immediately twisted his body midair and took a sharp, unnatural curve, narrowly evading the incoming attack. Bam! A massive attack, shaped like a drifting gray cloud, rushed past him and crashed into a large cluster of soldiers below. The impact spread outward without discrimination. Everyone within its range was struck. And yet, the result was strangely uneven. All those wearing black and gray collapsed instantly, their bodies lifeless the moment the attack touched them. Meanwhile, those clad in gold dropped to their knees in visible pain. They trembled, clutched their chests. But after only a brief moment, they forced themselves back up and fled quickly in a specific direction, as if following a silent command. None of them were killed outright. Enough! The flying figure came to an abrupt halt in midair. He raised his hand and waved it forcefully, dispersing the lingering energy around him. "You know you'll never touch me like this," he said sharply. "Be a proper Nexus state and stop harming the soldiers." Now that he had stopped moving, his appearance could finally be seen clearly. A bald man in his 50s, a thick white mustache extending across his face. A broad, heavy build, solid and imposing, yet not to the point of obesity. It was Ryan Miser, the head of the human Miser family under the double centennial Cradle Empire. Once, he had been nothing more than a struggling cultivator. When he had first been granted the chance to meet Marshal Caesar and plead for the return to his home planet, he had still been trapped at the threshold of breakthrough. At that time, he had been striving desperately to reach a high-level world cataclysm, a goal that had seemed distant, uncertain, almost impossible. But everything changed. With the support of the Marshal, with the backing of Sky Opening City, with centuries of relentless cultivation, pressure, and carefully allocated resources, Ryan Miser had finally broken through. He had entered the Nexus state. Marshal Caesar had deliberately elevated the Miser family as a symbol. They were the first family to join him, the first to be reshaped under his system. A clear message sent across the entire sector. This is what happens to those who stand with us. And the message worked. After vast amounts of resources had been invested into them, the Miser family rose rapidly. They became the strongest human family under the Empire. Not just powerful, influential, they turned into a magnet, attracting other human families with exceptional innate talent, drawing them into the Empire's fold. Humph! Ryan's pursuer finally came to a stop as well, hovering in the air at a distance. "If you were truly honorable," the pursuer said coldly, "you would have stood still and died already instead of wasting time running." He was a figure whose legs were noticeably longer and thinner compared to the rest of his body, giving him an unnaturally stretched silhouette that made his presence feel off even at a glance. His head was drawn backward in a smooth, elongated curve while his entire body was covered in sculpted black and gray armor that clung to him like a second skin, not something worn but something that seemed grown or fused into him, its surfaces flowing along his limbs and torso with sharp contours that reflected the chaotic light of the battlefield around them. ZZZN. Ryan drew out a strange sword from his spatial ring, a weapon that instantly caused the air around it to tremble faintly the moment it appeared. A single sheath housed two blades aligned side by side, each vibrating at its own independent frequency, one steady and controlled while the other flickered with an erratic pulse, together producing a low, unsettling resonance that spread outward like a silent warning, making it immediately clear that this was no ordinary weapon. His opponent instinctively stepped back, his elongated form tightening slightly as he stared at the weapon. A filthy human like you managed to lay hands on second-tier planetary equipment. Wake up from your delusions. Ryan's voice rose sharply as he lifted the twin-blade sword and pointed it directly at him, his tone carrying both anger and pride. Our empire that has humiliated you for centuries is entirely human. Then, without pause, he continued, and the ones who took Planet Day Raven from you this week are all human as well. GHH. The opponent clenched his teeth violently, the sound almost audible even through the chaos, the humiliation clearly cutting deep as the memory of that defeat resurfaced. The double Centennial Cradle Empire had sent half of its special forces to Planet Day Raven, and in a short span of time they had crushed all resistance there, driving out every opposing force without leaving room for recovery. As a result, there were no longer any major planets left that could sustain a large-scale war, no battlefield vast enough nor valuable enough to justify total conflict except for this very planet beneath their feet, a world worth billions to those currently fighting above it. Because of that, the Seven Thrones Empire had gathered all of its remaining forces here. Every soldier, every reserve, every hidden asset was brought to bear in a single desperate effort, as this planet had to be taken no matter the cost and it had to be taken quickly. Otherwise, their reputation would shatter beyond repair and their decline would accelerate into something far worse than anything they had endured so far. We'll see how long that fake pride remains on your face, the Nexus State Cultivator from the Seven Thrones Empire said as he brought out his own weapon, an epic weapon that caused the surrounding air to distort slightly upon its appearance, before letting out a low, mocking laugh. We'll see whether you can even remain on this planet until the end of the day. Heh. Ryan showed a faint smile, one that carried more confidence than amusement. Are you joking right now? Even if you bring in more armies and even if you dare to deploy your fleets, do you really think we will retreat within a single day? Then he raised his hand and gestured around him in a wide motion, indicating the entire battlefield that stretched endlessly beneath them. Even if you somehow managed to kill me, do you think that would change anything? This planet was not merely covered by the presence of millions of soldiers, but layered with power far beyond that, as hundreds of world cataclysm existences roamed its surface while dozens of Nexus State cultivators clashed across its skies. For the sake of this single planet, the Seven Thrones Empire had committed everything they possessed. Every elder, every hall master, every hero, every general, every strategist, every individual capable of holding a weapon had been brought here, leaving their imperial capital empty save for the emperor himself, an emperor too afraid to reveal himself lest Hedrick appear before him. On the other side, all human families under the double Centennial Cradle Empire had been summoned and sent into battle by direct order, without exception, while the responsibility of defending the already conquered planets had been handed over to the Kumeiji race along with the other races that had joined the empire throughout its history. Dozens of Nexus State cultivators on a single planet. Yes, even if Ryan Miser were to fall here, the battlefield would not shift significantly. Hehe, perhaps killing an old man like you will not make much of a difference, the opponent said as a twisted smile spread across his face, his voice lowering slightly as he continued. But there are certain places, and if we strike them, the planet will fall into our hands within a single day, don't you think? Ryan's brows furrowed slightly as he tried to grasp the meaning behind those words, but then suddenly his eyes widened to their absolute limit as realization struck him all at once. His expression changed completely as he turned sharply toward a distant direction and shouted with everything he had. No, P-Su. Chapter 21:15. On the other side of the planet, at that very moment, there stood a handsome young man with brown hair that flowed down to his shoulders, fair and unblemished skin, and a clean-shaven face. His features were calm and composed as he stared forward with a steady gaze that betrayed neither panic nor hesitation. His golden armor gleamed faintly even under the dim sky where the sun had long been obscured by ash and smoke, and in his hand rested a massive bow drawn with quiet precision, as though he were preparing to bring down a legendary beast that dared approach his domain. Unlike his usual self, P-Su, the young man who had served Lord Human for nearly 2 centuries, appeared unusually imposing today. His entire presence radiated a restrained yet overwhelming pressure, as if everything around him was subtly bending under the weight of his power, as if the very air near him carried a dense, invisible tension that warned others not to approach. Except for one thing, his eyes. They were broken. Not physically, but in spirit. A deep sadness lingered within them, a quiet heaviness that could not be hidden. His pupils reflected the dangerous and chaotic scene unfolding before him, as though he had already seen too much, endured too much, and understood too clearly what was about to happen. Before him, a massive battle raged. Dozens of world cataclysm existences clashed in violent bursts of power, while thousands of elite squads from both sides collided again and again, their movements tearing apart the battlefield with relentless intensity, the ground trembling under the weight of their clashes, the sky flashing with streaks of destructive energy. That, in itself, was nothing unusual. Such scenes were expected on a planet like this. What was not normal was the direction of the battle. the enemy was winning on this front. Reinforcements had arrived for them without warning, a large force that suddenly entered the battlefield and immediately shifted the balance. Since that moment, they had been advancing without pause, pressing forward with a ferocity that refused to slow, refused to retreat, and refused even the slightest hesitation. It was only a matter of time before they broke through this defensive line. And if they did, Pisu calmly turned his head and glanced behind him, his expression unchanged even as his thoughts grew heavier. Behind him lay the medical zone, a place where every injured soldier from across the planet was brought for treatment, a place filled with groans, urgency, and fragile hope. Nearby stood the headquarters of the blacksmiths, tirelessly repairing damaged weapons and armor, their furnaces burning day and night without rest. There were also stations for royal soul masters, individuals responsible for implanting soul borrowings into important figures to keep them alive and combat ready. Facilities for repairing paper talismans and metallic constructs. Warehouses filled with food, supplies, and necessities. Even basic infrastructures like sanitation systems existed here. Everything required to keep the war machine running. Yet, this was not a command center. There was no central leadership here, no strategic headquarters. The main command structure was located far away, and the docking ports for fleets were positioned at distant orbital points. In the grand scheme of the war, this location was not critical. If it were destroyed, it would certainly disrupt operations, forcing several fronts to retreat temporarily while a replacement base was established. But it would not decide the final outcome of the war. And yet, the area was surrounded by layers upon layers of defensive arrays, all operating automatically against any intruding enemy. These arrays had already killed countless attackers. Without them, this zone would have fallen more than 15 minutes ago. Illusion arrays that distorted perception. Time delay arrays that interfered with movement. Targeting arrays that locked onto intruders with precision. Execution arrays designed purely to kill. And countless other formations developed by the geniuses of Sky Opening City, all built upon a foundation personally laid by His Majesty himself. So why? Why would anyone choose to attack this place? What could they possibly gain? Even if they forced a retreat today, the army would simply reorganize and reclaim the ground tomorrow. Was it merely symbolic to claim that the forces of the Cradle Empire had been pushed back? Pisu returned his gaze forward, anger slowly rising within him as his calm expression hardened. How pathetic can you possibly be? Ever since Pisu had broken through and become the second Nexus state within his family, the weight of responsibility placed upon him had grown immensely. Today, he stood as the commander of this entire region. Under his authority were multiple Nexus state cultivators, numerous world cataclysm existences, and thousands upon thousands of elite soldiers. And yet, was it possible that this logistical zone would fall under his watch? He had proudly declared himself a servant of Lord Human ever since the rumors began spreading across the sector. He had never hidden it, never denied it. How could a servant of Lord Human allow the Empire to be humiliated while he still lived and breathed? I will fall before you do. Pisu raised his bow, pulling the string back as a massive arrow of energy rapidly condensed between his fingers, layers of power compressing into a single point that radiated destructive force, before he released it in one smooth motion. Swoosh! The arrow tore through the air at incredible speed. A Nexus state opponent narrowly evaded it at the final moment, his body twisting sharply as he descended toward the ground, landing among several soldiers clad in black and gray armor. ZZZN. The arrow did not explode. Instead, it released a burst of lethal sonic waves that spread outward in all directions, covering dozens of meters and striking everything within its range without discrimination. Pisu. The man who had just avoided the attack lifted his head slowly, locking eyes with the brown-haired youth, a mocking smile forming on his lips. Hee, it doesn't suit you to be a Nexus state. His voice carried ridicule. Never in history has a Nexus state openly called himself a servant. At the very least, you could have dressed it up a little, called yourself an assistant, an aide, something more respectable. His expression twisted with disdain. You've dragged our reputation into the dirt, you pathetic servant. Silence. Anger erupted across Pisu's face as he surged forward without hesitation, his body cutting through the air with explosive speed, unwilling to waste even a moment in words. Even if his opponent was a mid-level Nexus state, if he could kill him, or even delay him, then perhaps he could hold this line long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Even if it cost him everything, even if it cost him his life, the army of His Majesty's Empire would not retreat because of him, no matter what. And he had already used the interstellar communication ring to summon the nearest Note-4 fleet from the depths of space, sending out an urgent signal the moment he realized the situation was beginning to slip beyond control. Unfortunately, if those fleets had been stationed around the planet from the start, the enemy would never have dared to attempt such a despicable and underhanded assault in the first place. But those were the Marshal's orders. As long as the enemy had not committed their fleets, the Note-4 fleets would not enter the battlefield either, in order to avoid causing irreversible devastation to the planet, or worse, annihilating it entirely under the sheer scale of their firepower. A long-range weapon user stepping into close combat personally? Haha, that's what they call suicide. His opponent advanced with a cruel grin, raising both hands high before bringing them down in a vicious motion. Swoosh! The elongated claws extending from his thin arms sliced through the air, carving out a sharp, clearly defined blue energy slash that flashed across space in an instant, its edge humming with lethal precision. Damn it! Pisu twisted his body to evade and fired two arrows in rapid succession. Swoosh! Swoosh! Each one carried condensed waves of destructive sound energy. but his opponent slipped past them effortlessly, his movements smooth and practiced, and with another wave of both hands he shifted his weight. Then, bam, he used the surrounding air itself as if it were a solid platform, kicking off it to launch himself forward at explosive speed. Bam! This time Pisu did not attempt to dodge, the distance already too close for evasion, so he raised his bow and blocked the incoming attacks directly, the collision sending shockwaves rippling outward. Then, swoosh, he reversed his grip and used the edge of his bow like a blade, bringing it down toward his opponent's head with ruthless intent. Every movement from both sides was fueled by an overwhelming surge of energy, every clash releasing violent shockwaves, every missed strike tearing through the battlefield and harvesting dozens of lives indiscriminately as soldiers below were caught in the aftermath. Bam! The Nexus State raised his wrist and intercepted the descending bow before it could land, his grip firm and unyielding. Then, with his other hand, he seized Pisu by the chest armor, forcing his upper body backward. Then, bam, he drove his forehead forward in a brutal headbutt. PFFF. Pisu's unprotected forehead dented under the impact as blood burst from his mouth in a thick spray. Haha, where do you think you're going? The Nexus State from the Seven Thrones Empire laughed loudly, his voice filled with mockery and cruelty, as he tightened his hold, his right hand still gripping the upper part of the bow before sliding it downward to grasp it from the middle along with Pisu's left hand, pulling him closer to ensure he could not be thrown back by the force of the blows. Then, bam, another headbutt crashed into him. Bam, bam. Each strike carried explosive energy, leaving behind visible ripples that shattered the ground beneath them, cracks spreading outward with every impact as if the land itself could no longer endure their clash. Pfft. With his face drenched in blood and his vision fading into darkness, Pisu smiled. A strange, unwavering smile. Then, with trembling determination, he raised his right hand and pulled back the invisible string of his bow with every last fragment of strength remaining in his body, his muscles straining, his soul trembling. Now, where will you run? Ha! The Nexus State's eyes widened in sudden realization, instinct screaming danger as he released Bista's arm and attempted to retreat immediately. But it was too late. Bang! The arrow was released from point-blank range, slamming directly into his chest before he could create any meaningful distance. Boom! The sonic wave, infused with every ounce of Pisu's remaining power, erupted outward in a devastating burst, sending both of them flying like shattered projectiles in opposite directions, flattening everything within the surrounding area as the battlefield was violently swept clean. Bam! Bam! Bista's body crashed against the ground, bouncing multiple times before finally coming to a halt, his limbs limp, his body broken. His face was no longer recognizable. His armor had been torn apart by the backlash of his own attack, fragments hanging loosely or completely gone, while his internal organs twisted in agony beyond measure. He could not move, not even a single finger. Even his consciousness began to slip away, fading like a dying flame in the wind. And yet, he smiled. If this was the outcome for him, a man who possessed a natural affinity with the minor sound law, then what about his opponent? At the very least, he had earned the right to fall with dignity. Huong. At that very moment, a white golden sphere slowly emerged from Pisu's forehead, rising gently into the air as if drawn by an unseen force. Then, a voice echoed. The situation here looks really bad. Chapter 21:16. The situation here looks really bad. The white golden soul sphere manifested into a human form, wearing flowing white and gold robes that seemed to shimmer faintly with every subtle movement. It was impossible to determine the true extent of that manifestation's power or awareness with a mere glance, as if all measurable presence was deliberately concealed. It was entirely wrapped in a silent, unfathomable mystery that pressed lightly on the surroundings without revealing anything concrete. Yo-yor. Pisu opened one eye after the other with visible difficulty, as if his senses were struggling to confirm what he was witnessing, as though a specter had suddenly appeared before him. His expression, as he stared toward the soul manifestation that emerged from his forehead, carried neither joy nor sorrow, only pure, unfiltered shock that froze his features in place. He recognized the owner of the shard without the slightest doubt. There was no one but His Majesty Robin who possessed such a presence, such a proud bearing, and that strikingly handsome appearance that carried both calm authority and unspoken dominance. Robin's soul shard turned back toward Pisu with a composed motion, examined him with a single, quiet glance that seemed to penetrate deeply, then gave a slight nod before gesturing toward him in a simple, effortless manner. Huong. A stream of soul force began to descend upon Pisu like a light, steady rain, gentle yet undeniably effective. Instantly, he felt his pain lessen as if a heavy burden had been lifted, his trembling eyes steadied until they no longer shook, and his chaotic heartbeat gradually regained a firm and stable rhythm. Before Pisu could even open his mouth to speak or attempt to express anything, Robin's manifestation raised a hand with quiet authority. Shush. Do not say a word. Then he crossed his arms calmly, his posture relaxed yet commanding. What I have done for you is nothing more than a light anesthetic, barely enough to hold you together. Put everything you have left into drawing natural energy from your surroundings and stabilizing your condition. Do not let your thoughts wander, and do not think about anything else. He glanced around for a few moments, his gaze sweeping the area as if taking in every detail with silent calculation, then looked back toward Pisu and continued in the same composed tone. Once you recover, return this shard to my body. I want to test something. Tears slowly welled up in Pisu's eyes, gathering without restraint. Even as he was dying, he had not cried, not even when his body was on the verge of collapse. But upon hearing those familiar words, a strange and profound sense of reassurance settled deep within his heart, spreading quietly through him. Then he closed his eyes and began drawing in natural energy exactly as instructed, focusing entirely on the task without uttering a single word. Good boy. Robin's manifestation nodded in clear satisfaction. Then, using soul force with effortless control, he lifted Pisu's body as if it weighed nothing, holding it steadily for a brief moment before hurling it toward a specific direction. Whoosh! Pisu's damaged body shot forward like an arrow released from a taut bow, piercing through the air as it passed through every defensive array surrounding the logistical zone without encountering the slightest resistance. The identification systems tied to shields, soul signatures, and layered recognition protocols made it utterly impossible for the arrays to attack someone belonging to the true beginning empire. Then, bam, he landed headfirst at one of the field hospitals, the impact drawing immediate attention as doctors and nurses rushed out without hesitation to tend to him, their movements swift and coordinated. Amazing! Robin's shard murmured in quiet astonishment, then revealed a faint smile. The Empire's arrays have undergone tremendous development, far beyond what I last observed. He then turned his gaze back toward the battlefield, a passionate smile forming gradually on his face, his eyes filled with sharp curiosity and restrained excitement. A soul shard, in truth, freezes at the exact moment it enters another person's soul domain, locking itself in that state without deviation. This means the shard retains only the amount of units originally assigned to it, along with a complete copy of the information its creator possessed at the precise moment of its creation, and nothing beyond that. A soul shard has no means of increasing its units or strengthening itself through external means, nor does it possess any ability to perceive or know what is happening to the main body after separation, remaining isolated within its limited framework. This shard, which Robin formed on planet Sarin and carefully planted within Pisu's soul domain, was embedded with two distinct functions, each serving a precise purpose. The first was to protect the boy's life. Robin was fully aware that there were individuals attempting to track down a human by following the traces left behind by inks and tablets crafted from Treyant bark, and he had no intention of allowing the boy to die because of such indirect consequences tied to him. The second was to kill the boy instantly if he ever attempted to leak even the slightest piece of information about him, ensuring absolute control over any potential risk. And since that day, for nearly 600 years, this shard had remained in a deep state of dormancy, completely cut off from the outside world, isolated without any source of information or feedback whatsoever. It could truly be said that it was Robin himself, a fragment of his existence, sent forward into the distant future. Amazing! Robin's manifestation revealed a wide, genuine smile as he slowly observed his surroundings with growing interest. The golden armors are no longer forged from vanadium like in the past. Then he let out a soft chuckle, his tone carrying clear amusement. They actually went out of their way to search for a stronger golden metal, specifically so they would not have to change the color of the main army's armor. That must have been incredibly expensive, but I like it. It was immediately clear to him that the new armors were not made from a single, uniform metal, but rather from a complex alloy composed of multiple carefully selected materials, forged and refined with exceptional precision. They were crafted to reach the strength of epic-grade equipment while still maintaining that refined and elegant golden shine that defined the identity of the army. Without a doubt, a large number of researchers and craftsmen must have dedicated immense time and effort to perfecting them. Those arrays as well, he could only vaguely recognize two of them at a glance, their structure faintly familiar, while the rest were entirely new designs that he had never encountered before. Yet despite their differences, they all shared something deeply familiar. Their operational logic, targeting mechanisms, and energy recharge systems all functioned according to a unique framework that he himself had once pioneered long ago. He had, in one way or another, contributed to the creation of every single one of these arrays. It seems my enemies never found me. Good, that is exactly what I expected of myself. Robin's manifestation laughed lightly, clearly pleased by the conclusion. Every soul manifestation that emerges in such a form naturally carries an inherent urge to question, to observe, to learn more, and to study the changes occurring around it in detail. But soul shards are different. They suppress or ignore such evolving impulses. A shard cannot know anything that the main body itself does not already know, nor can it develop independent understanding beyond its initial state. If the shard's role is purely defensive, it simply carries out that function with precision, then returns to dormancy once its task is complete, or dissipates entirely if necessary. But if its role involves communication, then everything changes completely. At this moment, Robin's soul shard did not exist for the purpose of sending or receiving direct messages, but rather to perform a far more subtle task, gathering information. Not information about the battle itself or the arrays surrounding it, but rather deeper, more technical data, how much information it could collect and successfully transmit back to the main body, how long such a transmission would take across vast distances, and most importantly, the limits of the shard's own awareness and operational capacity. After gathering a sufficient amount of interesting data, the soul shard would attempt to send it back to the main body. But how, when there is no direct, active connection between the shard and the main body? Through the soul imprint. The shard retains an intrinsic connection to its origin. It can locate the soul domain from which it was separated anywhere within the universe, regardless of distance, and it can send and receive information with that original soul domain without doubt or obstruction. But the real question is, what is the cost? How many soul units would be required to transmit even a single set of information from young Sector 99 to mid-Sector 99, across a distance that spans millions of light years? How many thousands of units would that demand? And more importantly, how many units would Robin need if he intended to send a complete battle report, containing extensive and detailed data, to his main body, which he now senses to be located in an entirely different mid-sector? Naturally, transmitting a short message consisting of only a few words would not require the same amount of energy as sending an enormous volume of complex battlefield data. The difference between the two would be vast, almost incomparable. Ordinary energy units can be gradually replenished over time through external sources, but the units contained within a soul shard are fundamentally different. A shard consumes itself from within, burning through its own essence in the process of transmission. And once those units are spent, they can never be restored again. Chapter 21:17. The shard consumes itself in a way that cannot be restored, draining its own essence with every action it performs, whether minor or significant. The shard is formed entirely from a fragment of a soul domain structure, a precise portion carved from the original foundation, and it has no ability whatsoever to gather more or replenish what it loses. Every single unit it expends is gone permanently, beyond recovery, and neither the shard itself nor the main body possesses any method to reclaim it once it is spent. For example, Robin possessed around 200,000 soul units, or perhaps slightly more, at the time he created this shard, and he used 30,000 units to form it. That alone represents roughly 15% of the total time, effort, and accumulated resources of a great soul master, a portion that cannot be dismissed lightly under any circumstance. The only reassuring aspect in this matter is that the shard, or whatever remains of it after use, can return and reintegrate into the soul domain once again, restoring that portion back into the greater whole. Just as it happened before with Rhaenyra's shard from Robin, when he returned her fragment by sending it along with Zara. There, it re-entered and merged seamlessly with the main domain without encountering any issues whatsoever. However, had that shard attempted to transmit information remotely while remaining separated from Robin, then half of it, or perhaps even all of it, would have been consumed in the process without exception. But what if the shard's conditions were not simple or limited, but instead frequent and demanding? What if it was deployed repeatedly for both attack and defense, constantly sending messages, and continuously receiving information from distant locations? It would gradually wear down. Then it would dissipate entirely. And with it, 15% of Robin's life's effort at that time would vanish without a trace, lost forever. This is precisely the reason why communication through shards is extremely rare, nearly non-existent in practice. No one is willing to isolate themselves in seclusion for dozens, or even hundreds, of years, only to painstakingly construct a fragment of their own soul domain, just to expand it for the sake of sending messages. And even if one were to ignore all of that, messages are not delivered instantly. They still have to travel across immense distances to reach the main body, crossing the vast expanses that separate sectors. Of course, such messages would arrive faster than any other known method of communication across sectors in the universe, surpassing conventional techniques by a wide margin, but even so, they would still be delayed by days, weeks, or even months and years, depending entirely on how far the main body is located. This delay alone is something no soul master is willing to tolerate, and even someone like Robin, with all his capabilities, cannot truly accept such inefficiency. He had thought deeply about this matter, analyzing it from every possible angle, and had read extensively about it in countless records, yet in the end, he cast the idea aside, just as all soul masters before him had done without exception. If he truly wished to plant shards for the sake of rapid and reliable communication, then each shard would need to contain at least 10,000 units, ensuring that the transmitted message would successfully reach him instead of dissipating midway through the void. But then comes the question, how many shards would he need to sustain even a single century? Assuming he receives only one message per year, that would already require 100 shards. That alone amounts to 1 million units. An utterly unreasonable number that forced Robin to completely abandon the concept of using shards for communication in any conventional sense. Yet despite that, he still uses them, though in entirely different and more efficient ways. In any case, today is a good day. Theory claims such a thing is impossible, dismissing it outright, but reality now stands before him, tangible and undeniable. Testing the transmission of a large and complex message after the shard's automatic activation, followed by its return to the main body, would undoubtedly yield valuable results and insights. But first, he must. Hey! At that very moment, a sharp shout abruptly cut through Robin's thoughts, breaking his focus. The soul shard, its arms still crossed in a composed posture, turned its gaze in that direction while maintaining the same faint, calm smile, observing a certain figure approaching from the distance. It was the very person who had fought Pisu to the brink of mutual destruction. His body was covered in numerous wounds, deep and severe, his armor completely shattered into useless fragments, and his chest visibly caved inward from the impact of previous blows. He was clearly in a terrible condition, barely holding himself together, yet even so, his state was still far better than Pisu's, without a doubt. Had Robin not thrown the boy into the array earlier, removing him from immediate danger, that furious individual would have undoubtedly finished him off without the slightest hesitation. You, a conscious soul shard. The Nexus state pointed toward Robin with a trembling hand, his voice carrying disbelief mixed with confusion. What is a soul shard doing inside the body of that bastard from the Miser family? And don't try to deny it, I saw you come out of him with my own eyes. Despite his battered condition, the Nexus state felt no sense of threat at all, not even the slightest hint of danger creeping into his instincts. The shard's power was clearly below 30,000 units. With such limited strength, it wouldn't even be capable of harming a low-level world cataclysm, let alone someone of his level. Oh, I don't intend to deny anything, Robin laughed lightly, his tone casual, almost amused. Although he had been extremely weak at the time this shard was created, the fact that he was now merely a shard granted him a peculiar kind of freedom, a strange detachment from consequences, a state that could only be described as a complete absence of responsibility. What would really happen if he toyed a little with a Nexus state, just for the sake of it? Of course, I will protect Pisu. Robin laughed, then slightly raised his head with a faintly proud posture. Who wouldn't protect their own servant? Then he laughed inwardly. Pisu was not bad in combat at all, and it was clear he had inflicted significant damage on that man. Surely, the moment he heard that Pisu served under him, even someone like this would feel at least a flicker of hesitation or fear. Even as an obscure researcher, he had the right to enjoy himself every now and then. Robin had expected the other party to immediately attack, either to scatter his shard without hesitation or to simply ignore him entirely and rush toward the erase to finish off Pisu before he could recover. But neither of those outcomes occurred. The Nexus State's expression shifted rapidly, shock first, then unmistakable fear, then he slowly stepped back, his face turning uncertain and lost, almost like a child unable to decide what action to take. Your servant? It's you. The Nexus State scanned Robin's shard from head to toe, his voice lowering as realization dawned. I've seen your image before, and that white golden soul robe. Then suddenly his voice rose sharply as he shouted, You are the Lord Human. The Lord Human. Where? His Majesty is here. The massive battlefield surrounding the logistical zone froze in an instant. Every clash, every exchange of blows halted as if time itself had been interrupted. Fighters disengaged from one another and turned their attention toward the shard. Suspicion filled some eyes. Anger burned in others. Reverence and awe shone in many. The battle stopped completely. Robin's shard looked around in genuine confusion, clearly not expecting such a reaction, then turned back toward the Nexus State and said, Then, with absolute seriousness and no trace of hesitation, he followed with a question under his breath, Exactly how impressive am I these days? The Nexus State instinctively stepped back again, his expression tightening with even more tension. It was obvious that this question, coming from the Lord Human himself, felt like a deliberate reminder of his overwhelming status and current dominance. Listen. The Nexus State muttered, trying to steady himself, His Majesty, the great Emperor of the Millennium Seven Thrones Empire, has not intervened in the battles so far, so you have no right to interfere. Then he pointed sharply toward the shard. This is not the style of Marshal Caesar, and it is not the conduct of someone who is supposed to protect the universe. Robin widened his eyes slightly in surprise, clearly caught off guard by the argument, then quickly cast another glance around him, at the countless eyes fixed upon him, fearful, expectant, filled with anticipation. For some reason, every single person present was waiting to hear what he would say next. And for some reason, it seemed that whatever he said, they would accept it as absolute truth. Faced with those heavy gazes, Robin cleared his throat lightly. Ahem. My servant is tired and wishes to rest, he said calmly, then waved his hand with casual authority, Disperse. For a brief moment, no one moved. Then they exchanged glances. The Golden Army slowly lowered their weapons, discipline evident in every motion, before regrouping beside the arrays in an orderly fashion. As for the Black and Grey Army, they hesitated for a moment, then began stepping backward cautiously, one step at a time, before finally turning around and withdrawing from the battlefield entirely. Damn it! The Nexus State shouted in pain and frustration, veins bulging as he pointed at Robin and spoke the only words he could muster in this situation, I will report everything that happened here to His Majesty. After that, he turned and flew away as well. It seemed he had greatly underestimated this place, and even more so the status of the one who had repeatedly declared himself a servant of the Lord Human. Robin remained floating high in the air, completely still, staring at the retreating armies with raised eyebrows and unmistakable astonishment lingering across his face. Then, slowly, a smile spread across his lips. Seems I did quite well. Hee, just as expected of me, hee. Then he tilted his head back slightly, placed a hand over his forehead as if unable to contain himself any longer, and burst into loud, unrestrained, almost hysterical laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 2118, Mid-Sector 97. Only a few years ago, this planet had been one of the most prominent commercial hubs spread across the sector, a world that had preserved its neutral standing for tens of thousands of years, carefully maintaining balance among all sides, serving everyone without exception, and, in return, being protected by everyone. Until the war began out of nowhere, sudden and without warning. A war launched by several planetary kingdoms and empires against a millennial empire within the sector. At the time, no one could comprehend how or why they dared to commit such an act that seemed outright suicidal, an action that defied both logic and the established order of power. But it did not take long for the observers to realize it was not suicide at all. The Alliance possessed a powerful weapon and sharply refined intelligence that allowed it to secure rapid and decisive gains, forcing the Millennial Empire to intensify its offensives in response and eventually request support openly from the sorcerer Behemoth, Zargal. Zargal's intervention did not stabilize the situation as expected. Instead, it provoked the other powers of the sector against both him and the Millennial Empire, and thus, a total war erupted, spreading uncontrollably, consuming everything in its path, leaving no one untouched. Amid this chaos, the temporal Behemoth Archyle also made his move, stepping into the conflict and deploying his personal armies, further escalating the madness, and in response, the sorcerer Behemoth sent his own forces as well, refusing to yield ground, pushing the entire sector into the peak of disorder within only a few short years. It was a state of chaos and brutality that could be compared to what was unfolding in Mid-Sector 101. And yet, no one truly knows why or how all of this even began. On this planet, a world that was once a thriving commercial center full of life and endless movement, now reduced to a dead husk filled only with drifting ash, toxic gases, and scattered corpses, a planet whose atmosphere had collapsed entirely and whose remains had turned into nothing more than a wandering meteor, there stood a bald man in his 50s, with heavy black coal surrounding his eyes and a thin, sharp face. His brows were tightly furrowed as he stared toward a certain distant direction, his hands clasped calmly behind his back, his posture steady despite the devastation around him. Then he finally opened his mouth without shifting his gaze, his voice carrying distinct vibrations that rippled through space itself. I did not expect you to accept my invitation. About a light hour away, upon the surface of another equally ruined planet, a man sat with dignified composure at the peak of a towering mountain, gazing downward with a heavy sense of sorrow at the death spreading endlessly below him. That man, bearded and appearing to be in his 60s, wore white and blue robes, with a white scarf wrapped neatly around his head, his presence calm yet weighed down by what he witnessed. He slightly raised his head and replied, his voice steady and composed. There was no reason to refuse a colleague's invitation. No matter the differences between us, Zargal, you are still a behemoth worthy of respect. Respect does not translate into hostility, Archyle. The sorcerer's brows furrowed even deeper, his tone growing sharper. This war will lead us to no good outcome, especially if you are doing this for someone else, for a child. Then he pointed forward with clear frustration and suppressed anger. Are you truly prepared for what will come next? Have you seen what happened to Hedrick, Kales, Darvian, and even Zavaros? Do you wish to become yet another example of what happens to those who deal with the Shadow Sword's hounds? The war had finally escalated over the past 50 years to the point where the sorcerer behemoth could no longer remain calm, no longer watch from afar with calculated patience and silent observation. Archyle had been gaining momentum with each passing day, his influence steadily expanding. More and more forces within the sector were facilitating his movements, providing him with resources, opening paths for his fleets, and ensuring his armadas received everything they required to sustain the conflict. At times, those same forces even fought alongside him directly, standing under his banner as if they had already chosen their side without hesitation. Why? Zargal would roar in unrestrained fury every time a new report reached him, his patience thinning further with each passing moment. Why was it that the entire population of the sector seemed to be fighting against him, while at the very same time extending support, resources, and even loyalty toward Archyle? Were they not, in essence, both invaders? Was he the one planning to conquer and subjugate them, while Archyle was some benevolent figure distributing favors and rewards? These deeply infuriating reports continued without pause, arriving one after another like a relentless tide, until the reality became undeniable. Archyle had already placed more than half of the sector firmly under his control. Within that vast portion, Zargal had lost every trace of influence, whether military or political, cut off completely as if he had never existed there to begin with. And then, Archyle began tightening the noose, slowly advancing into what remained under Zargal's control. Mid-Sector 97, his carefully cultivated strategic depth, the very region into which he had poured years of effort, planting loyalists, weaving influence through its systems, infiltrating it layer by layer so that one day he could seize it swiftly and effortlessly, that entire foundation was now slipping from beneath his grasp. When the situation could no longer be denied, when it had fully transformed from possibility into harsh reality, Zargal made his decision. He gathered a number of his sons, assembled an enormous armada, and personally advanced toward Mid-Sector 97. At that point, there was no longer any shame in acting directly, not after Darvian had moved into Mid-Sector 101 and had entire planets hurled at him there. With a massive armada numbering nearly 5,000 fleets, led by Zargal and accompanied by 30 of his sons, they began a systematic campaign of slaughter and domination, crushing the sector's forces with calculated brutality and overwhelming pressure. The armada Archyle had previously dispatched to support the local powers found itself unable to withstand such a sweeping and crushing advance. So Archyle responded without hesitation. He too gathered 30 of his sons, expanded his armada until it approached the same scale of nearly 5,000 fleets, and personally took command, leading it forward to subdue what remained of the sector under his opponent's influence. And along those fragile borders, across a narrow strip cutting through the very heart of the sector, the two massive armadas collided in a thunderous and devastating confrontation, a clash that shook space itself, while the two behemoths stood not far away, observing in silence, neither making a move. Lethal spells erupted across the battlefield, and the fundamental law of time revealed its overwhelming might once more, bending the flow of events and drawing the attention of countless observers across the universe. Yet the war was not confined to that narrow front line alone. Archyle continued to receive steady and continuous support from the local powers, aid that never seemed to cease, equipment, supplies, manpower, all flowing toward him as if guided by an unseen current. At times, those same forces even fought directly under his banner, aligning themselves with him without hesitation or doubt. As for Zargal, his situation grew increasingly dire. He was being attacked from the rear on a near-daily basis. Swift and precise raids would strike along his lines, destroying several ships at once, or focusing on a single vulnerable point to collapse it entirely, before the attackers vanished with equal speed, leaving nothing but destruction behind. To this day, that front line still exists. The war continues to burn fiercely, its flames far from extinguished, yet Zargal's fleets are diminishing at a noticeably faster rate, and the line itself is being pushed steadily and relentlessly back toward him, without pause or mercy. As for Zargal's words, Archyle nodded slowly several times, his expression thoughtful. You are right. Even if I win this war, I will lose a great deal. Then he lifted his gaze, fixing it directly upon Zargal with calm intensity. What do you propose? Zargal extended his hand swiftly, opening his palm as if presenting an undeniable offer. Ally with me, he said, his teeth clenched tightly, his voice carrying both urgency and determination. Join me, and let us destroy the Shadow Swords together, and once they are gone, we will turn our power toward Mid-Sector 99 and destroy it side by side. Chapter 2119. Oh, we eliminate the Shadow Swords and attack Mid-Sector 99. Archyle showed a faint, almost amused smile, his tone carrying a light hint of curiosity rather than excitement. And what else? I am not one of your sons, Archyle. Treat me with seriousness and respect, or I will treat you the same. Zargal's eyes narrowed slightly as he clearly caught the trace of mockery hidden beneath Archyle's calm demeanor. It is a genuine and reasonable question, in my opinion, Arkyle replied slowly, his voice steady and measured. What happens after I destroy the Shadow Swords and help you dismantle Robin's foundations in mid-sector 99? Peace will return once again. Zargle raised both hands as if presenting an undeniable truth. Everything will go back to how it was before that wretched, despicable bastard appeared and disrupted the balance. And what exactly is it that will return? Arkyle asked, his gaze sharpening slightly. Do you mean the time when you controlled both mid-sectors 97 and 99 through empires loyal to you, ruling from the shadows without resistance? And what is the problem if that is true? Do the same if you have the ability. Zargle waved his hand dismissively, clearly unwilling to entertain the criticism. Will you hold me accountable for using my mind to secure my own interests? Oh, I have not even held you accountable yet for choosing mid-sector 98 to build your galaxy. Arkyle's smile slowly faded, replaced by a colder, more serious expression. That was insolent, to say the least. Zargle's brows furrowed deeply, his expression tightening. Is this some kind of personal revenge you are hinting at? When Zargle established his galaxy, Arkyle had already been a behemoth for many years, a figure whose authority in the region was unquestioned. Yet Zargle arrived with overwhelming momentum, immense wealth, and strong backing from influential figures. He established his galaxy in an astonishingly short time, without attempting to seek Arkyle's approval or even show him the most basic courtesy, and Arkyle, notably, did not attempt to stop him either. At that time, the universe had been far too calm for a behemoth to rise and punish a monarch who merely sought to establish his own galaxy in an otherwise empty sector. Had Arkyle acted then, he would have appeared as a singular enemy to all monarchs and guardians across the universe. It was insolence from Zargle, yes, but not a transgression worthy of punishment. It was something Arkyle had been forced to swallow, to avoid placing himself in a disadvantageous position before the Cosmic Elder and before the universe itself. Personal revenge? Perhaps. Arkyle spoke with quiet seriousness. You were never a good neighbor during all those years. Then he slowly shook his head, as if dismissing the past. But let us set aside our poor neighborly history and focus on the present. What do I gain from opposing Robin Burton for your sake? What do you gain from obeying him like a loyal dog against me? Zargle's voice rose sharply, irritation clearly surfacing. That approach will not work with me, Zargle. We are beyond such childish provocations, Arkyle continued calmly, his tone unshaken. Yes, dealing with Robin Burton will benefit me. At the very least, I will gain mid-sector 97 and secure a strong position within it. Are you dreaming, or have you truly lost your senses? Zargle frowned deeply, disbelief written across his face. Do you actually think I will allow you to occupy the sector adjacent to me and let you stand at my doorstep? Oh, you should not look at it that way. Arkyle sighed lightly, as if correcting a misunderstanding. Mid-sector 97 will not be adjacent to you. Then he tilted his head slightly and added, because you will not have a sector of your own left to be adjacent to. I thought I told you to stop your ridiculous jokes, Arkyle. The sorcerer behemoth's expression darkened, showing clear displeasure. Then stop wasting my time. Arkyle's gaze lingered on his rival, long and unwavering. I will not deny it. I have a temporary partnership with Robin Burton concerning you, and its purpose will not please you in the slightest. Then, after a brief pause, he continued, give me an offer compelling enough to make me consider abandoning that partnership. Otherwise, this conversation serves no purpose. Zargle hesitated for a few moments, clearly weighing his options, his expression shifting between calculation and restraint. What do you gain from that partnership? Tell me, so I can offer you something better, something that truly outweighs it. Mid-sector 97, of course, Arkyle replied without hesitation, his tone direct and unambiguous. And several side agreements, concessions, and facilitations that you neither need to know nor would be able to interfere with even if you did. He paused briefly, then added with a faint, knowing look, so, what can you possibly offer me that would surpass all of that? Do you truly believe that someone who seeks my destruction would grant you a sector on top of your own? Zargle showed a faint, restrained half-smile, his eyes narrowing with a mixture of suspicion and scorn. Can you not see that you have stepped into a swamp, just like every single one who got involved in the Mid-Sector 101 war? How can you not see what Robin Burton is trying to do? How can you fail to realize that he intends to weaken everyone, one by one, until nothing remains standing before he claims everything for himself? Make me an offer, Zargle. Arkyle's smile widened ever so slightly, calm and unshaken, as if he were listening to nothing more than idle noise. I owe Robin Burton nothing at all. Give me an offer worthy of consideration, and I may think about what you are saying. Otherwise, keep your lectures to yourself. Zargle's brows tightened deeply, the tension in his face becoming more pronounced. You want mid-sector 97? Then take it. He pointed directly at Arkyle. But in exchange, you will help me subdue mid-sector 99 completely. Arrow the Mad was rampaging across every force in mid-sector 99 with sheer brutality and reckless aggression, striking without restraint, yet despite that chaotic approach, he had not neglected strategy entirely. Nearly half of his army had been stationed firmly at the borders of mid-sector 98. There were close to 400 Note-4 class fleets positioned there at all times, forming a massive and ever-present threat. Because of their existence alone, Zargle had been forced to leave behind more than 1,000 fleets within his own galaxy before he could depart. The presence of those fleets, combined with Arrow's arrogant and domineering conduct within the sector, made one thing unmistakably clear. Robin Burton would, without question, become openly hostile toward him in the long run. Zargle would quite literally prefer to have Arkyle sitting on his lap, within his control, rather than have Robin Burton emerge as the neighboring power beside him. I will not openly oppose Robin Burton for your sake. Arkyle shook his head slowly, his voice steady. I may choose to withdraw, but I will not fight him. Then he added with clear seriousness, in the end, he has provided significant benefit to my affairs. Then what exactly do you want? Zargle shouted, frustration spilling over. I hand you mid-sector 97 on a silver platter, and you refuse to assist me in any meaningful way? What do I gain from that? At least if the war continues, I might still manage to secure a portion of the sector through my own efforts. You will gain the opportunity to redirect your attention, Arkyle replied with a subtle, meaningful tone. Our old grudges, the matter of control over mid-sector 98, all of that is secondary for you now. Then he pointed toward him with quiet emphasis. You should be thinking about survival, not anything else. You should be thinking about what is happening elsewhere, Arkyle continued, shifting his gaze toward a distant direction before pointing. Instead of summoning 15 more of your sons and nearly 1,000 additional fleets as you do now, you should have left them behind to defend your galaxy. Defend against whom? Zargle's expression shifted into surprise, almost disbelief. You mean that horned brute? What could he possibly accomplish? He waved dismissively. That fool has only just come out of a massive war, and yet he rushed to threaten the Millennial Empire of endless chaos not long ago, then moved on to threaten the Millennial Vast Ice Empire, and has already declared war on them simply because they refused his absurd demand for submission. His frustration flared further. I cannot believe I am entangled in conflicts with enemies this foolish, and worse, I cannot believe I am struggling to resolve such a situation. Then he pointed sharply at Arkyle. All of this is because of you, because you chose to support some insignificant brat who was born yesterday and polish him for the cosmic stage. You are the cause of all this. The temporal behemoth slowly shook his head, his expression turning slightly more serious. You are underestimating the Horned One's capacity for deception and long-term planning far too much, and that is a mistake. Then he locked eyes with Zargle, his gaze unwavering. A mistake you will pay for very soon. Zargle's brows furrowed sharply, confusion and irritation mixing together. What are you? Whoosh! One of the sorcerer behemoth's sons descended swiftly beside him, his expression grave and urgent. Without delay, he leaned in and began whispering something into his ear. In an instant, Zargle's expression transformed, shifting from irritation to shock, then to rising fury, his voice bursting out as he shouted, What? An entire Note-4 Armada has moved toward Mid-Sector 98. Chapter 2120. Mid-Sector 99, Planet Kaisar. Sitting before a desk cluttered with scattered papers, overturned notes, and books torn apart in fits of uncontrollable frustration, Shaddad did not look well at all. At that moment, both of his hands were pressed tightly against his head, his fingers buried deep within his thick hair as if trying to hold his thoughts in place, his elbows resting heavily on the desk while he stared at several disordered sheets before him. It was impossible to tell how long he had been in that exact position, unmoving, lost within a storm of thoughts that refused to settle. More than 50 years had passed since he had declared his complete seclusion, cutting himself off from the outside world in pursuit of a single goal, to reach the next step, to find a viable method to break through into the Nexus state using the body array as his foundation. But the progress had been far from satisfying. And that, in truth, was expected. Shaddad had known from the very beginning that this was not a path meant to be walked easily. It was a path where many had stumbled and failed before him. Even with the solid foundation he now possessed, even with the unique array that no one before him had ever held or understood to such depth, the journey would never be simple. Yet knowing this did not ease the burden. Theory could never calm the weight of reality. Failure remained mentally exhausting, deeply frustrating, slowly eroding one's spirit, until even the desire to move forward began to fade into something distant and fragile. Yes, he had spent tens of thousands of years studying the power of the body within the academy, diving into its principles, refining its limits, but what he was doing now was fundamentally different. Back then, he had explored the achievements of others, examining them, dissecting them, searching for imperfections and hidden gaps to refine and improve. It had been a passion, almost a habit, something that occasionally yielded results, often by reducing costs or optimizing processes, but he had never been bound by a single, pressing objective. Now, everything had changed. Shaddad was no longer studying the paths left behind by others. He was attempting to create one. He had to invent a method, a completely new approach, to use the array as a bridge to break into the Nexus state. He was no longer walking along illuminated roads paved by predecessors. He was advancing through a dark, uncharted path that no one had ever stepped upon before. All he had to guide him through that darkness was a small lamp, and that lamp was nothing more than the accumulation of knowledge he had gathered over all those countless years. But even that had not been enough. The current concept of strengthening the body beyond the world cataclysm level was, at its core, simply an amplification of the cell's capacity to store energy. Yet this transformation was riddled with flaws and limitations. First, the cells had already expanded significantly within the world cataclysm stage, their storage capacity pushed to a high level, so any further increase was marginal, offering no true qualitative transformation. Second, that marginal increase came at an unbearable cost, a cost measured in rare resources so vast that breaking into the Nexus state through bodily strength alone would demand billions of pearls. Billions. It was a price so absurd that only a handful of behemoths had ever even considered this path, not as a necessity, but as a luxury, a means to enhance their power rather than define it. But this approach would not work anymore. If there was to be a true path of the body, a complete and viable system, then it had to be truly complete. It could not rely on incremental gains. It required a qualitative leap at the level of the nexus state, not just an increase in quantity, but the birth of something fundamentally different. What he had laid down with his master and his senior brother Jabba could not end here. No, not just them. Dozens of capable assistants had contributed over the years, refining the process, reducing costs, pushing the limits step by step. Especially after the support that Sky Opening City received following His Majesty's announcement, the advancements in arrays, inks, and materials had reached a level that could only be described as revolutionary. The cost of using the array, once the most expensive among all cultivation paths, had now dropped to a point where it was approaching the cost of the soul path itself. And yet, it still was not enough. He needed something more. He needed a breakthrough, a leap that would introduce something entirely new into the system, a leap that was not just theoretical, but possible. And then, it happened. Shaddad had stumbled upon an initial idea, a fragile yet promising thread, hidden within the daily reports that Jabba sent. They were reports detailing the behavior of molecules within the blood of various beasts, their structure, their transformations, and their hidden properties. And when he began connecting those fragmented ideas together, aligning them with the known method of breaking into the nexus state through the internal energy system, a path began to take shape before him. At the world cataclysm level of bodily strength, every cell becomes armed and elastic, capable of expanding to absorb vast quantities of energy, then compressing that energy and converting it into a more primitive form that the body can endure without collapsing. That was the limit of the current system. So what comes next? Those cells were still closed and isolated, each one functioning like an independent chamber, with energy moving from one to another slowly and inefficiently due to the reinforced boundaries surrounding them, boundaries that were originally meant to protect but now acted as restrictions. So why not create a method that allows the cells themselves to open, to loosen those rigid boundaries and permit significantly larger amounts of energy to flow freely between them at the same time? Such a change would not be minor. It would fundamentally alter the way energy circulates within the body. It would form a true nexus state between the cells themselves, not just at the level of energy pathways, but at the level of the body's very structure, transforming the entire body into a unified, moving core of energy, a living system where power flows continuously without obstruction. Theoretically, a nexus state that succeeds in constructing such bridges between cells would not be inferior to any nexus state achieved through other cultivation paths. On the contrary, it would be something far more terrifying, a body that could endure endless pressure, absorb overwhelming energy, and release it without hesitation, an unstoppable tank in the truest sense. But Shaddad pressed his head even harder, his fingers digging into his hair as if trying to pull clarity out of the overwhelming complexity of the idea. He had already drafted an initial blueprint, mapping out the core concept with careful thought. He excluded every method that could potentially damage the cell walls, eliminating unstable approaches one by one. He gathered a wide range of possible materials, along with numerous ink components that could support the transformation. He went even further. He considered additional modules that would need to be integrated into the array, laid the foundation for catalytic factors that could accelerate the process without destabilizing it, and even prepared preliminary emergency serums in case something went wrong during the process. Yet despite all that effort, everything remained nothing more than ink on paper. For example, although he had excluded the most dangerous methods that might compromise the integrity of the cell walls, several viable paths still remained, each one branching into countless possibilities. And each of those paths required its own unique combination of materials, its own ink structures, its own catalytic systems, and its own specialized array components carefully designed to maintain balance. Every single one of those potential materials still needed to be tested individually, then compared, refined, and optimized, just to determine which one was even viable, let alone optimal. And even after going through all of that painstaking work, there was still the terrifying possibility that he had chosen the wrong path entirely, forcing him to abandon everything and start over from the very beginning once again. Ugh. Shaddad lifted his head slightly, his voice strained with exhaustion. Do I really have to ask the master for help again? That strange pen, the Seraphim Quill, as the master had once called it. That object still lingered vividly in his mind, its presence almost haunting, ever since the day he saw it effortlessly resolve every complex issue within the array, as if the problems themselves never existed. But at the same time, he had also seen the master's condition afterward, the exhaustion that could not be fully concealed, the fatigue that lingered beneath his composed exterior. It was clear that such a tool did not function without a price, and given the results it produced, that price could not be small. Who knew what that pen truly consumed? Perhaps it drained life itself, piece by piece. With what right could he go to his master and ask him to pay such a cost, just because he wished to reach the answer faster? Shaddad almost crushed his own head under the weight of his thoughts, his breathing growing heavier, then suddenly his eyes snapped open, as if a realization had struck him. At this rate, I will never finish preparing the array before Nihari's ascension deadline. What will the master do to me if he finds out I hesitated and delayed instead of consulting him directly? Then, without another moment of hesitation, he stood up abruptly, the chair scraping behind him. I will tell him everything, all my problems, and let him decide. Whoosh. In a swift motion, Shaddad gathered all the scattered papers, notes, and books into his spatial ring, not leaving a single piece behind, then rushed toward the door at full speed, his movements suddenly light and decisive. A bright, almost childlike smile appeared on his face, replacing the exhaustion that had weighed him down moments ago. Most likely, the master would refuse to help, or simply direct him to consult Jabba instead. That outcome was almost certain, but it no longer mattered. At the very least, he now had a proper reason to go and see his master. Chapter 21-21. Bam! Shaddad slammed the door open with a burst of force and rushed down the stairs like a flood that had finally found an outlet, as if all the pressure that had been building inside him for years had suddenly been released. His exhausted eyes regained a sharp glimmer of life, and the rigid expressions that had long been frozen on his face began to soften, slowly rediscovering the shape of a smile he had not worn in a long time. Just as he was about to descend into the vast plaza below, his steps slowed for a brief moment, hesitation creeping in. He lived at the very center of Sky Opening City, within the branch of the Grave Empire, and surrounding his residence was an enormous square that was almost always crowded with researchers from all paths and specialties. Nearly everyone who faced difficulty in their work, or simply needed a moment to breathe and clear their thoughts, came to this plaza to change the atmosphere, exchange ideas, and speak with colleagues, perhaps in hopes of stumbling upon a solution. Which also meant that every time Shaddad stepped into that square, he would inevitably be surrounded, questioned, and delayed. After all, he was still a disciple of the Lord Human. Shaddad cleared his throat lightly. Ahem, ahem. Then he strode forward with renewed determination, raising his voice as he entered the plaza. I am in a hurry right now, anyone who has any questions should. He stopped mid-sentence. Then his eyes slowly swept across the scene before him. The plaza was more crowded than usual, far more than he had expected, yet strangely, no one paid him the slightest bit of attention. In fact, they were not even paying attention to one another. Almost every researcher in the city had gathered around a single point on one side of the plaza, forming a dense crowd. They watched that spot with intense concentration, their senses seemingly shut off from everything else, as if they feared missing even the smallest detail unfolding within that circle. Shaddad found this deeply unusual, his brows knitting together in confusion. He instinctively glanced toward the gate. This would actually be the perfect chance to slip out unnoticed, to leave without being surrounded and delayed for once. But after a moment of internal conflict, he turned his gaze back toward the gathered researchers and began walking toward them. It would be far too strange for his curiosity as a researcher not to pull him in. Something of this scale, something that could gather nearly the entire research community, he could not simply ignore it. It did not take long before Shaddad reached the outermost layer of the crowd, composed of researchers of various races and appearances. His brows lifted slightly as his eyes focused on the center. There, sitting calmly on the ground, at the very heart of everyone's attention, was Drak. Drak, the first individual to break through into the world cataclysm using arrays. The leader of the Body World Cataclysm Unit, the elite force that Marshal Arrow deployed only as a final option, when he intended to erase an army or flatten an entire city without leaving behind even the faintest trace. Why was Drak here, sitting like this? And why was everyone surrounding him with such tension and focus, as if witnessing something of immense importance? Shaddad's brows tightened further. Oh, City Lord, you seem surprised. A voice came from his side, approaching until it stopped beside him. Did no one inform you about what is happening today? Shaddad turned his head slightly. Standing beside him was a young man who appeared human, his messy hair covering much of his upper face and falling along the sides of his eyes. Yet through the strands, one could still catch a glimpse of his eyes, both drowsy and sharp at the same time, an odd and unsettling combination. A faint smile rested on his lips, barely separating them, a smile that was difficult to read, neither clearly genuine nor entirely artificial. Shaddad turned his gaze forward again. No, I do not know. I usually receive updates at the beginning of each month through a message in the Soul Society, but I have not read anything for several months. I have been somewhat occupied. Oh, then allow me to explain quickly. The young man pointed toward Drak at the center. There is an experiment today regarding a body martial art. A body martial art. Shaddad's surprise deepened as he turned his head again, his interest immediately piqued. Do you mean what I think you mean? The young man nodded slightly. There are only a handful of body martial arts in the entire universe. Most of them revolve around reinforcing the body during battle, or enhancing movement to allow greater leaps in mobility. And all of them belong to the old body system, from before the creation of the fifth path. Then he gestured toward the center of the gathering. But today, we might witness the birth of something new, something that belongs to us. Shaddad turned back toward Drak, his curiosity now fully ignited. One of the greatest flaws of the body path had always been its lack of refined techniques, the absence of true laws or martial arts that could elevate its users beyond brute force. A body cultivator was often treated as nothing more than a living shield, a tank to be pushed into the front lines, expected to endure blow after blow. Their only real chance of victory lay in endurance, in surviving long enough to wear down their opponent, and then, if fortune allowed, closing the distance and ending the battle with a single decisive strike. Reinforcement techniques, enhanced leaps, and even crude ramming methods had given practitioners of the fifth body path additional power, but they had never truly filled that gap. They were enhancements, not evolution. If what was happening here truly aimed to create a new body martial art, then this gathering was not merely a demonstration. It could very well be the beginning of a transformation for the entire path. Whoa! At the center of the circle, Drak released a long, drawn-out breath, his chest rising and falling heavily as if he were preparing for something immense. Then, Drak's energy erupted violently from within his body, surging outward in a blazing wave that took on the shape of crimson flames. The force of it expanded in all directions, distorting the air and pressing against everything nearby, forcing the surrounding researchers to retreat several more steps despite their efforts to remain steady. Shaddad frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing as he carefully observed. In theory, it was possible to manifest energy in such a visible and external form, but practitioners of the fifth path were not meant to release the energy stored within their cells like this. That energy was supposed to remain contained, circulating internally with maximum efficiency. Letting it spill outward like this was wasteful. And more importantly, he had never taught them such a technique. So how did Drak learn it? Then something began to happen. Drak's body started to change. At first, it was subtle, almost unnoticeable. Then it became undeniable. His entire frame began to swell, his muscles expanding, his bones shifting beneath the surface. His skin stretched, tightening further and further as if being pulled from within, until it reached its absolute limit. Then it tore open. Drak screamed tore through the plaza, raw and filled with unbearable pain, yet he did not stop, did not retreat, did not even hesitate. More muscle fibers ruptured, splitting apart violently as blood sprayed outward in every direction, painting the ground in dark red. Yet his body continued to expand, as if driven by something beyond his control. What is this? Shaddad found himself slowly lifting his gaze upward, his expression shifting into unmistakable astonishment. Within only a few minutes of continuous screaming, minutes that stretched endlessly in the perception of those watching, Drak's height had reached nearly 5 meters. 5 meters. Though his body had turned into a grotesque mass of torn flesh, exposed muscle, and fractured bone, he was still alive, still conscious. His eyes were still focused. This was a human, a mere human, and yet he had expanded to such a monstrous scale. This is unbelievable. Have we truly stepped into a new era of body martial arts? The first trial, it succeeded, almost. Dozens of senior researchers spoke at once, their voices overlapping, some trembling with excitement, others already scribbling notes at a frantic pace, trying to capture every detail before it slipped away. Ugh. I can't anymore, Drak muttered weakly, his voice barely audible, his mouth dripping with blood. Then, poof. His body suddenly released massive amounts of energy in the form of scorching vapor, a wave of heat rolling outward. His massive form rapidly shrank, collapsing in on itself as he fell backward onto the ground with a heavy thud. His body convulsed violently, trembling uncontrollably under the strain of what he had just endured, yet he had not died. He was still alive, still conscious. Get the medics, quickly. Who has the Trinity array? Use it on him immediately. Stabilize his internal structure first. Don't let the collapse spread. Shaddad slowly parted his lips as he watched everything unfold before him, his gaze fixed, unblinking. Amazing. At that moment, one of the oldest researchers approached with a broad smile, a first-rank truth chosen, his excitement barely concealed. Just as Shaddad was about to raise his hand and stop him, to say this was not the time. Haha, Master Jean, you are truly incredible. The researcher passed right by Shaddad as if he did not exist at all, heading directly toward the young man standing beside him. You. Shaddad turned sharply toward the messy-haired youth. You were the one behind what just happened. I only tried to contribute a little. The young man, Jean, greeted the approaching researcher casually, then turned back toward Shaddad with that same faint, unreadable smile. Could we speak for a moment? It would be my pleasure to converse with a disciple of Lord Human. There's no time for that. Shaddad stepped closer, placing his hand firmly on Jin's shoulder before pulling him forward without hesitation. You're coming with me. Chapter 21-22. Mid-Sector 100, Planet Originus. Bam! The war is already nearing its end. Day Raven Planet is under our control, and all major battlefields are finished except one. Peon slammed the table in front of him in anger, the sound echoing heavily through the chamber. Is this really the time for us to act like fools? Around Peon, several generals and high-ranking officers lowered their heads even more, their backs straight and hands placed behind them like guilty students awaiting punishment. The tension in the hall thickened, as if the air itself had grown heavier under his fury. Their armor was not ordinary. In general, it was golden as well, but intricate black patterns were carefully and beautifully engraved across every piece of it, flowing like dark veins of power across polished gold, giving off an imposing and almost suffocating presence. These were the commanders of the Special Forces units. Among them were individuals still trapped within the range of a battle emperor, like their commander Peon himself, and others who had clearly surpassed that level, their mere presence radiating pressure, marking them unmistakably as world cataclysms. World cataclysms wielding the 4 integrated laws exclusive to the Special Forces. Peon had selected a number of residents from the Cradle Empire to join the Special Forces. True, the Empire was still young within the mid-sector. Most of the planets that had joined the Empire did not yet hold complete loyalty, even if no rebellions existed and outward stability was maintained. However, there were several older planets that had fully submitted, whose inhabitants themselves requested to fight within the army ranks, driven by ambition, faith, or desperation, and Peon had not wasted the chance to handpick some of them for himself. Not many in number, but some of them had already become world cataclysms. World cataclysms who wielded merged laws. This had added tremendous strength to the Special Forces, a power so overwhelming that their appearance alone could truly turn the tide of battle in an instant. And yet, these world cataclysms operated under Peon with complete obedience and discipline. There was no arrogance, no sense of entitlement whatsoever, only silent readiness. One reason was that he was the son of His Majesty. Another was that they knew what limited him was not talent, but the restrictions of the young belt. And a third, perhaps the most important, was his terrifying planning abilities. When the Supreme Commander Peon wanted to breach a fortress, destroy a site, or level a mountain, he would devise a plan to achieve it no matter the cost, no matter how impossible it seemed at first glance. Most of his plans were sharp, direct, and leaned toward the suicidal, cutting through hesitation and doubt, yet for some reason they always succeeded with very minimal losses, as if guided by an unseen certainty. His orders and strategies were always like a dagger striking straight into the enemy's heart, fast, precise, and impossible to ignore. His commands were not as perfect as Marshal Caesar's, nor as cunning as martial arrows, but they were few, decisive, and always aimed at the vital point without hesitation. All the special forces had asked him more than once to take several planets and operate as an independent marshal. They understood he had what it took to win battles quickly and decisively instead of remaining the second man behind Caesar, especially since he fully controlled the special forces, the largest and most terrifying arm of Marshal Caesar's army, yet he refused every single time without exception. Under the weight of Pion's powerful shout, everyone lowered their heads even further, some clenching their fists behind their backs as the pressure mounted. Sir, you know our forces were heavily exhausted on Day Raven Planet and… Bam! Pion slammed again violently, cutting him off before he could even finish. I don't give a fuck. Then he pointed sharply at the speaker. Didn't you receive news of a soul shard from His Majesty appearing to stop the destruction of the logistical zone? As he recalled this, his expression darkened and he raised his voice even more, anger mixed with something deeper. This is a disaster, a disaster. He looked around with wide eyes, his gaze sweeping across every face in the room. His Majesty is intervening personally. That means we have failed. That means we are useless. It means keeping you around me has become pointless. Everyone lowered their heads even further, the silence that followed heavier than any shout. The appearance of the shard a few days ago sent massive shockwaves across the sector and even beyond its borders, its influence spreading far wider than anyone had anticipated, and it had a tremendous, almost overwhelming impact on the war unfolding on that planet. The battles over the past days became extremely restrained and cautious. Each side deliberately pulled back, holding its ground without overcommitting, as if both were silently acknowledging the shift in circumstances, while preparing for a final decisive confrontation, a battle where everything would be settled in one stroke, and in which the Guardian himself might appear in person. Calm yourself, Supreme Commander, one of the officers around the table spoke gently, her tone steady and composed, a faint, reassuring smile forming on her lips. Grandfather won't hold it against you. Pion lifted his gaze toward the girl, his expression still tense, then returned his eyes to the table once more, the anger in his chest settling slightly this time, though not completely gone. This was his eldest daughter, Rufina, now one of the important and rising officers within the Special Forces. Her golden hair shimmered faintly under the lights, and the features she inherited from her mother, a descendant of the Burton family, gave her a refined and commanding beauty, making her resemble her adoptive grandfather to a striking and almost uncanny degree. Yes, His Majesty, his father, might not rebuke him for falling short in the battle, but how was he supposed to see himself after this? How could he accept such a result? This cannot continue. Pion spoke in a low voice, almost to himself. Then he raised his head, his expression hardening again. Half of our forces were exhausted on Day Raven Planet, I know. But they've had days of rest, enough to recover at least partially. A large portion of them should already be ready for another battle. His gaze swept across everyone one by one. And I want you to withdraw all our men from the remaining planets. That's dangerous. One of the world cataclysms frowned deeply, his brows tightening as he spoke. Even if there's only one battlefield where dozens of world cataclysms and nexus states appear like that one, there are still at least 50 other planets engulfed in war, each requiring attention. I'll have the Marshal compensate and find alternatives for our special forces. Pion waved his hand dismissively, cutting off any further hesitation. He can redistribute the Note fleets or call in army reserves if needed, but that planet, we must finish it within a month, understood? His voice dropped slightly, turning sharper. And it will be finished by our hands. Understood. All the officers and generals raised their voices in unison, their responses echoing firmly across the hall. The special forces, numbering nearly 400,000, had never gathered in one place in such numbers before. The mere thought of concentrating such power in a single battlefield was both dangerous and terrifying at the same time. Dismissed. Pion gestured toward the door without hesitation. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone straightened into proper military posture instantly and began moving toward the exit in a single, orderly line, each already thinking ahead, planning how to gather and mobilize their respective units as quickly as possible. KRRR. At that moment, the door opened, and someone entered from outside. Excuse me, Supreme Commander of the Special Forces, may I come in? Pion turned toward the entrance, his attention shifting immediately. It was a woman clad in full golden armor, the design distinctly feminine yet no less imposing, covering her entire body, even her face completely concealed behind a smooth, polished mask. Pion recognized her immediately and gave a short nod. Come. Then he gestured to his officers. Continue on your way and close the door behind you. Don't forget a single word of what was said. Yes, Your Highness. The officers and generals continued forward without turning back, their steps steady and disciplined. Except for Rufina, who raised an eyebrow as she watched the armored woman enter her father's office alone. A flicker of curiosity crossed her face, and she began shifting slightly to the side, then the other, trying to catch even the smallest glimpse of what might unfold inside. Until, KSHHH. The door shut firmly right in her face, cutting off her view completely. Chapter 21-23. KRRR. Pion waited as the door closed slowly, the sound dragging out for a brief moment, then turned his calm, steady gaze toward the newcomer. What brings you to me, Serafina? The newcomer raised her hands in a composed motion and removed the exquisite helmet from her head, revealing her face before placing it beside her waist. We need to talk. It was Serafina, Helen's attendant, and the current one in charge of the bit of Destruction Empire. Talk about what? Pion sat down slowly, leaning back slightly as his tone remained controlled. Did one of your payments get delayed? After Helen had left her empire in haste, without proper arrangements or transition, Serafina took over, refusing to let everything she and her mistress had painstakingly built over the years collapse so easily or fall into chaos. Things had remained stable, barely holding together, until Helen appeared for the first time within the army in mid-Sector 101. At that exact moment, as if waiting for such a signal, the Xianxia Empire opened full fire without restraint. Serafina suddenly found herself facing a massive military campaign launched by that ancient empire, a campaign of a scale even her mistress had not witnessed for thousands upon thousands of years. Yet she had spent years preparing for this inevitable war, slowly building reserves, reinforcing her forces, and anticipating the day such a confrontation would arrive. The leaders of the double centennial Cradle Empire contacted her, informing her that they supported her position and wished to assist due to her previous contributions and unwavering dedication alongside them in past operations. She refused several times because of what had happened between Caesar and her mistress, unwilling to lower herself or reopen those wounds, but in the end, she accepted for the sake of survival and for the sake of money. So she halted all development, redirected every available resource, took on several missions from the double centennial Cradle Empire, and began purchasing weapons and fleets in massive quantities without hesitation. These newly acquired forces enabled her to withstand, and even push back at times, the exhausted army of the Xianxia Empire. As for herself, she purchased a planetary-grade weapon and used the power she drew from the path of destruction to confront the Emperor himself along with his top commanders, standing at the very front lines without retreat. In the end, she was forced to relinquish several planets, unable to hold every front at once, but the losses inflicted on both sides were so severe that they forced the Xianxia Empire to halt its advance. She made them withdraw and lick their wounds in humiliation. After that, she returned once again to request more missions from the double centennial Cradle Empire to rebuild her army, repair the damage, and acquire even more strength. Of course, she carried out those missions in complete secrecy, hidden behind masks and layers of deception. She did not want her mistress to know that she was still serving the very same people who had once humiliated her, nor did she want to face the consequences of that truth. At several moments, in the quiet of her own solitude, Serafina had even broken down in tears because she was forced into this path, imagining what her mistress would say if she ever discovered the truth, the disappointment, the anger, perhaps even rejection. But what else could she possibly do to preserve the bit of destruction empire and keep it from falling apart? In response to Pion's question, a trace of coldness appeared in Serafina's eyes, her expression tightening slightly. No, all my dues are paid on time. Then what is it? Pion settled into his seat more firmly. It's not like you to come in person to someone in authority. You always receive your missions through the Soul Society, complete them efficiently, and then the rings are sent directly to you. And yet you came to me, the commander of the special forces, out of everyone? Serafina paused for a moment, her thoughts clearly weighing on her, before speaking. This time, I came to you as the son of Lord Human. Oh. Pion's lips curved into a faint smile. You still don't want to meet Caesar? Fine. Pion waved his hand lightly, unconcerned by her silence. Your overall contributions as a spearhead qualify you for any reasonable request. No one surpasses you in individual combat achievements except Renara. He leaned slightly forward. So, what do you want? Then he smiled again, sharper this time. Does this have something to do with your mistress's recent appearance? Helen had appeared a few days ago, no longer the same as before, having become a law dominator of the minor ashification law. On that very same day of her breakthrough, without hesitation or delay, she went and killed Lord Damir, the son of the Behemoth of Curses, in an event so shocking that it turned everything there completely upside down and sent ripples across countless factions. According to the latest reports, she disappeared immediately after the battle, vanishing without a trace. Her pursuers claimed she was badly injured from her fight with Lord Damir. Yet her injury did not halt everything else that was unfolding. The entire sector was currently revolving around the movements of the six great powers, and the destruction unleashed by the offspring of the Behemoth of Curses had multiplied dangerously, escalating in a reckless act of vengeance that threatened to destabilize the balance even further. No, the situation isn't directly related to what my mistress is doing. Serafina lifted her head slightly, her voice calm yet firm despite the weight behind her words. I always knew my mistress would become a monarch. That was something natural, something expected from the very beginning. There's no need for me to change my plans or fear her reaction toward me now. I will accept her judgment, whatever it may be. Then she looked at Pion with a trace of confusion and quiet curiosity. But, don't you care? The issues between Helen and the double centennial Cradle Empire were deeply personal, yet they had already escalated into something far more dangerous. After those reports about her mistress spread across the sector, Serafina had come here expecting to see Pion unsettled, perhaps even shaken to his core. Pion showed a wide smile, one that seemed almost amused, then nodded slightly upward toward her. What is your request? I've received a new mission, Serafina spoke after a brief pause, as if weighing her words carefully before releasing them. A very large one. I see. Does this mission have something to do with the war against the Empire of Seven Thrones? Pion nodded knowingly, already anticipating her answer. Yes, we're preparing to launch a massive assault on their final stronghold. If you come to assist, your reward will be substantial. I've read the reward. It's tempting. Serafina shook her head slowly, her gaze steady. But I want something else. Not enough. Pion frowned slightly, his expression tightening just a bit. We offered you 50 million pearls just for participation, and tens of millions more for every world cataclysm or nexus state you kill. Isn't that sufficient? He waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing aside the matter. You can refuse if you want. I won't increase anything just because I'm the son of His Majesty. I don't want pearls. Serafina shook her head firmly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. I will participate, and I will kill at least 2 Nexus states and 5 world cataclysms, but I want something else. Then she fixed her gaze directly into Peon's eyes, unflinching. I want the Silent Emperor. Peon was clearly surprised this time, his brows lifting slightly. I've received reports that you try to see him whenever you get the chance, bringing him food and books as if we were depriving him of them or something. He tilted his head faintly, studying her. Did his looks captivate you to that extent? I have my own reasons. Serafina clenched her hands tightly, her fingers digging into her palms as if suppressing something deeper beneath the surface. Your reasons aren't enough. Peon shook his head without hesitation. 2 Nexus states and 5 world cataclysms. How much are their heads worth? 200 million pearls, perhaps. He extended his hand casually, as if stating something obvious. We bought the Silent Empire for 6 billion pearls. Bring me 6 billion, and take him. You know I don't have that kind of money. Serafina raised her voice, the frustration she had been holding back finally surfacing. In contrast, Peon bared his teeth in a grin, almost entertained by her reaction. Then keep working hard. Serafina lowered her gaze to the ground, her shoulders tensing slightly. At the very least, I want your word that you won't kill him by sending him into battles, and that you won't sell him to anyone else. I'll think about it. Peon chuckled lightly, his tone casual, almost indifferent. Can I see him today? Serafina insisted, her voice softer now, but carrying a clear urgency. Her eyes trembled slightly with unease, as if she was already preparing herself for rejection. Peon stared into her eyes for a moment, as if trying to read through her intentions, measuring her resolve and the weight behind her request. Then he smiled with quiet confidence. I don't see a problem. Thank you. Serafina turned without hesitation and began walking toward the door, her steps steady despite the storm within her. I will gather the required amount, someday. Crash. After she left, Peon kept his gaze fixed on the door for a long moment, his expression gradually returning to calm neutrality. Then he sent his spiritual sense into his ring, his voice turning cold and precise. Titan surveillance on Hydras. Chapter 21-24. Mid-Sector 99, Sacred Covenant Planet. Buzz. One of the Academy gates activated with a sharp, vibrating hum, the surrounding space trembling faintly as layers of light folded over one another. Then several figures stepped out from it in calm, orderly succession, as if such arrivals were a routine occurrence. There were around 20 of them, all from different races, with not a single pair resembling one another. Their appearances varied greatly, from skin textures to physical structures, some with smooth surfaces, others with rough, armored features, making each of them stand out in a unique and unmistakable way. Even in terms of aura and presence, there was a vast disparity among them. Some felt like towering mountains, others like calm yet unfathomable seas, while a few seemed restrained, as if hiding something deeper beneath the surface. At the front stood a blue-skinned individual, his surface smooth and glossy as if coated in a thin gelatinous layer that reflected light in shifting patterns. Long whiskers extended from the sides of his mouth, resembling strips of living flesh, as though they were a natural and inseparable part of his body, moving ever so slightly with each breath. That individual carried an aura that gripped the heart, not out of fear, but out of reverence, a presence that compelled others to lower themselves subconsciously. The individuals directly behind him also appeared serious, their expressions composed, each surrounded by an immensely powerful aura of their own, their presence heavy, stable, and difficult to ignore. Further behind them stood a group of youths, their clothes neatly arranged, their heads held high, their gazes wandering across the unfamiliar environment with visible curiosity and restrained excitement. Finally, one of the youths spoke, pointing in a certain direction with a grin forming on his face. Look over there. Hee, it seems we're going to have quite an enjoyable time here. The boys and girls in the back rows all turned their heads toward that direction at once, their curiosity instantly drawn. There, a blond young man with thick hair falling naturally to his shoulders was gently holding the hand of a beautiful girl with soft brown hair and a charming, radiant smile. The two of them were sitting in midair as if it were the most natural thing in the world, speaking softly to one another and exchanging quiet glances filled with warmth. Should I take this to mean that the Academy's students here are extremely strong and don't need training, or that they're so weak they don't care about studying? I'm starting to like this Academy already. They've got some nice extracurricular activities, hee. They're obviously just in love, you idiots, one of the girls among them snapped, her expression tightening in annoyance. So this is the Sacred Covenant Academy. Another young man ignored the chatter entirely and began looking around carefully, his eyes moving slowly as he observed every detail with quiet focus. It doesn't seem that different from our academy. The energy is denser, the buildings are taller, and the students I've seen so far are wearing sets of epic armor, another young man muttered, his tone thoughtful. What did you expect upon arrival, to see a dragon wearing a hat serving UT? I'm just saying people tend to exaggerate sometimes. The first youth waved his hand dismissively, clearly unimpressed. The energy is dense, sure, but so what? We as students won't benefit from that. Only those at the level of world cataclysms and above would feel any real difference. Hee, a dragon wearing a hat serving tea. Tisk, don't talk nonsense or you'll just sound as foolish as you look right now. One of the figures in the second row frowned deeply, his brows knitting together as he focused on the surrounding space. The energy here isn't just dense, it's strange. He raised his hand slightly, forming a small, rotating vortex in his palm. I feel like it's trying to find a way to break into my body and slip into my energy center on its own, as if it has a will. He paused briefly, narrowing his eyes. Energy absorption techniques are practically useless here. This. The youths in the back immediately began trying it for themselves, each of them reacting almost at once, their expressions shifting from curiosity to shock in a matter of seconds. Is this real? I heard there's a massive array covering the entire planet, one of the senior figures in the second row spoke, his brows furrowed as he carefully observed his surroundings, his senses fully extended. An array that contains an advanced version of the absolute energy absorption technique belonging to Lord Human. It activates automatically the moment the pores of the body are opened, and stops the instant they are closed, requiring no active control. Then he continued, his tone growing heavier as realization settled in. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems it's true. If a cultivator doesn't need to actively maintain techniques or dedicate part of their consciousness to managing absorption, that would allow for far greater cultivation speed and near-perfect absorption efficiency. He let out a quiet breath. It's a supportive array, simple in concept, but terrifying in the long run. It said that Sky Opening City were the ones who created it, relying on the absorption techniques and array-crafting methods left behind for them by Lord Human, another person added, lowering his voice slightly as if speaking of something almost sacred. Lord Human has assistants? And he just hands over all his methods that easily? One of them turned in disbelief, his eyes widening. That's impossible, right? It's very possible, another spoke seriously, his expression calm but firm. From what I've heard, there are 2 Sky Opening Cities, one here in Mid-Sector 99 and another in Mid-Sector 100. He paused briefly before continuing, choosing his words carefully. Since the announcement of the Cosmic Elder, more than 10 Truth Chosen have joined those 2 cities, a number never seen before under a single power. It said that the 2 cities, protected by the Cradle Empire and the Grave Empire, have become the core of development for the New World. Don't overestimate them too much, another waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconvinced. Rumors say that followers of Lord Human are required to take a strict oath before being allowed to join or even witness the innovations of Lord Human and his disciples. It's not as free as you make it sound. And, someone else let out a mocking chuckle, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You're a peak Nexus state using the minor devouring law and haven't broken through for 330,000 years. If someone told you to come, take an oath, and freely study the secret works of the savage Behemoth, wouldn't you accept without hesitation? Lord Robin hasn't reached that level yet, the same person replied, waving his hand again as if dismissing the comparison. The other immediately raised his voice, unable to hold back. Then who has? Enough. We'll have company in a moment. The blue-skinned figure at the front finally spoke, his voice calm yet carrying a natural authority that instantly silenced the surrounding chatter. Disciples, disperse. Go take a look around and give me your impressions of what you see. Observe carefully, not just the surface, but the details beneath it. Then he continued in a steady, measured tone, as for the instructors, try to gather as much information as you can while speaking with the teachers here. Even the smallest detail could make a difference in understanding this place. Understood. Everyone behind him responded in unison, their voices aligned and disciplined. Whoosh. At that moment, 2 figures descended before the newcomers, their arrival smooth yet commanding, drawing all attention toward them instantly. 2 women. The first clearly carried the bloodline of a beast resembling an owl, evident from her wide, sharp eyes, small refined nose, and the faint layer of feather-like texture across her skin that shimmered subtly under the light. It was Aldera, holding her small sword with quiet readiness. The second was the renowned head of the academy, the human who had received the favor and trust of Lord Human, the 7-star soul lady, Morgana, her presence calm yet deeply imposing. Before these 2 striking figures, the man at the front nodded with a faint, composed smile. Ladies. Lord Bloken, a mid-level monarch of the fundamental major law of reflection, we have been expecting you. Morgana stepped forward with a light, welcoming smile on her face, her eyes steady and observant. Are you finally ready to join the Cosmic Academies? Chapter 2125. Inside a large reception hall, poof. The blue-skinned man sat down on a sofa in a relaxed, almost leisurely manner, as if he had been accustomed to visiting this place since childhood and saw nothing unfamiliar or threatening within it. His defenses were lowered, his posture loose, and his expression calm, as though he was absolutely certain he was safe here, with no need for caution, vigilance, or restraint. From that position, he cast a brief yet attentive glance around him, toward Morgana and Aldera, both of them seated on sofas at the same level, to his right and left, without any attempt to elevate themselves above him or impose authority through position alone. Before such a scene, one that carried no trace of arrogance or superiority toward someone who had come with the possibility of joining them, Bloken gave a slow, satisfied nod. Good. Let me hear your offers. What offers, Lord Bloken? Aldera frowned immediately, her brows tightening as her tone sharpened. You should be the one explaining your reason for delaying the execution of the Cosmic Elder's directive for half a century. Half a century is hardly worth mentioning for people like us, Lady Aldera, don't hold it against me. Bloken waved his hand calmly, completely unbothered by her tone. There were matters I needed to prepare, matters I had to conclude, and others I had to put in order. Such things take time, as you well know. One cannot simply move from one system to another overnight without consequences. That is exactly what everyone who joined us in the first year did, she replied sharply without hesitation. They moved from one system to another and adapted quickly. So what's your excuse? Then her expression hardened further, her gaze piercing. Why don't you just admit you were watching from afar, trying to see whether the Cosmic Academies would rise or fall after forming under us? How dare you tie the Cosmic Elder's command to personal gain? Faced with that stream of questions, the blue-skinned man remained silent, neither denying nor confirming, his calm expression betraying nothing. It was true, he had been watching from a distance. He wanted to see whether the newly emerged figure, Lord Robin, that young hatchling as some called him, was capable of managing such a vast and complex system, one that involved a large number of law dominators and an even greater number of responsibilities spread across multiple sectors. And to his surprise, Lord Robin had not appeared at all, nor had he issued any direct instructions or delivered any grand, inspiring speeches to rally support. Everything had been handled by these two women, and for some reason, against expectations, they had succeeded. All the academies that had joined them and taken on the title of Cosmic Academies had returned to actively participating in the protection of their respective sectors, their efficiency even increasing compared to before. And not only that, they had even begun forming their own independent peacekeeping force, a military corps that was neither drawn from the public armies nor borrowed from that syndicate, but built and controlled entirely by the academies themselves. How had they managed to achieve something like that? Every academy that joined received a batch of 500 soldiers and officers who wielded the law of pure light, fully equipped, disciplined, and combat-ready from the moment of deployment. They were also given substantial funding and connected with influential figures within their own sectors to procure the necessary equipment, along with additional financial support to attract mercenaries willing to serve on a permanent basis within their ranks, until they could gradually train their own standing army within the academy itself. This system did not stop there. They also opened opportunities to the middle class of nobles, allowing them to send their children to study without any financial cost, removing one of the greatest barriers to entry, in exchange for mandatory military service equal in duration to their time spent studying. On top of that, an additional year of service was required for every important book the student chose to study, further deepening both their knowledge and their obligation. In this way, those noble families gained a new, educated generation trained under strict standards, the academies gained a structured and steadily growing army that was both loyal and capable, and the student gained not only knowledge, but also real combat experience that would shape them for the rest of their life. Of course, that was only if they survived the process. Yet somehow, through careful planning, structured deployments, and controlled engagements, the chances of survival were not low at all, making the entire system even more appealing despite its harsh conditions. So, after spending years studying in the academy, the soldier would possess not only refined knowledge, but also the strength, discipline, and instincts necessary to keep himself alive on the battlefield for as long as possible. This was in addition to the expensive armor and high-grade talismans he would receive from the academy itself, equipment that many independent fighters could only dream of obtaining. How much plague would it take to kill a single student like that? Beyond this concept, which laid the foundation for the peacekeeping armies and ensured a constant flow of trained fighters, other developments began to emerge, making everyone look at the cosmic academies with growing envy. For example, all of their open libraries were linked together into a unified network. Any student could access any library across all academies, regardless of distance or sector, and every library had been supplemented with the knowledge of Lord Human himself, as well as that of the sky-opening cities. Of course, only the knowledge deemed suitable for public access. As for the archives and secret libraries, they were restricted to the heads, deputies, and elders alone. Yet even that limited access was enough to make them incomparably satisfied, as every single book within those archives was a treasure in its own right, capable of changing one's path entirely. These academies were also supplied with vast funds to purchase troop transport vessels, additional funds to renovate and expand their infrastructure, and even more funds to acquire new planets for future expansion. It even went so far as assigning a black wasp to each academy, a specialized overseer tasked with supervising the training of students participating in the peacekeeping forces and ensuring their standards never declined. Overall, every academy that joined the program experienced a massive surge forward, a transformation that could be felt in every aspect of their operation. But there's no problem in considering the benefits as well, Morgana smiled lightly, her tone calm and measured. Lord Bloken is not an ordinary academy master, after all. It's only natural for him to be cautious about transitioning into a new system. Then she continued after a brief pause, her expression growing slightly more serious, especially with everything that's happening. Thank you. Bloken gestured toward Morgana with clear approval. At least there's someone rational in this academy. What do you mean, Bloken? Aldera raised her voice slightly, her irritation returning as her brows tightened. Do you want me to inform the Cosmic Elder that you've been watching from afar for 50 years just to weigh the benefits? Do you think he'll be as rational in judging you? Ugh. Bloken lifted his shoulders slightly in a casual shrug, completely unbothered by her words. You can't blame me for wanting to protect what I've built. Then he stared directly into Aldera's eyes, his tone sharpening just a little. And honestly, I'm not asleep. I'm not blind or deaf to what's happening behind the scenes. Even now, the full extent of the safety of the Cosmic Academy's system cannot be determined with certainty. Then he continued in a steady, deliberate tone, the system is good, undeniably so, but it still faces many challenges ahead. The plague is the least of your concerns at the moment, barely worth mentioning compared to what's coming. He then turned toward Morgana, his gaze narrowing slightly. And I believe what's happening with the Swords of Shadow against the Behemoth of Destruction on one side, and their conflict with the Behemoth of Relativity on the other, is the clearest proof of that. Am I wrong? You're not wrong, Lord Bloken, Morgana smiled, her expression composed and confident. There are indeed difficulties facing the forces under His Majesty at the moment, pressures from multiple directions, but... She slowly opened her eyes wider, her gaze sharpening with quiet certainty. I hope you keep one thing in mind. No matter how many enemies gather against us, and no matter how great their power may be, His Majesty's forces have not retreated a single step so far. What does that tell you? Bloken stared into Morgana's beautiful eyes for a few moments, as if weighing her words carefully, then nodded slowly. It tells me to take the gamble and join you, and that is why I'm here. Then he glanced between her and Aldera, his expression turning slightly more serious. But I will not take orders from either of you. Aldera was clearly dissatisfied, and looked away without replying further. It's fine. Lady Aldera and I have already discussed this, Morgana said calmly, maintaining her composure. In addition to all the benefits received by the academies under us, we will welcome you into the Council of the Cosmic Academies to stand on equal footing with us and help manage the system. It would be an honor, and a great support, to have someone like you among us. She stood up gracefully and extended her hand. Shall I give the order to prepare a celebration for your joining? Bloken stood as well, a white smile spreading across his face as he reached out and shook her hand firmly. Make sure there's plenty of meat at the celebration, partner, haha. Chapter 21-26. Mid-Sector 99, Planet Donera. Only a few decades ago, this place had been nothing more than a barren desert, a dead world stripped of vitality, ravaged relentlessly by earthquakes, waves of drought, and every conceivable natural disaster. Life had been completely erased from its surface, leaving behind no trace, no sign that it had ever been inhabited, aside from a fragile atmosphere that itself had been on the verge of disappearing entirely. But then, the forces of the true beginning empire arrived, and from that moment on, its fate was completely rewritten. Clamor, clamor. The spacegate no longer stood alone in the middle of an endless desert, guarded by a handful of soldiers merely fulfilling routine duty with little purpose beyond maintaining presence. Now, an entire city had risen around it, a city inhabited by tens of thousands, its presence growing steadily with each passing year. And not a military city, but one filled with life. A city where children ran through the streets without fear, where women and elders carried out their daily routines in peace. A city with markets selling vegetables and clothing, with schools filled with students learning and growing. This place now held a complete, thriving ecosystem that had replaced the lifeless wasteland that once existed. After space beasts were killed, their bodies were transported here by trainees of the Imperial Guard, carried with care as valuable resources rather than mere remains. Each corpse passed through multiple stages, from peeling and skinning to cutting and separating every part individually with precision. Even the smallest details, such as nails and eyelashes, were carefully classified and sorted, nothing wasted, nothing ignored. After that, each category was sent to a specialized workshop designed to handle that specific material, workshops led by veteran craftsmen brought in by the Swords of Shadow, whether through threats of exposing dark secrets from their past or by tempting them with the opportunity to work with the rare and valuable materials of space beast corpses. And it had worked, beyond expectations. The chain of workshops here now contained some of the greatest minds in the universe when it came to refining materials, inventing new uses, executing complex processes, and even designing advanced products from those resources. Their combined knowledge turned what was once raw flesh into priceless tools, weapons, and components. But they alone were not enough. So, a large number of families from across the empire were recruited and brought here, promised stable work and high wages that far exceeded what they could earn elsewhere. They became the daily workforce, laborers who gained experience day after day, steadily improving, learning techniques, and refining their skills through constant exposure. After decades of working on the corpses of nascent space beasts, each one of them had become more experienced than those original experts had been when they first arrived, their hands steady, their judgment sharp, their understanding deep. Inside one of the city's houses, Richard's eyebrows trembled violently, his eyelids twitching as if he wanted to open them but was forcing himself not to, maintaining the fragile state he had placed himself in. He sat on the ground in a meditation posture, his back straight, holding a pearl in his left hand and another in his right. Yet despite that, the flow of energy entering through his hands was extremely weak, so weak that even a child preparing to build their first foundation could draw in more energy than this. After several minutes of outward composure, Richard began letting out a low, pained groan, his body trembling slightly under the strain. Then, he opened his mouth and coughed up a large amount of blood, the metallic taste filling his senses. After that, bam, he let himself fall backward, lying flat on the ground with his arms resting over his chest, his breathing uneven. Richard let out a tired sigh as he wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand, his expression somewhere between frustration and resignation. I'm afraid you overestimated me this time, father. 50 years ago, his father had told him he would come up with something to make him stronger, then entered seclusion without further explanation. Meanwhile, Richard had gone to assist Halak and the others in the second opening of the gate, then the third, and the fourth, throwing himself into those tasks without hesitation, until his father called for him once more and handed him a metal plate, instructing him not to break through to world cataclysm until he had finished modifying his foundation according to the method described within it, no matter how long it took. At first, Richard accepted the task with seriousness and enthusiasm. He immediately found himself a house on the safer side of the planet and began examining the plate carefully to understand what it contained, expecting something complex yet manageable. Antimatter. The moment he understood the nature of what was written, everything changed. It seemed that when Richard had told his father how well he believed the anti-life technique he obtained from the cursed manifestation suited him, his father decided to grant it to him in a true and complete form, not as a crude imitation, but as something refined to its very core. The merged antimatter law retained fire and life as its core foundational elements, anchoring everything around them so that the system would not collapse under its own weight. And upon them, it added patterns from the fundamental primary law of fission, weaving them carefully into the existing structure, as well as patterns from an unclassified energy law, something far less understood, yet no less essential to completing the cycle. The fission aspect would forcibly break the bonds between molecules, tearing them apart at a fundamental level, producing that hollow, weakened black state that would appear after Richard used the anti-life technique, a state that seemed empty yet held immense potential. Meanwhile, the specialized energy patterns would draw in the immense energy released from the splitting of those bonds, capture it before it dispersed, compress it into a primitive state before it even entered the body, and then absorb it to be stored automatically within the body, exactly as life fire used to store stolen power without resistance. This alone would be incredibly beneficial for him even after breaking through to world cataclysm, changing the way he cultivated entirely. Instead of waiting weeks or even months to absorb energy from planets and refine it within his core into dense primitive energy, now the compression aspect within his technique would reduce the time to a quarter, or even an eighth, drastically accelerating his growth. Even if he never absorbed life energy from living beings again, this addition alone would be enough to sustain him, even treating that energy as life energy itself and allowing Richard to store it throughout his entire body just as he had always done, without needing to alter his habits. Richard still retained life fire, but Robin had supplied him with the same foundational structure that had been crafted for him through the sovereign law of will. After completing the correction process, everything would function properly, seamlessly even, and he could develop those abilities further at his own pace, refining them over time. Richard had effectively obtained a 4-merge law, but his joy did not last long. Nearly 40 years had passed since he received the new merge technique and began restructuring his foundations, dedicating himself entirely to the process. During that time, he had only reached foundation number 17, and the first 10 did not even count, as they required no law to establish and were merely the base layers of his structure. Meaning that, over 40 years, he had only managed to modify 7 foundations out of 50. For laws sharing the same energy core, a core that had already been overcrowded with 2 laws before, unstable even in its original state. Now, he had to break the old structures and force the new ones in by any means possible, carefully dismantling what was already built while ensuring nothing collapsed prematurely. He had to prevent the walls of his energy center from instinctively rejecting and attacking these foreign foundations. He had to ensure that the higher foundations would not collapse due to the changes happening below, maintaining balance at every level. He had to force himself to remain focused, suppressing pain and instability, while engraving these extremely complex patterns onto his foundations, where even the smallest mistake, even the slightest deviation, could result in catastrophe. With every bit of progress, the difficulty and pressure only increased, the resistance growing stronger, and his progress slowed even further, almost grinding to a halt at times. No wonder I couldn't find any record of a 4-merged law in history, Richard muttered as he stared up at the ceiling, his voice carrying a trace of exhaustion and disbelief. Then, after a long moment of thought, he found himself speaking aloud. Just stabilizing the new inscriptions puts me in this miserable state. He paused briefly, his brows tightening, before continuing, how did Father find a way to link all these laws together so they don't interfere or destroy one another? The 7 foundations are completely stable. Poof. Richard returned to a meditation posture, sitting upright once more, forcing his breathing to steady and his mind to clear. He looked in a certain direction, his gaze firm and resolute. He's already done everything he could. Then he tightened his grip on the 2 pearls, the faint flow of energy still entering his body. Now it's my turn to do my part. Chapter 21-27. On the other side of the planet, atop one of the elevated ridges near the wormhole passage, a young man stood with his arms crossed, quietly observing what was unfolding nearby with a calm yet focused demeanor. A scarf covered his head, revealing only a few strands of pale, sand-colored hair that swayed lightly with the passing winds. Beneath it lay a pair of dreamy eyes that gave no hint of what he was thinking. Well, that was his usual description, the one most people would give if asked about him. But today was different. His expression could be seen clearly, unobstructed and sharp, carrying both astonishment and respect at the same time, as if what he was witnessing had exceeded even his own expectations. The area around the passage had changed completely compared to 50 years ago, to the point that it was almost unrecognizable. This place used to be a shoreline filled with saltwater and sedimentary stones, stretching peacefully under the sky, a location that would have been perfect for family trips and quiet gatherings. Of course, that was if there had been any families on the planet to begin with. But now, everything had changed beyond imagination. Not a single grain of sand remained on the shore. It had been entirely transformed into vast layers of metallic plates engraved with intricate, overlapping patterns that shimmered faintly under the light. These plates extended dozens of meters beneath the ground, forming a dense foundation, and stretched thousands of meters inland in all directions. Even now, experts continued to add more layers underground almost daily, reinforcing, modifying, and perfecting the structure without pause. As for the part that once held water, it did not escape transformation either. The Imperial Guard, with support from the Grave Empire, had shattered the seabed down to depths of tens of thousands of meters, tearing it apart layer by layer with overwhelming force. At the bottom, they had installed protective plates as well as specialized arrays designed to exploit the water to its fullest potential, turning what was once a natural body into a weaponized domain. There was, for example, an array that evaporated water in a specific area to create a dense smokescreen for the Imperial Guard forces, concealing their movements. Another array launched blades of ice upward in violent bursts to disrupt and injure flying space beasts attempting to descend. Others could boil the water to extreme temperatures, freeze it into solid traps, or electrify it the moment a space beast fell into it, turning the entire sea into a layered defense system. This shore had become a fully metallic expanse, followed by a steep and unforgiving drop, and then a bottomless sea that stretched into darkness. It now resembled a harbor preparing for a colossal vessel the size of a nation, something far beyond ordinary imagination. Lord Human had ordered this location to be secured to prevent the planet from being torn apart by any stray attack from space beasts, no matter how minor or sudden. And honestly, whatever systems operated under his command had spared no effort, executing the order with absolute precision and overwhelming dedication. The amount of resources and labor poured into this place was beyond calculation. It was not something that could be measured with simple numbers or estimates. These were preparations capable of helping a planet withstand hundreds of space beasts at once. One could only imagine the sheer amount of wealth, materials, and energy that had been spent here to achieve such a result. Rumble, rumble. Asir slowly lifted his gaze upward, his posture unchanged, but his attention clearly shifting. There had been another clear change since his first arrival, something even more fundamental than the physical transformation of the land itself. The spirit of the planet now had an owner. It seemed that the leader of the entity known as the Imperial Guard had claimed this planet, and the planet's spirit had assisted him in refining and stabilizing it in less than a single year, an achievement that would have sounded impossible before. Since then, the planet's atmosphere had stabilized, random disasters had gradually begun to subside, violent fluctuations had calmed, and the planet itself started to support life more naturally, allowing all those families on the other side to live in comfort, safety, and an increasingly stable environment. Even headquarters had gone so far as to transport entire quantities of soil from a distant planet and carefully use it to restore the damaged land of planet Damir, gradually reviving its fertility layer by layer and initiating wide-scale cultivation across multiple regions that had once been considered barren and beyond recovery. They even deployed several Trayan creatures, massive and ancient beings with deeply rooted life forces, to drive their roots deep into the soil, allowing them to reshape its very structure from within and fundamentally transform it over long periods of time, stabilizing it in a way no ordinary method ever could. As for the planet's mineral wealth, which had accumulated and condensed over countless ages without being touched or exploited, headquarters released multiple golem creatures to search for it with relentless precision and tireless efficiency, identifying opportunities not only to extract and refine those resources, but also to multiply and enhance them through advanced methods. This continuous and aggressive development naturally increased the need for more families, settlers, and labor forces to come and establish themselves here, turning the planet into a growing hub of activity. How many forces in the universe could actually possess Trayans and golems in such overwhelming numbers, and more importantly, maintain them obedient, stable, and controlled enough to be utilized in such a precise, large-scale, and long-term manner? More importantly than all of that, the planet's spirit itself had begun fighting alongside them against space beasts whenever necessary, acting almost like a silent guardian watching over every inch of the world. Lightning strikes that split the sky without warning, binding chains that locked targets in place with crushing force, and scorching wave attacks capable of burning through anything were always prepared, ready to be unleashed the moment a space beast attempted to escape or tried to launch a stealth attack against one of the high-ranking figures. And every time the planet's spirit managed to save a key figure or provide a meaningful and impactful contribution in battle, it would receive an additional beast crystal beyond the agreed terms, further strengthening its willingness to cooperate and deepening its bond with those who now governed the planet. All of these measures, combined with the appearance of a massive swarm of the renowned Note-4 fleets surrounding the planet like an unbreakable wall of steel and firepower, the arrival of a large number of royal soulmasters who had graduated from the Sacred Covenant Academy of the Burton family, and the constant presence of Lord Robin himself somewhere nearby, overseeing everything either directly or indirectly. Strangely enough, this place no longer felt as dangerous as it logically should have been, despite everything that was happening around it and the scale of power being gathered here. Instead of being a merciless battlefield filled with uncertainty, chaos, and unavoidable death, it had gradually turned into a massive slaughter ground for beasts, a controlled killing zone where every variable had been accounted for and the outcome was almost predetermined from the very beginning. The last time such an operation occurred, only a single Imperial Guard had died, and even that loss was not due to any weakness in preparation, lack of strength, or failure in defense, but rather because of a mistake in executing the plan itself, something that had already been corrected and refined afterward. And judging by the scale, depth, and precision of the preparations currently underway for the imminent opening that would take place shortly, it was not expected that any casualties would occur at all this time. Not a single death against hundreds of space beasts. That was terrifying, not because of danger, but because of how completely one-sided it had become, to the point where even the concept of risk felt distant. Asir slowly shifted his gaze in a certain direction, his expression growing slightly more focused and contemplative, toward the distant peak of a towering mountain that overlooked everything. There, two glass houses stood side by side, their surfaces reflecting faint light, isolated yet somehow at the very center of everything that mattered. Lord Robin Burton had resolved the problem of the space beasts in the simplest yet most overwhelming way possible, by burying them under an unimaginable amount of resources, preparations, and treasures, turning brute force into an unstoppable and refined advantage that left no room for resistance. Then his researcher followers from the sky-opening cities arrived shortly after and eliminated the issue of planetary collapse before it could even manifest, solving a disaster that had not yet occurred, stabilizing the planet's core and structure, all without him needing to lift a single finger personally or even show direct involvement. And beyond all of that, what exactly was going on with those guards? 5 major fundamental laws concentrated within a single special force, all of them loyal to the same individual without hesitation or deviation? In terms of special forces, influence, authority, and sheer wealth, how many people in the entire universe, other than Lord Robin, could possibly produce something like this, or even come close to replicating it? No wonder the Cosmic Elder had chosen him above all others without hesitation or doubt. No wonder. Asir narrowed his eyes slightly, as if noticing something unexpected that drew his attention away from everything else. The Cosmic Elder and Lord Robin. At this very moment, they were sitting calmly in front of the glass house, casually playing cards. Chapter 21-28. In front of the glass house, thud. The Cosmic Elder threw a card onto the table with a sharp motion, the sound echoing slightly in the stillness around them, then raised his voice a little in visible annoyance. Play. The card bore the number 9, its symbol shaped like bones, faintly gleaming as it settled on the surface. Whoosh. Atop a towering mountain that pierced through layers of drifting clouds, the intensity of the wind and the biting cold were beyond description, strong enough to tear apart ordinary structures. Yet there was something like a protective, invisible bubble surrounding the two glasshouses in general, and the gaming table in particular, isolating them completely from the violent environment outside. Not even a trace of wind could pass through. Thud. Robin threw a card as well, his movement calm and controlled, raising one eyebrow slightly. You seem awfully serious, old man. That's bad for your skin. His card bore the number 6, its symbol shaped like swords, and it landed precisely atop the Cosmic Elder's card, increasing the pile by one more layer. Robin spoke in a teasing, almost lazy tone, appearing relaxed and at ease on the surface, but the faint beads of sweat gathering on his skin and the dim golden glow flickering deep within his eyes made it clear that he was taking the game seriously as well, far more than he let on. There was a small but steadily growing pile of cards between Robin and the Cosmic Elder. Each of them held the same number of cards in their hands, and each took turns playing a random card from what they possessed, with no apparent pattern or restriction guiding their choices. Whoever played a card matching the number of the card on top of the pile had the right to take the entire pile for themselves, and the final winner would be the one who managed to take all the cards from their opponent's hand, leaving the other with nothing. A game with no element of strategy or planning, relying entirely on luck and patience, a simple exchange of chance. At least, that was how it appeared for ordinary people who lacked deeper means. Thud. The Cosmic Elder threw another card onto the pile without hesitation. Then, almost instantly, he revealed a wide grin and burst into loud, unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha. I've surpassed you now, you won't see another win ever again. The card he played was a 6, its symbol shaped like a frog, landing perfectly to claim the pile. Robin watched in silence as the Cosmic Elder gathered the entire pile of cards toward himself, his movements almost smug, then lifted his gaze toward him with half-lidded, sleepy eyes. I know you're desperate and want to win by any means, but at least try not to make it this obvious. You played that card just 7 turns ago. How did it return to your hand? Did you use fair exchange to summon it back? Delusions. The Cosmic Elder chuckled, his tone relaxed as he collected the cards into his hand and began shuffling them casually, deliberately mixing them in a seemingly random manner. Do you have any proof that I cheated? Did you feel anything unusual? Out of everyone, you pick me and say I'm delusional. Tisk. Robin clicked his tongue softly and pointed at him. You're the most shameless cheater in history. Hey. The Cosmic Elder raised his voice slightly, his expression turning mildly indignant. I didn't say anything when you used the first stage of causality to predict my moves and win the previous round. Then he pointed back at him with a hint of irritation. That's exactly why we stopped playing chess, and now you're pulling the same dirty trick with cards too. Was it that obvious? Robin raised an eyebrow again, a hint of curiosity flashing across his face. Then his brows drew together slightly as he considered it. Should we agree not to use any form of perception to sense what the other is doing? Using the first stage of spacetime, creation, causality, and balance did not require the manifestation of the golden runes that usually covered his body. They could activate these powers at an extremely subtle level without any visible markings, especially for something trivial like manipulating a simple card game, making detection nearly impossible under normal circumstances. As for that strange rule they were discussing, it existed for 2 main reasons. The first was that the Cosmic Elder and Robin had fought many times in the past because each of them sensed the other cheating during such games, turning even harmless matches into clashes of power. And the second was that Robin wanted to increase the efficiency and precision of his use of the Master Laws, training himself to activate and deactivate them seamlessly and without excess leakage whenever needed, especially since he had been relying on them heavily lately just to stay alive, pushing them to their limits in real situations, particularly the Master Law of Causality, which he had been using more frequently than ever before. It was very obvious. The Cosmic Elder waved his hand dismissively, his tone carrying a hint of ridicule. You resorted to randomly rearranging your cards right before your win. Coincidence. Delusions. Robin looked away, his expression calm, as if the accusation didn't concern him in the slightest. Tisk. And you, of all people, call me a cheater. The Cosmic Elder finished rearranging his cards with slow, deliberate motions, then threw one onto the table with a wide, almost provocative grin. Play. Robin glanced at the 4 cards remaining in his hand with a hint of frustration, his gaze lingering for a brief moment, then shifted his eyes toward the Cosmic Elder's hand, now filled with the cards he had just won, and let out a quiet, restrained sigh. He still had a long way to go before he could use the Master Laws as frequently, smoothly, and effortlessly as the Cosmic Elder did, without leaving even the slightest trace behind. Then, thud, he played a card anyway, his movements steady. When are you going back to the passage, old man? He tilted his head slightly toward the glass house beside them. I built this for you so you could change your clothes, drink your coffee, then head back to the passage or return to your people, but you've practically started living in it. The Cosmic Elder tilted his head slightly toward the table for a few moments, his gaze lingering on the scattered cards as if lost in thought. The other side is bad, little Robin, very bad. Then he sighed, a deep and heavy sound that carried more weight than his earlier laughter. I've explored areas equivalent to several mid-sectors when compared to the universe we know, vast stretches that should have held something, anything, but there's nothing there except darkness and beasts. Then he revealed a strange smile, one that didn't quite align with the exhaustion in his voice. You know, I've been swallowed several times over there, whole, dragged into those things. Even if I can get out easily every time, it's not entertaining at all. Did you encounter more space beasts with the strength of ancestor-level beasts? Robin frowned slightly, leaning forward just a fraction, somewhat relieved that the Cosmic Elder had momentarily forgotten his turn. Of course, plenty of them actually, and fought a few. The Cosmic Elder waved his hand casually, as if it was nothing worth noting. Ancestor-level space beasts are manageable. If I caught one here in our universe, I could deal with it without even feeling tired. Then he turned his gaze away, his expression dimming slightly. But over there, it's different. There's true space there, void, a complete absence. There is none of the energy we're familiar with, nothing to draw from, nothing to circulate. Whatever you expend, you cannot recover, not even a fraction of it. He paused briefly before continuing, his tone slower and more serious. So I try to choose my battles as carefully as possible. Every move, every clash, has a cost I cannot take back. Then he continued, almost as if speaking to himself. But that limits how far I can travel. I can't cross a certain distance without getting into several fights. My energy runs out, and I'm forced to return before I can push any deeper. A faint trace of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. I've started to feel like this exploration mission was nothing more than a false hope, an illusion I convinced myself of. Robin nodded quietly, his expression thoughtful. Every time the Cosmic Elder returned from the other side, he would take in a deep breath, as if he had been submerged beneath the sea for years without air, then begin absorbing energy from the surroundings like a sponge, endlessly and hungrily, as if a man dying of thirst had finally stumbled upon water. Someone like the Cosmic Elder could live without air, could survive in a hostile, crushing void, could endure even without a direct source of energy for extended periods. But when all of that was combined with countless monsters, endless darkness, and no way to recover what was lost, one could only imagine the kind of pressure, exhaustion, and silent danger he had to endure on the other side. No wonder he didn't want to go back. Robin remained silent for a moment, his thoughts turning inward as he considered the situation more deeply, then finally asked, "Didn't you ever consider taking someone with you?" Chapter 21-29. Didn't you ever consider taking someone with you? Robin asked seriously. If the Cosmic Elder brought even a single person along with him, even someone weaker, and that person contributed in fighting the space beasts, it would grant the Cosmic Elder a wider margin to advance, even if only slightly at first. And with every additional person he brought, that margin would grow larger and larger, stacking over time into something meaningful. Such companionship would allow the Cosmic Elder to gradually shift his focus, until he could dedicate most of his strength solely to fighting ancestor-level space beasts, the true obstacles standing in his path, and that was exactly what was needed for progress. Taking someone with me? Hee. The Cosmic Elder let out a strange, almost mocking chuckle. Do you happen to have a handful of them prepared for me? What do you mean? Robin frowned slightly, his brows knitting together. You're the Cosmic Elder. With a single announcement, you could gather all the heads of the Cosmic Academies, not to mention the Behemoths and the leaders of the Stellar Academies who would volunteer to go with you without hesitation. What would I do with them? The Cosmic Elder waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing away something trivial. Didn't you see what happened when I threw that girl Eldera and her deputy against just a small group of mature space beasts? They barely managed to scatter them by fleeing in different directions, and when they emerged from the passage again, they were in a miserable, half-broken state. Then he continued, his tone growing colder, carrying a trace of disappointment. They can't even kill mature space beasts on their own. What would I do with them? Take them with me, only to abandon one or two behind every time a group of mature beasts appears? How many of them do you think would die before I make any real progress? He waved his hand again, more firmly this time. No. Let them stay here and deal with the universe's problems as usual. That suits them better. Robin felt that he couldn't find the right words to respond immediately. Exploring beyond the barrier had been the Cosmic Elder's dream for countless years, something he had pursued relentlessly, and yet even now, he still refused to sacrifice his subordinates for it, no matter how tempting the goal might be. Then why not take Athena with you? Robin asked after a brief pause, his tone more thoughtful. The distance you could cover wouldn't just increase, it would expand drastically. You'd most likely reach the other side if you had help like hers. The Cosmic Elder's problem wasn't just the lack of energy, but also his solitude in a place filled entirely with enemies and nothing else. That kind of isolation could wear down even someone like him over time, affecting him mentally more than anything else. Athena. The Cosmic Elder shook his head slowly. I met Athena a long time ago. Back then, she had fully recovered, completely restored to her peak. She had enough power to make a dough out of me easily in my state back then, and if I tried to fight her within the primordial chaos, she wouldn't even break a sweat before killing me. Then he paused briefly, his gaze lowering slightly. Why do you think she's still sitting there? You mean at the center of the universe? Robin frowned again, clearly trying to piece together the implication. Yes. The Cosmic Elder nodded faintly. She's a domineering woman who once enslaved behemoths, someone who stood at the very top, and now she's healed. There must have been a shift in her power, a growth that made her even stronger than she was before that incident. So why is she still hiding? He asked again, his voice quieter but sharper. Robin remained silent for a few moments, thinking carefully before answering. Are you saying she's afraid to appear? Perhaps, the Cosmic Elder replied briefly, his tone neutral. She's a proud woman. Maybe she's still embarrassed by that grave mistake in her lost the day against a nest of space beasts, and she's truly afraid, not of the space beasts themselves, but of facing people again after that failure. Then he raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression turning more contemplative. Or maybe she simply doesn't care about any of that, and is instead planning something far bigger, something we can't see yet. Her seclusion at the center of the universe, of all places, isn't something that can be dismissed as meaningless or accidental. Then, without breaking his rhythm, thud, he played a card onto the table. Can't you verify it? Robin asked, his tone firm and serious, his gaze steady as if he had already considered the consequences. If she's afraid, you can reassure her, and if she's planning something, then you should stop her before it develops into something uncontrollable. Thud. Robin played the next card without hesitation, placing it onto the pile with a controlled motion, leaving only a single card in his hand. May I ask how am I supposed to do that? The Cosmic Elder looked at Robin with a strange expression, as if he couldn't quite process what he had just heard, then slowly straightened his posture and spoke in a mocking, exaggerated tone. Hello, Athena, are you afraid or plotting something? Then he suddenly raised his voice and shouted at Robin, how exactly do you think that meeting would end, for heaven's sake? Hey, don't shout at me. I'm just giving you options. Robin frowned slightly, clearly displeased by the reaction. I meant you could investigate her from a distance or something like that, not walk straight into her face like an idiot. Impossible. The Cosmic Elder waved his hand dismissively, his expression turning serious again. I can't enter her stronghold without her knowing about it. Then he spoke more slowly, emphasizing every word, and by her stronghold, I mean the entire primordial chaos region, not just a single location. Then, thud, he played another card, his movements returning to their earlier rhythm. I don't want to risk going to her and exposing the passage to her, only for her to destroy it, monopolize it, or worse, enter it again and cause another disaster that we can't contain. The Cosmic Elder spoke seriously, his voice low and heavy. I can't imagine that woman willingly coming with me like a close pal in the face of danger. That's not how she is. You have a point. Robin nodded slightly, acknowledging the logic, then cast a strange sideways glance, his eyes narrowing just a bit. What about Sevar? Take him with you. It's obvious he's been feeling bored lately, and someone like him would at least be useful. Hee, are you worried about him being bored? The Cosmic Elder laughed in his distinctive, almost echoing manner, clearly amused. Do you want me to take Sevar with me to help me, or because of what he's been doing to you lately? Robin narrowed his eyes in annoyance, his expression darkening slightly, then raised his last remaining card and threw it down carelessly, as if he no longer cared about appearances. Then, almost instantly, a look of sudden delight spread across his face when the card flipped over and he saw its face clearly, his eyes lighting up. I won this round, haha. What? The Cosmic Elder's mouth opened wide in disbelief, his earlier composure completely breaking. With a quick glance, he identified the card, then leaned forward slightly. What? The card had no number on it at all, only the image of a king seated upon his throne, radiating a strange sense of authority. The Cosmic Elder pointed at it, his finger trembling slightly. What exactly is that supposed to be? It's the seated king card, Robin said with a raised eyebrow, his tone completely natural as if nothing was wrong. Whoever plays this card wins the round no matter how bad their situation is, no conditions attached. How is this the first time I'm seeing it? The Cosmic Elder said in shock, clearly unable to accept what he was hearing. And secondly, seated king. Couldn't you come up with a better name than that? What do you mean? Robin slammed his hand on the table with force, the sound echoing slightly. Are you accusing me of cheating again? You are cheating itself. The Cosmic Elder threw all the cards onto the table in anger, his patience finally snapping. How did you do it, you little bastard? Did you use the master law of creation to invent a new card again just to win? Delusions. Robin chuckled lightly, clearly enjoying the reaction. You. The Cosmic Elder was just about to reach out and grab Robin's hair again, his hand already halfway forward. But, whoosh. At that exact moment, two shadows rapidly approached the mountain at incredible speed, cutting through the air like streaks of light, instantly drawing the attention of both Robin and the Cosmic Elder and interrupting their argument mid-motion. Chapter 2130. Whoosh. The two shadows rapidly approached the peak of the mountain, slicing through the air with controlled speed, their trajectories steady and precise despite the violent winds that raged at such altitude, then immediately began descending in a calm and as non-disruptive manner as possible, carefully suppressing any shockwave or disturbance that might disrupt the surroundings. Step. Step. The moment their feet touched the ground, both of them quickly bowed without the slightest hesitation, their movements synchronized and respectful, and the larger of the two spoke, his voice firm yet filled with deference. We greet Lord Robin, we greet the Cosmic Elder. We hope we have not interrupted anything important. Chat Dad, it's been a long time. Robin visibly relaxed the moment he recognized his second disciple approaching, a faint sense of ease returning to his posture, as this would most likely distract the Cosmic Elder from continuing his attempt to grab his hair again. Then, almost immediately, as Robin's gaze shifted toward the person standing behind Shaddad, his expression subtly changed, becoming slightly more serious and attentive. He was a human of moderate height, his build balanced and composed, wearing loose yet well-tailored, light-colored clothing that gave off a refined and disciplined impression. The upper half of his face was partially covered by light brown hair with a faint yellow tint, strands falling naturally over his features, while the lower half revealed a defined jawline and handsome, sharp facial structure. But what truly caught Robin's attention was neither his outward appearance nor the mere fact that he stood in such a restricted location without hesitation, but rather what he was cultivating deep within himself. Robin could practically sense the law of truth emanating from his body, subtle yet undeniable, like a faint resonance that could not be concealed. That person was unquestionably different, without the slightest doubt, and not just any truth chosen either. He had reached the level of a sage. That meant this person had reached the third stage of truth, just like Shaddad himself, a level that few could ever hope to achieve. And setting all of that aside, that human was looking at him in a strange way at this very moment, a rather suspicious and intense way that did not match the calmness of his posture. Once Robin confirmed all of this, he casually gestured toward the newcomer and asked, "Who's this brother?" "Jean," the young man responded immediately, his voice filled with energy and urgency, cutting Shaddad off before he could even speak. "I am Jean, a truth chosen specializing in martial arts and energy pathways, and currently one of the elders of Sky Opening City." Then he took another step forward without hesitation, his expression resolute. "Please accept me as your disciple." "Hey!" Shaddad lightly slapped the back of Jin's head, his tone half annoyed, half amused. "I only became a disciple barely 2 centuries ago, and you already want the title of junior brother that easily." Then he turned toward Robin and bowed slightly, his expression apologetic. "I apologize for his behavior, I did not bring him here for this purpose." Robin remained silent for a moment, his gaze lingering on Jean as he carefully observed him. He finally understood those strange looks and the unsteady movement of his pupils. They were not hostility or suspicion, but rather pure admiration, the kind that bordered on obsession. "May I ask what brought a distinguished third-stage truth chosen to work in my Sky Opening City of his own accord?" Robin asked, a faint, controlled smile appearing on his lips as he spoke. "Master, your information is somewhat outdated," Shaddad intervened respectfully, his tone composed. "Besides me and Jean, there are currently 10 truth chosen in Sky Opening City in Mid-Sector 99, 7 truth chosen in Sky Opening City in Mid-Sector 100 under Senior Brother Jabba, and 4 truth chosen from the Young Sector who joined Sky Opening City alongside Her Highness Zara." Robin raised his eyebrows slightly in clear surprise, the scale of what he was hearing exceeding his expectations. "Damn!" The Cosmic Elder was also taken aback, his eyes widening slightly before he turned toward Robin with a strange look. "Have you become some kind of magnet for people with shining eyes or something?" "Your Majesty." Jean quickly stepped forward and interjected, his voice filled with urgency and a barely restrained excitement. "I personally convinced 3 of those truth chosen to come and work for the Sky Opening Cities, and I can assure you with complete confidence that I will bring you at least 3 more in the near future. This is only the beginning." "What is going on here?" Robin asked in clear surprise, his brows furrowing slightly as he tried to process the situation. "Why are all these truth chosen coming to me of their own accord?" Then he turned his gaze toward Shaddad, his tone becoming more focused. "Did we ever announce a need for truth chosen or offer any kind of rewards or incentives?" Robin was asking while his heart was beating faster than usual, not out of annoyance or suspicion, but out of a mixture of astonishment, curiosity, and a quiet sense of excitement. After all, who wouldn't want such a number of truth chosen willingly gathering under them without even being asked? "No, Master," Shaddad shook his head calmly, his expression steady. "They began coming on their own after the announcement of the Cosmic Elder spread across the universe." "Hee, no need to thank me." The Cosmic Elder laughed loudly as he patted Robin's shoulder in a carefree manner, clearly pleased with himself, then casually began rearranging the playing cards again, and in the process, quietly burned the seated king card as if it had never existed in the first place. Robin, however, remained completely focused on the matter at hand, his expression growing more thoughtful and serious. "As far as I know, truth chosen prefer solitude and secrecy above all else. Even the Chamber of Truth in the Soul Society was avoided by nearly everyone, treated as a place to stay away from unless absolutely necessary." "What exactly changed?" Then he narrowed his eyes slightly at Shaddad, his tone turning more probing. "They all took the oath, right?" "Of course." Shaddad replied immediately without hesitation, his voice firm and certain. "Your Majesty," Jean called out again, stepping forward with renewed seriousness, his expression becoming more intense. "What you just said is precisely the reason most of us chose to gather under your wing." Robin frowned even more deeply, clearly intrigued now, but remained silent, waiting for Jean to explain further without interrupting him. And Jean continued, his voice carrying both long-held frustration and a sense of relief at finally speaking openly. "A truth chosen is always forced into hiding, always searching for a patron to survive under. And when something happens to that patron, whether they fall or turn against us, we are forced to flee and search for another one somewhere else. A patron who protects us on the surface, yet exploits us at the same time. Nothing in this world is given freely. Everything comes with a price, and that price is often far heavier than it should be." Then he pointed at himself, his expression turning visibly bitter, his tone tightening slightly. "I myself worked under a Millennial Empire in mid-Sector 84. They would humiliate me every time I requested resources for my experiments, treating me as if I were begging, and at the same time, they would insult me harshly if I delayed even slightly in delivering the results they demanded from me. This continued throughout my entire life, for tens of thousands of years without change. Even after I broke through and became a third-stage truth chosen, reaching a level that should have earned respect, it made no difference to them." He paused briefly, then his tone shifted, becoming steadier, "until you finally appeared, Lord Human, and restored my hope in what it means to be a truth chosen. No, not just mine, you restored hope for all of us who had long given up. The mere appearance of your name in the Soul Society would shake everyone and bring all dealings to an abrupt halt." People would abandon their negotiations, their transactions, everything, just to hear even the smallest piece of news about you. Even within that Millennial Empire where I served, your name echoed constantly through the halls, accompanied by exaggerated praise and endless rumors about the man who produces astonishing innovations and effortless solutions at an unbelievable pace, as if such things required no effort at all, as if he were simply boiling eggs. Your widespread fame pushed me to return to the Soul Society after I had completely lost faith in it, and to re-enter the Room of Truth where I had once worked and abandoned long ago. And I wasn't alone. He added, his voice lowering slightly. Dozens of Truth Chosen did the same. All of us were searching for you, hoping to find you there, hoping to confirm with our own eyes whether those stories were real, but you never appeared. He shook his head lightly, a faint trace of helplessness crossing his face, so we remained where we were, continuing our lives as before, while occasionally returning to the Chamber of Truth, holding on to the faint hope that one day you might enter it by chance. This continued, until the Cosmic Elder's announcement. Then he revealed a strange smile, one filled with relief, certainty, and anticipation. Only then did we finally learn of a tangible place where you could truly be found, the Sacred Covenant Cosmic Academy. Chapter 2131. Since that day, a number of Truth Chosen began observing the Sacred Covenant Academy from afar, watching every movement and every development with great attention. Some companions I know even went directly to the academy and applied as instructors, hoping to get a closer look at how things function there and perhaps, if they were fortunate, catch a glimpse of you in person, but unfortunately, that never happened. Jean continued after a brief pause, organizing his thoughts carefully. After several years had passed since the announcement, one of the brothers finally gathered the courage to act. He approached Lady Morgana and requested a meeting with you. He introduced himself as a Truth Chosen and openly declared that he wished to become your disciple. Lady Morgana firmly rejected him that day without leaving room for negotiation, but she did not turn him away completely. Instead, she redirected him to your disciple, Shaddad, as an alternative path. That brother then went and met Lord Shaddad, accepted the conditions placed upon him without hesitation, and officially joined Sky Opening City. After witnessing what existed there with his own eyes, the environment, the resources, the freedom, he began contacting the Truth Chosen he had known throughout his life. By himself, he managed to attract 5 more Truth Chosen to come and join, and through that, he effectively opened the door for the rest of us to follow, giving us a clear path to take. Any Truth Chosen who hears that your Majesty possesses your own empires and entire cities dedicated purely to science and development, where your works are shared openly and where unimaginable amounts of resources and wealth are constantly poured into research and experimentation, immediately begins to reconsider their current situation. Most of them end up abandoning the places that shelter them and come here without hesitation. Even those who have deep emotional ties to the places they serve eventually make the decision to join the city, taking an oath to balance both sides if necessary, just to be part of this unprecedented environment. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression shifting into one of thoughtful curiosity. That first Truth Chosen who stepped forward, he must be quite bold and unusually daring for someone of your kind. Then he asked calmly, why didn't he come with you? Klein, he is no longer in Mid-Sector 99, Shaddad answered this time, stepping in with a composed tone. I sent him to the Sky Opening City under Senior Brother Jabba in Mid-Sector 100. Senior Brother Jabba remains in constant seclusion, and the Sky Opening City there has been relying almost entirely on his blood-related discoveries, without making meaningful progress in other fields. He continued, elaborating further. So when I realized that this Truth Chosen was also at the 3rd stage and specialized in arrays, I decided to send him there. He now acts as a deputy to Senior Brother Jabba, helping guide and advance the other branches that had been stagnating. He is also a 3rd stage Truth Chosen. Robin raised his eyebrows in visible surprise, then let out a long breath as he absorbed the information. Impressive, it seems the Sky Opening cities have developed far beyond what I expected. You truly cannot imagine the extent of it, Master. Shaddad chuckled, clearly proud of the progress. All the branches you established have now reached an entirely different level. City designs have become more refined, armor has improved significantly, and there has been rapid advancement in talismans and consumables. Even daily innovations and improvements to the interstellar communication system occur at an astonishing pace. Almost every single day, there is a new discovery, a refinement, or an upgrade. And of course, the field experiencing the most rapid and continuous breakthroughs across the 3 cities is the development of new uses for the harvested parts of space beasts. That area alone is evolving at an incredible rate. Then Shaddad placed his hand over his chest, his expression firm and resolute. I am willing to swear that there is no other place in the universe that possesses this level of progress today, nor this sheer volume of research output, and certainly not this number of Truth Chosen gathered in one place. Robin nodded several times in satisfaction, clearly pleased with what he was hearing, then slowly turned his head toward the Cosmic Elder with a wide grin stretching from ear to ear, unable to hide his amusement. The Cosmic Elder raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression shifting into mild suspicion. Are you trying to provoke me by showing off that you have gathered a bunch of bookworms under you? Robin chuckled lightly, clearly enjoying the moment. Hee, one who spreads knowledge is better than one who spreads his sperm. You have brought this upon yourself. The Cosmic Elder immediately reacted, his patience snapping, and reached out with his left hand to grab Robin's hair tightly without holding back. Shaddad and Jean remained standing where they were, completely frozen in place, exchanging a brief glance before falling silent again, utterly stunned and unsure how to react to what they had just witnessed unfolding before them. It was not because their role model was currently having his hair pulled and his head slammed against the table, no, it was because of who was doing it to him. The Cosmic Elder. The very existence because of whom everyone was still breathing, the one without whom nothing in this universe would have remained intact, was personally sitting here playing cards with Lord Human, and tugging at his hair like they were nothing more than two ordinary brothers joking around. It became clear that calling him a close friend in the announcement had not been an exaggeration, nor a symbolic gesture meant to send a hidden message. It was simply the truth. At this very moment, while the Cosmic Elder was roughly dragging Lord Human's head across the table with zero restraint, and while Shaddad and Jean stood silently to the side trying to process what they were witnessing, they began to notice something strange, something that did not quite fit with the scene. The place was not as calm and silent as they had initially assumed. They noticed an array that was continuously channeling energy toward Robin, feeding him in a stable and uninterrupted flow, almost like a hidden lifeline that never stopped operating. They noticed that the center where his energy gathered was shifting in an irregular and dynamic pattern, clearly indicating that he was engaged in something complex, something like building or reinforcing his foundations in real time. They noticed that inside the glass house, 3 distinct portals had been opened, each releasing a swirling vortex that greedily absorbed enormous quantities of emerald resources, pulling them in with relentless force as if fueling some massive internal process. They noticed the Seraphim feather pen moving tirelessly across a large board, writing, sketching, and calculating without pause. Occasionally, it would stop mid-motion, hovering slightly as if deep in thought, then resume again, tracing lines and symbols that were far beyond their comprehension. Then their gazes returned to Robin once more. He was sitting here casually playing cards and being bullied in the most undignified way, yet at the same time, he was clearly engaged in something else entirely, something that required constant attention and precision. It was as if he was operating on multiple levels at once. Tisk, tisk. Robin finally managed to break free with some difficulty, adjusting himself quickly and wisely choosing not to say anything further that might provoke the Cosmic Elder into grabbing him again. Instead, he simply turned toward Shaddad, regaining his composure almost instantly. "All right then, what brings you here today? Is there something I can help with?" "2 things, actually," Shaddad replied promptly, then hesitated for a brief moment as if choosing his words carefully. He stepped slightly to the side and gestured toward Jean beside him. Jean has created a martial art specifically tailored for the 5th path, a technique designed to amplify the body's physical capabilities. "Oh." Robin raised his eyebrows, his expression immediately lighting up with genuine interest and pleasant surprise, then extended his hand toward Jean without delay. "Let me see the details." "Right away." Jean did not hesitate for even a fraction of a second. With a swift motion, he extracted a glowing sphere from his forehead, its light pulsing faintly, and gently sent it toward Robin with great care. Robin remained completely silent for about 30 seconds, his eyes closed as he absorbed and processed the information within the sphere, his expression unreadable during that time. Then he slowly opened his eyes and gave a small nod. "Excellent. It is still incomplete, but the foundation is very solid. The direction is correct." Then he looked at Jean with a faint smile, his tone calm yet filled with subtle encouragement. "What exactly is your intended approach? Tell me your core idea so I can understand how best to help you refine it." "Help me." Jin's eyes widened instantly, his entire face lighting up with disbelief and excitement, as if he had just heard something unimaginable. Then he spoke with a wide, uncontrollable smile. "You are going to help me personally? What, you do not want that?" Robin raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone casual as if it were nothing unusual. "That is fine, I understand. You have your own pride. You can continue on your own and show me the results later when you are satisfied." "Pride? What pride?" Jean stepped forward quickly, clearly flustered and eager. "I will accept your help with complete gratitude." Help from Lord Human, the very person destined to become the great truth chosen of this generation? That was exactly why he had joined Sky Opening City in the first place, and the opportunity now standing before him felt almost unreal. Chapter 2132. Jean gathered his thoughts, steadying himself despite the overwhelming presence before him, and spoke quickly, his words flowing one after another as if afraid the opportunity might slip away. "When I first arrived at Sky Opening City and learned about the 5th path, I was completely fascinated by the existence of such a new and mysterious cultivation path, something that no one seemed to truly understand or document. So I decided to study it in depth, even though my specialization lies in martial arts, and realistically, I was not expecting to gain any direct benefit from analyzing it so thoroughly. But during my research, I discovered a major flaw. Users of that path lack specialization in laws that would allow them to construct powerful techniques for offense, defense, or even perception. There are no refined external techniques either. Even something as basic as flight, which is considered a natural and almost instinctive ability for other-world cataclysm cultivators, is extremely difficult for them to achieve. However, at the same time, I also discovered a significant advantage. The elasticity and resilience of their cells provide an enormous range of control over their size, their structure, and the way energy flows and behaves within them. That is when the idea struck me, to use this very advantage to compensate for the flaw, to turn weakness into strength. Jean spoke with visible pride, his voice rising slightly, still unable to believe that he was presenting such thoughts directly in front of Lord Human and the Cosmic Elder, figures he had only ever heard about in distant rumors. A good chain of thought. Robin nodded calmly, clearly approving of the direction. "In fact, I have considered this issue before and spent some time preparing potential solutions. Filling this gap would significantly increase the overall strength of my empires." Robin pulled out several panels, his movements smooth and practiced, and began injecting them with streams of information, filling them rapidly with structured knowledge, then passed them to Jean. "You will find here ideas for 17 martial arts specifically tailored for the body. The general frameworks are there, along with the foundational concepts and some suggested approaches for execution. You can complete and refine the rest on your own, right? This. Jean received the panels in shock, his hands trembling slightly as he held them, unable to believe what he was being given so casually. As for that amplification technique of yours. Robin stroked his chin for a few moments in thought, then took out a small panel and an epic pen. Without hesitation, he began sketching an extremely complex design at high speed, his hand moving with absolute confidence, as if he were merely signing his name rather than constructing something intricate. He then placed the pen aside and handed the panel to Jean as well. Seeing a nearly complete version of your technique allowed me to identify one of the core issues that limit body-based martial arts. I believe this solution should address it effectively. Apply it to your technique and restructure it accordingly. You can also use this panel to resolve certain structural problems in your other arts. Jean received the panel and immediately began examining it like a madman, his focus completely consumed. If the theory he was seeing right now were applied, he would be able to fully exploit the elasticity of cells, controlling entire muscle groups to expand and contract at precise levels without causing ruptures, just like what had happened to Drak before. And the degree of expansion would undoubtedly increase further with continued experimentation and refinement. Jean slowly raised his head again, staring at Robin with overwhelming shock, admiration, and disbelief, his mind struggling to keep up. So this was how Great Truth Chosen operated. The gap between them was simply enormous, almost insurmountable. Thud. Jean suddenly dropped to his knees without hesitation, his voice filled with urgency and sincerity. Please, accept me as your disciple. Robin scratched his head awkwardly, slightly embarrassed. The one kneeling before him was dozens of times older than himself, perhaps even more, which made the situation somewhat strange. Then he clapped once, bringing a sense of closure to the moment. Your name is Jean, right? Stand up. He leaned back against the side of his seat again, his posture relaxed. I do not take disciples that easily. Continue working hard in the city, and we will see what happens in the future. Jean lifted his face, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly open, completely stunned by the response. Thank you for not rejecting me outright. Then he quickly stood up again, as if afraid the opportunity might vanish if he lingered. Robin blinked slightly, clearly taken aback by the reaction, then let out a soft chuckle before turning his attention toward Shaddad. Alright, what about you? You are the only one left now, so do not try to change the subject again. Shaddad took a long, steady breath, gathering himself, then stepped forward and pulled out a massive amount of papers and books from his ring. Thud. They piled up into a towering stack that nearly reached Robin's height once fully revealed, filling the space between them. Robin raised an eyebrow upon seeing the sheer volume, his curiosity immediately piqued, then turned his gaze back toward Shaddad, waiting for him to explain what all of this was about. Please, accept this, Shaddad said, his tone respectful yet slightly tense, then extracted a soul sphere from his forehead and gently passed it toward Robin, careful not to disrupt its structure. I am not particularly skilled in matters of the soul, so I cannot transfer everything I know about this subject through this method, but you will find a general overview inside. The rest of the details, the deeper parts, are all documented in those books. Please, tell me what you think. Robin received the soul sphere without a word, his fingers closing around it lightly, and then he fell into complete silence for long minutes. That silence gradually grew heavier, almost oppressive, spreading across the area like an invisible weight pressing down on everyone present. Amid that lingering and somewhat unsettling stillness between the three others, the first one to break was Shaddad. Ahem, Shaddad coughed lightly, trying to ease the tension, then turned toward the Cosmic Elder with an awkward, slightly forced smile. So, card games, huh? By that moment, Robin had already opened his eyes, his brows tightly furrowed in deep concentration. He stood up abruptly and began flipping through the books and papers in what appeared to be a random manner, his hands moving quickly as if searching for something specific hidden among the massive stack. The Cosmic Elder let out a long sigh when he realized that this process would take some time, then finally turned his attention toward Shaddad. Has Sky Opening City in Mid-Sector 99 been experiencing noticeable disruptions lately, or are these issues being resolved before they ever reach your level? Me. Shaddad was visibly startled that the Cosmic Elder was addressing him directly, his posture stiffening slightly, but at the same time, he almost felt like collapsing under the pressure because he genuinely did not know the answer. He had spent the past decades in nearly uninterrupted seclusion, isolating himself for long stretches of time. He would only emerge briefly to retrieve something specific or to follow up on a particular matter, then immediately return to his seclusion again, fully focused on solving the issue related to the Nexus state. Everything he knew about the city's current condition consisted of scattered fragments, incomplete pieces of information, such as the number of truth chosen present or short updates about specific developments he had personally chosen to monitor, nothing beyond that. No mention of any disruptions had ever reached him during his absence. If it were something significant, something truly serious, he would have certainly been informed immediately without delay. But how could it not be serious if the Cosmic Elder himself was asking about it? Maybe I can answer His Excellency, the Cosmic Elder. Jean raised his hand slightly and pointed at himself hesitantly, clearly unsure if it was his place to speak. Shaddad immediately began nodding at him vigorously, almost desperately, as if silently urging him to take over. In response to His Excellency, the Cosmic Elder, there have indeed been strange disruptions occurring, Jean replied, his brows drawn tightly together, his expression reflecting deep concentration as he tried to recall every detail accurately. What I have personally observed includes delays in the delivery of certain resources, and in some cases, those resources do not arrive at all. There have been researchers disappearing under mysterious and unexplained circumstances, without leaving behind any clear traces. Several research and development centers have exploded suddenly, without any confirmed cause. There are also persistent issues with the supply of paper materials and documentation, along with other irregularities that seem small individually, but when combined. He paused briefly, then continued with a heavier tone. They have collectively slowed the city's progress by at least 20 years out of the past 50. Something like that has been happening. Shaddad asked in shock, his eyes widening as the realization began to sink in. Why was I not informed about any of this? There is no evidence that any of this is the result of deliberate interference. Jean briefly turned his head toward Shaddad, then looked back toward the Cosmic Elder. Every investigation conducted so far concludes that these are either isolated accidents or unintended problems, simple misfortune, or what people would call fate. The Cosmic Elder fell silent for a moment, his expression unreadable, as if weighing something far beyond what had just been said, then he slowly nodded. Chapter 2133. Since that day, a number of Truth Chosen began observing the Sacred Covenant Academy from afar, watching every movement and every development with great attention. Some companions I know even went directly to the academy and applied as instructors, hoping to get a closer look at how things function there and perhaps, if they were fortunate, catch a glimpse of you in person, but unfortunately, that never happened. Jean continued after a brief pause, organizing his thoughts carefully. After several years had passed since the announcement, one of the brothers finally gathered the courage to act. He approached Lady Morgana and requested a meeting with you. He introduced himself as a Truth Chosen and openly declared that he wished to become your disciple. Lady Morgana firmly rejected him that day without leaving room for negotiation, but she did not turn him away completely. Instead, she redirected him to your disciple, Shaddad, as an alternative path. That brother then went and met Lord Shaddad, accepted the conditions placed upon him without hesitation, and officially joined Sky Opening City. After witnessing what existed there with his own eyes, the environment, the resources, the freedom, he began contacting the Truth Chosen he had known throughout his life. By himself, he managed to attract 5 more Truth Chosen to come and join, and through that, he effectively opened the door for the rest of us to follow, giving us a clear path to take. Any Truth Chosen who hears that your majesty possesses your own empires and entire cities dedicated purely to science and development, where your works are shared openly and where unimaginable amounts of resources and wealth are constantly poured into research and experimentation, immediately begins to reconsider their current situation. Most of them end up abandoning the places that shelter them and come here without hesitation. Even those who have deep emotional ties to the places they serve eventually make the decision to join the city, taking an oath to balance both sides if necessary, just to be part of this unprecedented environment. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression shifting into one of thoughtful curiosity. That first Truth Chosen who stepped forward, he must be quite bold and unusually daring for someone of your kind. Then he asked calmly, why didn't he come with you? Klein, he is no longer in mid-sector 99, Shaddad answered this time, stepping in with a composed tone. I sent him to the Sky Opening City under Senior Brother Jabba in mid-sector 100. Senior Brother Jabba remains in constant seclusion, and the Sky Opening City there has been relying almost entirely on his blood-related discoveries, without making meaningful progress in other fields. He continued, elaborating further. So when I realized that this Truth Chosen was also at the 3rd stage and specialized in arrays, I decided to send him there. He now acts as a deputy to Senior Brother Jabba, helping guide and advance the other branches that had been stagnating. He is also a 3rd stage Truth Chosen. Robin raised his eyebrows in visible surprise, then let out a long breath as he absorbed the information. Impressive, it seems the Sky Opening cities have developed far beyond what I expected. You truly cannot imagine the extent of it, Master. Shaddad chuckled, clearly proud of the progress. All the branches you established have now reached an entirely different level. City designs have become more refined, armor has improved significantly, and there has been rapid advancement in talismans and consumables. Even daily innovations and improvements to the interstellar communication system occur at an astonishing pace. Almost every single day, there is a new discovery, a refinement, or an upgrade. And of course, the field experiencing the most rapid and continuous breakthroughs across the 3 cities is the development of new uses for the harvested parts of space beasts. That area alone is evolving at an incredible rate. Then Shaddad placed his hand over his chest, his expression firm and resolute. I am willing to swear that there is no other place in the universe that possesses this level of progress today, nor this sheer volume of research output, and certainly not this number of Truth Chosen gathered in one place. Robin nodded several times in satisfaction, clearly pleased with what he was hearing, then slowly turned his head toward the Cosmic Elder with a wide grin stretching from ear to ear, unable to hide his amusement. The Cosmic Elder raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression shifting into mild suspicion. Are you trying to provoke me by showing off that you have gathered a bunch of bookworms under you? Robin chuckled lightly, clearly enjoying the moment. Hee, one who spreads knowledge is better than one who spreads his sperm. You have brought this upon yourself. The Cosmic Elder immediately reacted, his patience snapping, and reached out with his left hand to grab Robin's hair tightly without holding back. Shaddad and Jean remained standing where they were, completely frozen in place, exchanging a brief glance before falling silent again, utterly stunned and unsure how to react to what they had just witnessed unfolding before them. It was not because their role model was currently having his hair pulled and his head slammed against the table, no, it was because of who was doing it to him. The Cosmic Elder. The very existence because of whom everyone was still breathing, the one without whom nothing in this universe would have remained intact, was personally sitting here playing cards with Lord Human, and tugging at his hair like they were nothing more than two ordinary brothers joking around. It became clear that calling him a close friend in the announcement had not been an exaggeration, nor a symbolic gesture meant to send a hidden message. It was simply the truth. At this very moment, while the Cosmic Elder was roughly dragging Lord Human's head across the table with zero restraint, and while Shaddad and Jean stood silently to the side trying to process what they were witnessing, they began to notice something strange, something that did not quite fit with the scene. The place was not as calm and silent as they had initially assumed. They noticed an array that was continuously channeling energy toward Robin, feeding him in a stable and uninterrupted flow, almost like a hidden lifeline that never stopped operating. They noticed that the center where his energy gathered was shifting in an irregular and dynamic pattern, clearly indicating that he was engaged in something complex, something like building or reinforcing his foundations in real time. They noticed that inside the glass house, 3 distinct portals had been opened, each releasing a swirling vortex that greedily absorbed enormous quantities of emerald resources, pulling them in with relentless force as if fueling some massive internal process. They noticed the seraphim feather pen moving tirelessly across a large board, writing, sketching, and calculating without pause. Occasionally, it would stop mid-motion, hovering slightly as if deep in thought, then resume again, tracing lines and symbols that were far beyond their comprehension. Then their gazes returned to Robin once more. He was sitting here casually playing cards and being bullied in the most undignified way, yet at the same time, he was clearly engaged in something else entirely, something that required constant attention and precision. It was as if he was operating on multiple levels at once. Tisk, tisk. Robin finally managed to break free with some difficulty, adjusting himself quickly and wisely choosing not to say anything further that might provoke the Cosmic Elder into grabbing him again. Instead, he simply turned toward Shaddad, regaining his composure almost instantly. "All right then, what brings you here today? Is there something I can help with?" "2 things, actually," Shaddad replied promptly, then hesitated for a brief moment as if choosing his words carefully. He stepped slightly to the side and gestured toward Jean beside him. Jean has created a martial art specifically tailored for the 5th path, a technique designed to amplify the body's physical capabilities. "Oh." Robin raised his eyebrows, his expression immediately lighting up with genuine interest and pleasant surprise, then extended his hand toward Jean without delay. "Let me see the details." "Right away." Jean did not hesitate for even a fraction of a second. With a swift motion, he extracted a glowing sphere from his forehead, its light pulsing faintly, and gently sent it toward Robin with great care. Robin remained completely silent for about 30 seconds, his eyes closed as he absorbed and processed the information within the sphere, his expression unreadable during that time. Then he slowly opened his eyes and gave a small nod. "Excellent. It is still incomplete, but the foundation is very solid. The direction is correct." Then he looked at Jean with a faint smile, his tone calm yet filled with subtle encouragement. "What exactly is your intended approach? Tell me your core idea so I can understand how best to help you refine it." "Help me." Jin's eyes widened instantly, his entire face lighting up with disbelief and excitement, as if he had just heard something unimaginable. Then he spoke with a wide, uncontrollable smile. "You are going to help me personally? What, you do not want that?" Robin raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone casual as if it were nothing unusual. "That is fine, I understand. You have your own pride. You can continue on your own and show me the results later when you are satisfied." "Pride? What pride?" Jean stepped forward quickly, clearly flustered and eager. "I will accept your help with complete gratitude." Help from Lord Human, the very person destined to become the great truth chosen of this generation? That was exactly why he had joined Sky Opening City in the first place, and the opportunity now standing before him felt almost unreal. Jean gathered his thoughts, steadying himself despite the overwhelming presence before him, and spoke quickly, his words flowing one after another as if afraid the opportunity might slip away. "When I first arrived at Sky Opening City and learned about the 5th path, I was completely fascinated by the existence of such a new and mysterious cultivation path, something that no one seemed to truly understand or document. So I decided to study it in depth, even though my specialization lies in martial arts, and realistically, I was not expecting to gain any direct benefit from analyzing it so thoroughly. But during my research, I discovered a major flaw. Users of that path lack specialization in laws that would allow them to construct powerful techniques for offense, defense, or even perception. There are no refined external techniques either. Even something as basic as flight, which is considered a natural and almost instinctive ability for other-world cataclysm cultivators, is extremely difficult for them to achieve. However, at the same time, I also discovered a significant advantage. The elasticity and resilience of their cells provide an enormous range of control over their size, their structure, and the way energy flows and behaves within them. That is when the idea struck me, to use this very advantage to compensate for the flaw, to turn weakness into strength. Jean spoke with visible pride, his voice rising slightly, still unable to believe that he was presenting such thoughts directly in front of Lord Human and the Cosmic Elder, figures he had only ever heard about in distant rumors. A good chain of thought. Robin nodded calmly, clearly approving of the direction. "In fact, I have considered this issue before and spent some time preparing potential solutions. Filling this gap would significantly increase the overall strength of my empires." Robin pulled out several panels, his movements smooth and practiced, and began injecting them with streams of information, filling them rapidly with structured knowledge, then passed them to Jean. "You will find here ideas for 17 martial arts specifically tailored for the body. The general frameworks are there, along with the foundational concepts and some suggested approaches for execution. You can complete and refine the rest on your own, right? This. Jean received the panels in shock, his hands trembling slightly as he held them, unable to believe what he was being given so casually. As for that amplification technique of yours. Robin stroked his chin for a few moments and thought, then took out a small panel and an epic pen. Without hesitation, he began sketching an extremely complex design at high speed, his hand moving with absolute confidence, as if he were merely signing his name rather than constructing something intricate. He then placed the pen aside and handed the panel to Jean as well. Seeing a nearly complete version of your technique allowed me to identify one of the core issues that limit body-based martial arts. I believe this solution should address it effectively. Apply it to your technique and restructure it accordingly. You can also use this panel to resolve certain structural problems in your other arts. Jean received the panel and immediately began examining it like a madman, his focus completely consumed. If the theory he was seeing right now were applied, he would be able to fully exploit the elasticity of cells, controlling entire muscle groups to expand and contract at precise levels without causing ruptures, just like what had happened to Drot before. And the degree of expansion would undoubtedly increase further with continued experimentation and refinement. Jean slowly raised his head again, staring at Robin with overwhelming shock, admiration, and disbelief, his mind struggling to keep up. So this was how Great Truth Chosen operated. The gap between them was simply enormous, almost insurmountable. Thud. Jean suddenly dropped to his knees without hesitation, his voice filled with urgency and sincerity. Please, accept me as your disciple. Robin scratched his head awkwardly, slightly embarrassed. The one kneeling before him was dozens of times older than himself, perhaps even more, which made the situation somewhat strange. Then he clapped once, bringing a sense of closure to the moment. Your name is Jean, right? Stand up. He leaned back against the side of his seat again, his posture relaxed. I do not take disciples that easily. Continue working hard in the city, and we will see what happens in the future. Jean lifted his face, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly open, completely stunned by the response. Thank you for not rejecting me outright. Then he quickly stood up again, as if afraid the opportunity might vanish if he lingered. Robin blinked slightly, clearly taken aback by the reaction, then let out a soft chuckle before turning his attention toward Shaddad. Alright, what about you? You are the only one left now, so do not try to change the subject again. Shaddad took a long, steady breath, gathering himself, then stepped forward and pulled out a massive amount of papers and books from his ring. Thud. They piled up into a towering stack that nearly reached Robin's height once fully revealed, filling the space between them. Robin raised an eyebrow upon seeing the sheer volume, his curiosity immediately piqued, then turned his gaze back toward Shaddad, waiting for him to explain what all of this was about. Please, accept this, Shaddad said, his tone respectful yet slightly tense, then extracted a soul sphere from his forehead and gently passed it toward Robin, careful not to disrupt its structure. I am not particularly skilled in matters of the soul, so I cannot transfer everything I know about this subject through this method, but you will find a general overview inside. The rest of the details, the deeper parts, are all documented in those books. Please, tell me what you think. Robin received the soul sphere without a word, his fingers closing around it lightly, and then he fell into complete silence for long minutes. That silence gradually grew heavier, almost oppressive, spreading across the area like an invisible weight pressing down on everyone present. Amid that lingering and somewhat unsettling stillness between the three others, the first one to break was Shaddad. Ahem, Shaddad coughed lightly, trying to ease the tension, then turned toward the Cosmic Elder with an awkward, slightly forced smile. So, card games, huh? By that moment, Robin had already opened his eyes, his brows tightly furrowed in deep concentration. He stood up abruptly and began flipping through the books and papers in what appeared to be a random manner, his hands moving quickly as if searching for something specific hidden among the massive stack. The Cosmic Elder let out a long sigh when he realized that this process would take some time, then finally turned his attention toward Shaddad. Has Sky Opening City in Mid-Sector 99 been experiencing noticeable disruptions lately, or are these issues being resolved before they ever reach your level? Me. Shaddad was visibly startled that the Cosmic Elder was addressing him directly, his posture stiffening slightly, but at the same time, he almost felt like collapsing under the pressure because he genuinely did not know the answer. He had spent the past decades in nearly uninterrupted seclusion, isolating himself for long stretches of time. He would only emerge briefly to retrieve something specific or to follow up on a particular matter, then immediately return to his seclusion again, fully focused on solving the issue related to the Nexus state. Everything he knew about the city's current condition consisted of scattered fragments, incomplete pieces of information, such as the number of Truth Chosen present or short updates about specific developments he had personally chosen to monitor, nothing beyond that. No mention of any disruptions had ever reached him during his absence. If it were something significant, something truly serious, he would have certainly been informed immediately without delay. But how could it not be serious if the Cosmic Elder himself was asking about it? Maybe I can answer His Excellency, the Cosmic Elder. Jean raised his hand slightly and pointed at himself hesitantly, clearly unsure if it was his place to speak. Shaddad immediately began nodding at him vigorously, almost desperately, as if silently urging him to take over. In response to His Excellency, the Cosmic Elder, there have indeed been strange disruptions occurring, Jean replied, his brows drawn tightly together, his expression reflecting deep concentration as he tried to recall every detail accurately. What I have personally observed includes delays in the delivery of certain resources, and in some cases, those resources do not arrive at all. There have been researchers disappearing under mysterious and unexplained circumstances, without leaving behind any clear traces. Several research and development centers have exploded suddenly, without any confirmed cause. There are also persistent issues with the supply of paper materials and documentation, along with other irregularities that seem small individually, but when combined. He paused briefly, then continued with a heavier tone. They have collectively slowed the city's progress by at least 20 years out of the past 50. Something like that has been happening. Shaddad asked in shock, his eyes widening as the realization began to sink in. Why was I not informed about any of this? There is no evidence that any of this is the result of deliberate interference. Jean briefly turned his head toward Shaddad, then looked back toward the Cosmic Elder. Every investigation conducted so far concludes that these are either isolated accidents or unintended problems, simple misfortune, or what people would call fate. The Cosmic Elder fell silent for a moment, his expression unreadable, as if weighing something far beyond what had just been said, then he slowly nodded. After several minutes of awkward, almost suffocating silence, Robin finally stopped flipping rapidly through the stacks of folders and scattered papers. The rustling ceased all at once. He lifted his gaze toward the sky for a few moments, his eyes narrowing slightly as if calculating something far beyond what the others could perceive, then slowly lowered his head again and returned to his seat in front of the Cosmic Elder, calling out, "Seraphim!" Whoosh! The feather pen immediately abandoned what it had been doing without the slightest delay and shot toward Robin, cutting through the air before landing precisely in his hand, as if it had been waiting for that very call. And just like that, Robin began sketching rapidly while speaking at the same time, his hand moving with incredible speed and accuracy. "Constructing bridges of condensed energy between the cells is a good idea, Shaddad. In fact, I would not have found a better concept that mirrors the idea of Nexus, but it is full of problems, my friend, problems that will stop you at every step if not addressed correctly." "Thank you." Shaddad's eyes immediately welled up with tears. He completely ignored the latter half of the sentence as if it did not exist. For him, that first acknowledgement alone was more than enough. And perhaps, that was the true reason he had come here today. Shaddad had spent nearly 300,000 years trying to reduce the cost of breakthrough through the body path, advancing at an incredibly slow and exhausting pace. Now, after the invention of the array, he had finally gained the ability to utilize his mind more efficiently, opening vast and previously unreachable domains of thought, but even then, it still was not simple enough to complete any idea instantly. It could be said that creating a method for breaking through into world cataclysm using arrays was not the achievement of a single individual, but rather the intersection of Shaddad's immense experience, Jabba's innovative and unconventional ideas, all under the guidance, coordination, and acceleration of their master, the great truth chosen of the current generation. It was nothing short of a miracle, a convergence of factors that should never have aligned so perfectly. And now, the next step, the Nexus state? It might take several thousand years just to begin the first true experiment, and then several thousand more before reaching any form of stable implementation. Congratulations, City Lord Shaddad. Jean stepped forward and patted Shaddad's back enthusiastically, his face lit with a wide smile, fully aware of how significant that praise truly was. "Haha, thank you, today has been a good day." Shaddad laughed proudly, unable to suppress his joy, his earlier tension completely gone. "First, there is the issue of bridge stability." Robin continued speaking without slowing his hand, the pen still dancing across the surface. "A user of the body path, whose cells are constantly expanding and contracting, cannot be restrained by rigid, fixed energy bridges. They will either shatter under stress or cause internal damage. So you need to find a way to make them flexible, or make them appear and disappear only when needed, adapting dynamically to the state of the body." "But..." Shaddad raised his eyebrows and responded quickly, his thoughts racing ahead. "There are around 40 trillion cells in the human body, and even more in larger races. How can you possibly construct flexible or instantaneous bridges between all of these cells at once? You will find your key." Robin continued drawing without pausing for even a moment, then suddenly pulled the large panel from beneath his hand and flicked it toward Shaddad with a casual motion. "Here." "What?" Shaddad caught it instinctively, his expression filled with confusion, while Jean immediately moved closer from the side, leaning in to examine the panel as well, both of them staring intently at the intricate and incomprehensible structure drawn across it. "As for the rest of the problems with your approach, most of them have not even revealed themselves yet, because you have not truly stepped onto the correct path." Robin flicked Seraphim upward, sending the pen back to resume its previous task inside the glass house as if nothing had happened. "I want you to apply this key to your bridges and adjust your next steps accordingly. And if you encounter any obstacle, do not hesitate to come back." Shaddad slowly raised his head, his eyes shining intensely, a thin layer of tears forming as realization, confusion, and awe all mixed together. Then, in a loud voice that broke the atmosphere entirely, he shouted, "I do not understand a single thing on this panel, Master. But I will understand it, and I will solve the problem using it, and I will create this damned path. I promise you." Shaddad's voice carried both determination and a kind of desperate resolve, as if he had already committed his entire being to that single goal. Then he turned abruptly and shot toward the gate at full speed, his figure disappearing like a streak of light, without even sparing a backward glance. "Wait." Jean was completely caught off guard by the sudden shift. He hurriedly bowed toward Robin and the Cosmic Elder, his movements rushed and unsteady, then immediately launched himself after Shaddad. "Do not leave me behind, wait for me." His voice faded quickly as he chased after him. "You have an interesting disciple," the Cosmic Elder commented calmly, placing half of the cards in front of Robin as if nothing unusual had just occurred. "He is devoted." Robin accepted his share of the cards with a faint, almost amused smile. And by that, I mean his devotion to research in general, and to the body path in particular. That is what truly matters in the long run. Oh, you mean his devotion to you does not matter? The Cosmic Elder chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. That does not quite fit someone like you, who chases glory and status so relentlessly. His devotion to me exists only because I can benefit him in what he truly cares about, Robin replied calmly, without even looking up. If I were just some random person on the street, or even a general who shakes the heavens, I would not have earned even a fraction of his acknowledgement, right? If I want to maintain Shaddad's loyalty, I must always remain ahead of him. I must remain the person he turns to when all paths close before him, just like what happened moments ago. Then he lifted his gaze toward the Cosmic Elder, his eyes steady. Tell me, is that not also a form of devotion, his devotion to the body path itself? He follows me because I can lead him further along that path. He glanced briefly at the cards in his hand, inspecting them with subtle suspicion. No one will truly be loyal to me or love me sincerely except my children, or at least, that is what I hope. As for everyone else, everything is governed by interests. The degree of loyalty is directly proportional to the amount of benefit they gain. What a pessimistic way of seeing things. The Cosmic Elder raised an eyebrow, observing him closely. Do you really look at your closest followers while thinking like this? And what is wrong with that? Robin chuckled lightly, completely unfazed. If I do not constantly remind myself of the reason they follow me, I will end up losing them sooner or later. Then, without warning, his expression shifted abruptly and he flicked a card straight toward the Cosmic Elder's face. Replace this. Tisk. The Cosmic Elder clicked his tongue, instantly burning the card to ashes before handing Robin another one, this time legitimate. Then he spoke while watching Robin continue reviewing his hand with focus. At the very least, it seems you will never lose your researcher followers. He paused briefly, as if recalculating something internally. You just resolved two major problems that had completely stole the third stage truth chosen, and you did it within minutes, without any prior preparation or setup. That is not something trivial. Even my former friend Azramad did not possess that kind of immediate adaptability or insight. I suppose that ability comes from the other master laws I have grasped, Robin replied casually, still examining the cards as if this conversation held no weight. Whenever I look at a problem, I unconsciously apply the principles of balance, creation, spacetime, and causality to it. Then he let out a soft laugh, almost to himself. How many problems can truly withstand being placed under the scrutiny of four master laws at once? Most of them collapse before they can even take shape. Secondly, he then shifted his gaze toward the interior of the glass house, where Seraphim was moving at an almost frantic speed, writing endlessly as if it were about to ignite from the intensity of its own motion. Not everything happens as quickly as you think. That damned sixth cultivation path. He added, his tone lowering slightly, carrying a rare hint of dissatisfaction, refuses to be completed, no matter how many angles I approach it from. Chapter 2134. The Cosmic Elder frowned deeply, his brows tightening as his expression shifted into something far more serious than before. In this long life of mine, there are very few things that truly capture my interest and make me feel the need to question them, but with that single sentence of yours, you have just opened several questions all at once. Then he let out a quiet, almost amused sigh. Perhaps that is one of the reasons I find our strange friendship so enjoyable. Whoosh! A playing card flew through the air and struck the Cosmic Elder squarely on the forehead, sticking there for a brief moment before slowly sliding down across his face and falling to the ground. Replace this while you are wondering, you cheating old man, Robin spoke without even lifting his gaze, his focus still entirely on the documents before him, continuing his inspection as if nothing had happened. Then he opened his mouth again. And by the way, bam! Something slammed violently into Robin's face, sending him flying backward off his chair with force. Ouch! Robin stood up quickly, rubbing his head with irritation, then turned his gaze to the side and saw a playing card embedded deep into the ground, its edges slightly buried, its weight clearly in the tens of kilograms. Are you kidding me, old man? Before anything else, why don't you tell me about that sixth path? The Cosmic Elder ignored Robin's complaint entirely, his curiosity now fully engaged. I noticed the feather pen constantly working without rest, I noticed you assisting it with both hands at times, I noticed how frequently you destroy those panels, but I didn't realize all of that effort was for an entire cultivation path. Tisk, Robin clicked his tongue, realizing there was no real way to retaliate meaningfully, so he began applying the principles of balance to return the card to its original weight, the heaviness dissipating gradually. It's not something particularly innovative or miraculous. I'm simply trying to restore things to their proper state. I'm trying to allow humans to use internal energy without obstacles, without relying on injecting beast blood into their bodies or altering themselves unnaturally. You're trying to solve the issue of human internal energy. The Cosmic Elder's reaction was immediate and visible, genuine surprise surfacing. Is that even possible in the first place? I don't know. Robin picked up the card after restoring it and returned to his seat, his posture relaxing slightly, but his expression turning distant and contemplative, as if lost in deeper layers of thought. Human bodies are fundamentally disconnected from the heavenly laws. Only a very small minority are born with exceptional talent that allows them to establish a connection with certain laws, individuals like Raiden or the Mazer family. The rest. He paused briefly, are destined to remain ordinary for their entire lives, unable to surpass the sage realm no matter how hard they try. It appears to be a simple limitation on the surface, but since ancient times, no one has truly addressed it directly. Instead, they've only circled around it, whether through injecting beast blood, creating serums, or building weak and ultimately useless foundations that provide no real solution. Then he turned his gaze toward the distant horizon, his voice lowering slightly. I've been trying repeatedly to apply the principles of balance and creation to develop solutions. And I do succeed, in a sense, but every solution I arrive at is either temporary or requires an excessive amount of effort and life force, making it impractical in reality. Then he let out a faint, tired chuckle, one that carried a hint of frustration beneath it. I even used causality 6 times and spacetime once, and still ended up with the exact same result. Spacetime? The Cosmic Elder questioned, his tone carrying clear skepticism, as if doubting the practicality of such an approach. Yes, Robin confirmed without hesitation. I considered transferring energy from the central gathering point directly to the pores of the hand through an instantaneous spacetime gateway, bypassing the natural pathways entirely. Has your desperation reached that level? The Cosmic Elder sighed, shaking his head slightly. It's worse than that, Robin replied with a faint smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Nothing seems to work. Every path I explore only ends up exposing the inherent weakness of human nature, nothing more. Then he lifted his gaze toward the Cosmic Elder, his eyes carrying a rare seriousness and intensity. Tell me, in all your explorations beyond the known boundaries, did you ever encounter anything that could explain this phenomenon? No. The Cosmic Elder shook his head slowly, his expression firm. There's nothing that even suggests this is a problem to begin with. This, he added after a brief pause, is simply natural for humans. I've never found anything that points toward a different answer. Oh. Robin tilted his head slightly, falling into silence once more, his thoughts clearly sinking deeper as he tried to reconcile that answer with everything he had observed. But let me tell you this, the Cosmic Elder continued, his tone turning more reflective and weighted with memory. I have lived through 4 great truth chosen before you, and every single one of them, without exception, spent a portion of their lives studying this very problem. Ooh. Robin lifted his head instantly, his eyes sharpening, clear excitement and curiosity flashing across his face as if he had just found a long-awaited clue. Then the Cosmic Elder added plainly, without softening the truth, and they found nothing as well. Tisk. Robin clicked his tongue in visible annoyance and threw the first card onto the table with more force than necessary, the sound echoing faintly. Play. What kind of answer were you expecting? The Cosmic Elder tossed down a card in return, his tone calm but slightly teasing. They did study the problem, but not for the sake of humans themselves. Rather, they wanted to give mutated and hybrid races a way to use laws beyond the ones they were born with affinity toward. Then he continued, his gaze drifting slightly as if recalling fragmented memories. I don't know the exact conclusions reached by 3 of them, other than the fact that they failed completely and left no meaningful solution behind. But as Ramad, I remember his findings clearly. We've discussed it before. He paused for a brief moment, then added with a faint smile, I was honestly surprised when I realized you had begun thinking about this at such a young age, barely 1,000 years old. It almost feels like an inevitable path, something every great truth chosen is destined to confront eventually, whether they want to or not. What did he find? Robin asked immediately, leaning forward slightly, his tone carrying urgency that he didn't bother to hide. As Ramad spent nearly half of his life studying this problem, the Cosmic Elder said, turning his gaze toward the distant horizon, as if the past itself was laid out before him. He believed that solving it wouldn't just end the oppression and limitations placed upon humans, but would open an entirely new path for all creatures in the universe, allowing them to cultivate in whatever they truly desired, unrestricted by innate limitations. As Ramad wasn't as greedy or miserly as people tend to believe, he added, his tone softening slightly with respect. If he truly were like that, truth would never have chosen him in the first place. He simply endured far too many unfortunate circumstances, much like you. Then he turned his head back toward Robin, his eyes steady. But unlike you, he didn't build empires or try to crush those circumstances head-on. Instead, he withdrew from society entirely and made this problem his sole objective, something he had to solve before the end of his life. As for all the inventions and breakthroughs attributed to him, those were merely byproducts, secondary efforts created only to fund his primary research. The great truth chosen as Ramad spent half his life studying the problem of humans breaking into the martial emperor realm. Robin said in disbelief, clearly struggling to reconcile that image with the legend. This isn't about humans and the martial emperor realm. The Cosmic Elder raised his voice slightly, his tone sharpening with emphasis. Robin, after all the time you've spent studying this issue, what do you think the real bottleneck is? Robin fell silent for a few moments, his gaze lowering as his thoughts raced, his expression tightening with focus. At first, I thought it was simply the weakness of the human body, that it couldn't withstand the movement of energy within it without collapsing under the strain. But after examining exceptional humans and studying mutated and hybrid races in detail, I realized the issue lies deeper, within the laws themselves. The law that humans use to build their foundational stages does not support the transfer of energy. It doesn't prepare their bodies adequately for it, no matter how much they refine it. Even in other races, as their levels increase and their affinity grows, that affinity enhances the speed of their techniques or the intensity of their output, but it doesn't improve the body's own affinity. That innate connection, the one they are born with, remains unchanged. So if someone is born into a mutated race without sufficient natural talent, they will end up just like humans, unable to utilize internal energy beyond the 3rd stage, no matter how many laws they attempt to integrate or force into their system. So the problem is, The Cosmic Elder asked again, his gaze fixed firmly on Robin, as if testing the clarity of his conclusion. The abandonment of humans in particular, and most creatures in general, by the heavenly laws, Robin said slowly, his brows tightly furrowed, a faint but undeniable anger surfacing in his voice, and their selective favoring of a small minority to represent them. As Ramad reached a similar conclusion, the Cosmic Elder nodded slowly, his expression darkening slightly. And after spending countless years chasing an answer, he ended his entire journey of research with a single sentence: that damn seal refuses to go away. Chapter 2135. Seal. Robin raised his voice slightly, his eyes narrowing as a sharp glint flashed within them. Are you absolutely certain he said a seal? I wouldn't forget something like that. The Cosmic Elder shook his head firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. I asked him what he meant back then, and he told me that no matter what he tried, there was always some force interfering with his efforts. Every time he thought he had solved one problem, another would emerge almost immediately. Every time he closed a single gap, 10 more would open somewhere else. What else? Did he tell you anything more about that seal? Robin pressed quickly, leaning forward slightly, his interest clearly piqued. No. The Cosmic Elder shook his head again, a faint trace of regret passing through his expression. After reaching that conclusion, he stopped researching it for many years. He fell into a state of depression and frustration, angry at the countless years he felt had been wasted chasing something unattainable. After a long time, he gathered himself and returned to the research, determined to try again, but he breathed his last before he could complete it. Boom. Robin gradually calmed, the urgency fading from his expression as his gaze dropped toward the table, his thoughts sinking inward. Then, thud, he placed a card down without much force, almost absent-mindedly. The Cosmic Elder raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the lack of reaction. You don't seem particularly shocked. Nothing new has been said. Robin exhaled slowly, his voice steady but carrying a faint trace of weariness. I also felt there was something fundamentally wrong a long time ago. I used the 4 master laws to try and find ways to bypass it, but it led nowhere. Then his tone rose slightly, edged with disbelief and frustration. Think about it, the master laws themselves offer no solution, yet the so-called answer is nothing more than injecting filthy beast blood into one's body. Why is it that the blood of a beast grants me the ability to connect with the heavenly laws that I struggle endlessly to reach, while that same beast spends its existence wallowing in instinct and filth? And that very same blood becomes a permanent chain as well. It's a shortcut, yes, but at the same time, it's the strongest form of restraint. Anyone who uses the blood of a beast at the world cataclysm level will have their ceiling fixed at that level forever. They will never advance beyond it unless they find another beast of the same lineage and take its blood as well, and even then, they must pray there is no conflict between the two. And how many beasts even exist at the realm of law domination? Almost all of them are gathered in the beast garden of the savage Behemoths of Aros. That's why more than half of the Behemoths are rare humans, while the rest rely on the blood of ancient domination realm beasts that no longer exist, or they turn to soul force as an alternative. A faint anger surfaced on Robin's face, subtle yet unmistakable. This filthy beast blood path has shackled the progress of this universe's inhabitants for far too long. Robin understood better than anyone the true cost required to break the limitations imposed by that path, even for a single individual. He had paid an enormous price just to grant Renara the ability to break free from the constraints of a high nexus state and reach its peak, an absurd, almost unreasonable cost. And that didn't even include the resources required to push her further toward the Dominator realm afterward. Just how many people had this path destroyed? How many futures had it locked into place, never to be changed? At that thought, Robin let out a long breath and waved his hand slightly, as if dismissing the lingering frustration. I also felt that there was something like a seal, or perhaps a curse, preventing any real solution from emerging. I was hoping you would tell me what that seal actually is, but it seems the great truth chosen as Ramad only sensed it, just as I did. You've actually sensed it as well. The Cosmic Elder frowned deeply, his expression growing noticeably more serious, his gaze sharpening as he studied Robin more carefully. The great truth chosen as Ramad had spent millions of years before arriving at that conclusion, that no matter what approach was taken, there would always be a flaw, an inherent barrier preventing internal energy from becoming the primary cultivation path of the universe. And yet Robin, who had not even lived for 1,000 years, had reached the exact same realization through his own efforts. The Cosmic Elder let out a slow, measured sigh. Well, as Ramad hadn't been able to help him, but Robin had. Then, without breaking the rhythm, he placed a card on the table. Of course I sensed the seal. Robin waved his hand casually, as if it were an obvious matter, then pointed inward toward the glass house. What do you think Seraphim is doing right now? Then he flicked a card onto the table and continued. It's trying to find a way to link causality with creation and balance, to strike that seal directly at its root. 3 master laws. The Cosmic Elder turned his head sharply toward Seraphim, genuine surprise surfacing on his face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pen was moving with relentless speed and intensity, darting across the surface in rapid strokes, stopping for brief moments as if calculating something extremely complex, then resuming again with even greater force. It paused, then suddenly tore the panel apart, then immediately began again on a new one. The pen is starting to behave like you, the Cosmic Elder muttered under his breath, clearly impressed despite himself. Yes. Robin let out a light chuckle, clearly pleased. And thanks for it, by the way. It's given me time I never could have had otherwise. Then he paused briefly, his tone softening just slightly. But unfortunately, it seems I don't yet have enough knowledge for it to fully utilize. Sometimes I even feel like I'm holding it back. Then he laughed again and gestured toward the table with ease. Play. No need to be so harsh on yourself, the Cosmic Elder replied calmly, shaking his head slightly. No one has ever achieved something like this before. And forgive me for saying it so bluntly, but I don't think you will either. Why not find something else to occupy your time with? With your knowledge and with Seraphim at your side, you could accomplish an incredible amount. Then he gestured toward the gate. I just witnessed what you did for the body cultivation path in just a few minutes. Are you trying to discourage me, old man? Robin chuckled, but there was a faint spark of challenge in his eyes. I'm afraid you've only made me more excited. No one had ever done it before? Good. That was precisely why he was pursuing it. Those were the kinds of pursuits that led to eternal glory. Don't take it that way, the Cosmic Elder shook his head again, his tone returning to calm reasoning. But let's think about it logically. Then he played another card. If there truly is a seal, who could have placed it? Robin placed his card with a soft tap. A powerful entity. Perhaps the very architect of the rules, the one who established the rules governing planetary spirits, the rules of passage between sectors, the conditions of breakthroughs, and all the countless systems that define how the universe operates. The Cosmic Elder snapped his fingers lightly. Or perhaps the creator of the laws themselves. I've thought about that, Robin shook his head slowly, his expression thoughtful. But I don't think that's the case. Why would something create a system only to weaken it with its own hands? I couldn't find any logical reason behind that. There are many things we don't understand, little Robin. The Cosmic Elder sighed quietly. And for questions with harmful answers, one needs to know when to stop asking them. Perhaps. Robin nodded and played his turn again. That's exactly why I pushed the idea of the seal to the back of my mind. I stopped focusing on it directly. I'm simply trying to find a solution quietly. Maybe the problem really lies with us, maybe there's a hidden answer somewhere, a key that no one has discovered yet. By the way, he suddenly waved his hand with a wide smile, casually shifting the topic as if the previous discussion carried no weight at all. What happened to the great truth chosen as Ramad? His traces vanished without warning. Actually, all great truth chosen seem to disappear like that. At some point, all information about them is cut off, and the world simply assumes they're dead. The Cosmic Elder placed a card down slowly, his expression turning unreadable for a brief moment. That's because they are. Chapter 2136. Robin fell silent for a brief moment, as if weighing his words carefully, then he stepped into his role with calm precision. They are all dead, huh? Again, you do not seem very surprised. The Cosmic Elder revealed a faint, knowing smile, as though he had already anticipated such a reaction. Each one of them carried a great story within them, the kind that could echo across ages. If they were still alive, they would have continued writing epics without end. Robin let out a quiet sigh, then slowly shifted his attention toward the Cosmic Elder. What exactly happened to them? Was it all merely coincidence, or something far more deliberate? I do not know. The Cosmic Elder lifted his shoulders slightly in a casual shrug. Robin's confusion deepened, his tone sharpening. I thought we had already moved beyond the phase of pretending and concealing the truth by now. It has nothing to do with hiding the truth. The Cosmic Elder shook his head calmly. They all disappeared, that much is beyond doubt. Then he continued, his voice lowering slightly, and I paid very close attention to the matter when Ramad disappeared as well, yet despite everything, I could not find even the faintest trace of him. Then why speak with such certainty that they are dead? Robin asked, his brows tightening with suspicion. Where else would they be? The Cosmic Elder shook his head again, his tone carrying a trace of frustration. When Ramad vanished, I searched relentlessly. I left no stone unturned among the great powers. I even came close to launching an attack on the headquarters of the Hidden Hands Syndicate itself, had it not been for the fact that they brought me an oath from Sivar himself, swearing that he had nothing to do with what happened to Ramad, nor did his syndicate have any involvement. Only then did I withdraw, and since that day, the matter has remained an unsolved mystery. Something like that actually happened between you and Sivar? Robin asked, clearly surprised by the scale of it. Everything can be negotiated when interests and levels of power are carefully weighed and balanced, except when it comes to those closest to you, my young friend. At that point, the world simplifies into only two outcomes: you are either the one who kills, or the one who is killed. There is no third option, no middle ground. The Cosmic Elder turned his gaze toward the distant horizon. Ramad was a good man, a rare one. It is unfortunate that I could not avenge him. Even to this very moment, I do not know how. Robin fixed his gaze on the side of the Cosmic Elder's face, studying him closely. Is that the reason you tried to stop me from continuing my path as a truth chosen? So that I would not end up sharing their same unknown fate? The Cosmic Elder remained silent for several seconds, as if allowing the weight of the question to settle, then suddenly burst into laughter. Hee, do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. I truly believe that a truth user was responsible for what happened 97.8 million years ago, and to this day, I still hold that belief. Then he snapped his fingers lightly, a wide grin forming across his face. Perhaps someone else reached the same conclusion, and decided to hunt the five. You are not as amusing as you think, old man. Robin's heart began to beat faster, an uneasy tension creeping into his chest. Could there really be another ancient figure wandering somewhere out there, hunting down truth chosen before they could ever reach the sixth level? No need to worry, the Cosmic Elder immediately understood the meaning behind Robin's expression. First of all, if it were an ordinary individual, I would have already known of them and dealt with them. I used my own methods beyond what most could even imagine, and yet I still could not trace even a single strand of Ramad's path. He did not simply disappear, he vanished completely, utterly. Even his ashes are nowhere to be found. Second, a fragment of my soul is currently with you. The Cosmic Elder spoke with sudden seriousness, his tone firm and unwavering. I would very much like to see who dares to take another friend from me. Silence struck Robin without warning. The Cosmic Elder was clearly trying to mask his lingering sorrow with laughter and casual words, but the truth was impossible to ignore, as Ramid's disappearance still weighed heavily on him, far more than he allowed himself to show. And that was good. A strange glint flickered within Robin's gaze, something sharp and calculating, and an even stranger smile slowly formed across his face. There is still so much we do not understand about this universe, is there not? I feel that if I were granted enough time, enough years to continue walking forward, this universe would eventually open itself before me like a book, every page laid bare. PAF. The Cosmic Elder tossed a card onto the table with a soft, deliberate motion. Play, and stop trying to plant ideas in my head, he said, waving his hand dismissively. And continue your work without letting this matter take root in your mind. As long as it is not something you bring upon yourself, I will ensure that nothing touches you. Miser. Robin played his part with a faint, teasing tone, then slowly turned his gaze toward the gate, letting his eyes linger there far longer than necessary. He was clearly thinking about something, weighing it carefully. What are you cooking this time? The Cosmic Elder began examining his cards with a broad, amused smile, yet his spiritual sense remained subtly locked onto Robin, never truly leaving him for even a moment. The tension around Robin was unmistakable. After a brief stretch of hesitation, as if deciding whether to speak or remain silent, Robin finally said, "There is something I want to tell you. I will tell you myself so you do not hear it from others." Oh. The Cosmic Elder's brows drew together slightly, curiosity flickering in his expression. And what might that be? Robin turned back toward him, his gaze steady, and slowly opened his mouth. The Crimson Plague. Zillan lifted his gaze from the cards, his expression turning serious in an instant. What about it? Robin observed the calm, rigid mask on the Cosmic Elder's face, yet beneath that still surface, he could clearly sense the tightening of the atmosphere. It was obvious that the Cosmic Elder still carried immense resentment toward the plague that had once nearly brought the universe to ruin, and that even now, he continued to pursue its destruction without rest, day after day. The Black Plague hollowed worlds from within, gnawing through the very foundation of planets until nothing remained, while the Blue Plague devoured stars themselves, erasing entire solar systems as if they had never existed. Yet, despite all that scale and devastation, the Crimson Plague remained the most detested, the most dreadful, because it killed up close, personally, without distance or mercy. Anyone who had ever encountered the Crimson Plague and endured their foul, suffocating stench carried with them a memory so grotesque, so deeply carved into their being, that it could never truly fade. It was like asking someone on the street, would you rather have your entire town reduced to ashes in a single bombardment, dying together without even a moment to resist, or be hunted down by packs of savage beasts that tear into your flesh piece by piece, leaving you with a chance to fight, however slim? Most people would choose the bombardment without hesitation. I believe the threat of the plague has lasted far too long. Robin lifted his head slightly, his voice gaining a subtle firmness. And the time has come for us to finally find a solution. Oh, the Cosmic Elder raised an eyebrow faintly, studying him more closely now. And how exactly do you intend to accomplish that? I am a researcher, Robin smiled lightly, a calm confidence settling into his tone. What do I have besides research? Then he continued, I have decided to begin studying them more deeply. Perhaps I can discover a method to stop them, or even a way to communicate with them. You have decided, the Cosmic Elder repeated, his tone carrying a hint of scrutiny. Yes, I have decided, and that is the end of it. Robin nodded without hesitation. Unless, of course, you have a reason that would make me reconsider such a major step, one that could potentially serve the greater good of the entire universe. The Cosmic Elder fell into silence for a long moment, the kind of silence that weighed heavier than words, before he finally returned his attention to the cards in his hand. Do as you wish, but I warn you, you will only be wasting your time. Hee, do not worry, Robin laughed softly, a trace of excitement hidden beneath his calm exterior. As long as I have your approval, I will begin running a few experiments. I am confident that I will manage to communicate with them, and perhaps even change them, so we can rid the world of this evil once and for all. Inside, Robin was nearly bursting with excitement. He had held back for so long, carefully building his relationship with the Cosmic Elder step by step, moment by moment, patiently waiting for the right opportunity until he finally dared to speak those words aloud. At last, could he bring the demons into the light in a legitimate way? Communicate with them and change them. The Cosmic Elder let out a low laugh, shaking his head slightly. Hee, you would not be the first to try. Chapter 2137. Pardon. Robin Burton revealed a strange, faintly amused smile that carried a trace of curiosity. I won't be the first to try what exactly? There are many before you who tried to tame the Crimson Plague, little Robin, the Cosmic Elder said as he slowly rearranged his papers randomly, his fingers moving with absent precision, then continued in a calm, measured tone. The Crimson Plague is extremely tempting for those who walk the demonic path, far more than most would expect. Could you explain more? Robin frowned slightly, his expression tightening as a hint of unease crept into his thoughts. It's quite obvious, the Cosmic Elder sighed, leaning back just a little. The power of the Crimson Plague, its ability to reproduce at an alarming rate, and its savage execution of orders without question or hesitation make it the finest raw material for building an army. That is why evil clans and individuals who walk the path of corruption and curses have all attempted to exploit them in one way or another, whether by raising and training their young through fear and intimidation, through a specially crafted soul oath designed to bind them, or by making the Crimson Plague feel indebted to them through fabricated favors and manipulation. things always begin well for them, deceptively so. Any of those three methods works for a time, sometimes even longer than expected. That person or clan gains a great force of the plague, using it in secrecy to crush their enemies far from the eyes of authority and the watchful gaze of greater powers, but it always ends in catastrophe, without exception. The Cosmic Elder shook his head slowly, his expression growing heavier. No matter which path you take with them, the demons forget quickly and acknowledge no master. They know nothing but destruction and devouring, driven by instincts that cannot be rewritten. Even souls crafted in special ways remain unstable and lack a fixed imprint, making it impossible to bind them with an oath for any meaningful length of time. And of course, they do not care for family, homeland, or anything you might attempt to threaten them with. Such concepts simply do not exist for them. There is no leverage, no weakness to exploit. There is simply no way to subjugate them. Thus, the outcome is always the same: the plague turns on its master sooner or later. The only way to make them listen to you, even temporarily and without a true method of control, is to secure a constant and overwhelming source of food for their insatiable hunger that never fades. But who could possibly do such a thing? Even demonic powers at their peak cannot provide enough worlds to satisfy the hunger of the plague or feed the countless new mouths that emerge every single day without pause. And if you try to kill their young to limit their growth, they will hate you, remember that act, and eventually turn on you for restricting the evolution of their race. The Cosmic Elder exhaled slowly, as though tired of repeating a lesson learned too many times. Communicating with those creatures is possible, and some have even believed they reached an understanding with them, but no matter how you look at it, keeping them under control is impossible. No matter how special you think you are, no matter how confident you feel in your methods, it all ends the same. You are playing with fire that will inevitably consume you. Then he raised his head toward Robin, his gaze steady and piercing. Unless, of course, you intend to let them reproduce as they wish and devour as they please without restraint. In that case, we will have a problem far beyond your control. Robin threw down a card with a quiet motion and lowered his head, his thoughts sinking deeper as he carefully weighed every word. The Cosmic Elder's words did not seem entirely impossible or exaggerated. He could clearly recall several moments throughout his long history where a catastrophe involving the demons had nearly taken shape, moments that could have spiraled out of control if even a single detail had gone differently. Yet Amon's unwavering loyalty and Sakar's timely support, along with a streak of fortunate coincidences, had played a decisive role in saving the situation from collapse. At the moment, however, there was nothing apparent linking the plague to Robin in any direct or traceable way. The three planets given to them all lay outside Nihari Galaxy, isolated enough to avoid unwanted attention, and they had already been driven out of all other worlds where suspicion might arise. Perhaps there were a few scattered traces left behind here and there for those who searched with enough determination and patience, subtle clues buried within events and movements, but beyond that, he remained, for now, safely distant from all the crimes the demons had committed over the years, hidden behind layers of circumstance and misdirection. As for the current crimes, things had become far better, far more stable than before. First, because of the absolute and unquestionable control of Amon and Sakar, a control that left no room for rebellion or disorder. Second, because the corpses of space beasts had become a consistent and abundant resource, enough to satisfy the hunger of the vast demon hordes while also granting them the strength required to fight, grow, and reproduce for years without interruption. The flesh of intelligent beings had gradually lost its necessity, becoming more of a luxury consumed out of indulgence rather than for the sake of gaining power. Instead, the countless bodies that fell across battlefields in every sector were collected and devoured, recycled into strength and sustenance. As a result, no large-scale planetary extermination had occurred for centuries, something that would have once been considered impossible. The demons who had grown under his influence had changed, deeply and irreversibly. At their core, and in their form alike, the demons had become organized, their chaotic nature tempered into something structured. Their cities had begun to resemble human cities to a surprising degree, not only in architecture but also in the deliberate planning of roads and districts. They now possessed clear hierarchical chains to enforce laws and judgments, along with organized systems that mirrored police forces, judicial authorities, and standing armies. What once was a scattered and destructive race had begun to form something resembling a true civilization, one ruled firmly under Sakar's authority. And in form, those purple scars that had begun appearing on those who fed on space beasts were nothing short of astonishing. The moment Robin Burton saw images of them, a sharp and immediate idea surfaced in his mind: to conduct controlled experiments on the plague. He would wait patiently for years, allowing the transformation to spread naturally, and then reveal the scarred demons as proof that he had refined them. Their altered appearance alone, so distinct and visible, would grant his claims a layer of undeniable credibility, even to the most skeptical observers. "Have you changed your mind?" The Cosmic Elder tossed a card casually, a faint smile forming when he saw Robin staring downward with a somewhat dimmed expression. "It's all right, this is the correct choice. Tampering with the plague is no trivial matter. They are one of the darkest secrets this universe holds. And that is precisely why I will continue pursuing my goal and attempt to control them." Robin slowly raised his head, his gaze sharpening with a clear and unwavering resolve. "As long as you have not used your power to put an end to them, then I must rely on my own brilliance to find a solution for the sake of all humanity." Then, bam, he slammed a card onto the table with force. "If I do not sacrifice my time, my wealth, and my effort for the greater good, then who will?" The Cosmic Elder examined Robin carefully from head to toe, his expression narrowing ever so slightly. "I feel like I'm missing something important here." "Of course." Robin revealed a confident and almost playful smile, then gestured lightly toward the pile of cards between them. "I've already won." The Cosmic Elder paused, then checked again. "No. He leaned forward, inspecting the cards more intensely. Cheater, this card is still in my possession. How do you even know it's still in your possession if all the cards are face down and we're playing randomly? Are you cheating? Robin immediately flipped the accusation back at him without hesitation. BZZZT. At that very moment, a space portal abruptly manifested beside the glasshouse, its sudden appearance distorting the air around it and drawing both Robin and the Cosmic Elder's attention instantly toward its center. Step, step. Heavy footsteps echoed as a figure began to emerge. Then, at last, he appeared. A massive man, standing nearly 3 meters tall, clad in striking black armor that seemed both elegant and imposing at the same time. His long, thick black hair flowed wildly like a lion's mane, framing a face marked by a calm yet overwhelming presence. Above it all rested a confident gaze and a faint smile that seemed eternal, as though it had never once wavered or broken throughout his existence. Halak? What brings you here? Robin allowed a small smile to surface as he spoke, but his words abruptly halted midway. Halak had not come empty-handed. Resting over his shoulder was an object wrapped tightly in a piece of cloth, the fabric stained with old, dried traces of food and time-worn marks that hinted at something carried for long. The instant Robin sensed what lay hidden within that cloth, his expression stiffened ever so slightly. A cold, creeping realization spread through him. And then, sweat began to form rapidly across his forehead, growing heavier with each passing moment. Chapter 2138. Tap, tap. Halak watched as the Cosmic Elder Zilin and the boss swayed right and left in a steady, rhythmic pendulum motion, their bodies completely upside down as if gravity itself had been inverted around them. After several more swings back and forth, each pass cutting through the air with quiet precision, Halak raised his voice with clear objection. By the way, this isn't fair at all. Your crazy nephew is the one who took the box in the first place. Shush. Robin Burton waved his hand sharply in irritation and glanced beside him at Halak, who was hanging upside down in front of the glasshouse entrance. I entrusted it to you, not him. Don't twist things now. Then he pointed at the table in front of him, his expression tightening as annoyance grew clearer. You wrapped a 7th grade piece of planetary artifact in cloth? Just like that? And brought it all the way from the Young Belt to here without any proper protection? How many planets did you even pass on the way? His voice rose further, filled with disbelief. And secondly, what exactly are these stains? It's my dining table cover, a very luxurious and rare one, Halak replied calmly without the slightest hint of shame, as if explaining something completely reasonable. The finest silk, woven from the threads of young car hair found on planet Zunzun's giant cockroaches. These things are extremely expensive and hard to obtain. Robin slowly rested his head in both hands after staring at Halak's serious, unwavering face for a few long seconds, clearly trying to process whether what he just heard was real or some kind of joke. Then he let out a long breath and raised his head toward the Cosmic Elder again, regaining his composure. I apologize for this. My subordinate still doesn't understand the true importance of what he's entrusted with yet, nor the consequences of mishandling such items, but I will make sure to carve that understanding into his head this time. Do as you wish. The Cosmic Elder didn't seem interested in the matter at all, his tone casual and detached. The artifact is yours, and its problems are yours alone to deal with. Old man, don't you have a box or two like the ones you gave me before? Robin flashed a wide, almost shameless smile, trying his luck once more. The artifact is completely exposed, as you can clearly see. It's not exactly safe like this. Heh, do you think sun-sealed boxes grow on trees? The Cosmic Elder shook his head lightly, amused by the request, then gestured toward the glasshouse with a small tilt of his chin. Secondly, the Seraphim pen dances day and night out in the open without any protection, and you don't seem worried about that. Seraphim is different from a displacement artifact, Robin replied quickly, almost immediately, not giving the Elder's argument any room to settle. I'm not afraid of anyone seeing it. It looks special, yes, but no one can determine its level or understand its true uses just by looking at it. As for the artifact, that's completely different. Its level and function can be easily identified from the rings engraved on it. And a displacement artifact is one of the most widespread planetary tools in the universe, if not the most widespread at all. Anyone with a bit of knowledge can recognize it at a glance. I already told you, your artifact is your problem. The Cosmic Elder waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in continuing this discussion. I gave you the Seraphim feather pen in a box. Do you still have that box, or did you manage to lose that as well? I still have it. Robin sighed softly, already understanding where this was going. Then give it to your friend so he can place the displacement artifact inside it instead of the one that was stolen from him. The Cosmic Elder laughed lightly, clearly satisfied with his simple solution. There, problem solved. Robin looked toward the Cosmic Elder with slightly shining eyes and a gentle, almost pleading expression, clearly unwilling to give up just yet. Isn't there perhaps another way? Something a bit more convenient? Little Robin, give up. The Cosmic Elder spoke this time with clear seriousness, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Even if I have more Sun-Seal boxes of other levels, I won't give them to you. I now have my own tribe to take care of, and my resources are no longer as freely spent as before. Tisk, stingy. Robin waved lightly with a faint smirk, and at that moment, a box slowly rose from his desk inside the glasshouse as if pulled by an invisible force, then suddenly shot forward toward the front door with great speed. Zoom! The box passed cleanly between Halak's dangling legs, brushing dangerously close before striking something sensitive. Ooh! Halak screamed in sharp pain, his entire body twitching violently for a brief moment, yet despite that, he still didn't dare free himself or break his position, enduring it in silence afterward. After placing the box in front of him, Robin Burton slowly removed the cloth and casually threw it off the mountain without a second glance, then carefully and deliberately placed the artifact inside the box, making sure it was properly positioned before closing it securely and setting it aside within arm's reach. He then turned back, a faint smile forming on his face as he looked at the cosmic elder Zillan. Speaking of your tribe, don't you feel like it's time to make it bigger? Like, make it a bit more diverse. BAF. The cosmic elder played the first card after Robin claimed the turn, his expression calm yet guarded. I don't understand what you mean. Really? Robin let out a low laugh, clearly amused. You go to your private planet almost every single day to increase the numbers of your tribe, then come back here to relax as if nothing happened. Didn't any of your wives tell you anything at all? Grr. The cosmic elder lowered his head slightly and glanced to the sides, his irritation obvious. If I had known you would play this dirty, I wouldn't have sent my children to you in the first place, you little brat. Haha, and what exactly did I do wrong? Robin laughed loudly, completely unfazed. They're all well preserved and protected, and they have all kept their virginity, patiently waiting for your approval. What's wrong if some of the kids started having their hearts beating for their peers? That's nothing more than the natural course of life. Robin placed his card with calm confidence, his movements steady. And by pure coincidence, all their peers just happened to be from the Burton family. The cosmic elder raised his voice slightly, clearly not convinced. What can I say? Robin shrugged lightly, as if the matter was trivial. Your bloodline has a good eye for these things. Then he extended his hand and firmly patted the cosmic elder's remaining knee, adding weight to his words. Your children are not children anymore. Many of them have already surpassed a century in age, and their numbers are far from small. Trying to force every single one of them to suppress the idea of love and early marriage is simply unrealistic. He then continued with composed seriousness, his tone becoming more grounded. Having them act openly, in front of you, and wait for your approval is far better than them acting behind your back with partners you might not accept or approve of. Don't you see that as well? Well played, little Robin. Well played, the cosmic elder muttered, a trace of suppressed anger in his voice. You win this round. He then threw a card onto the table with a soft sound. I will issue a decree allowing official marriages with members of the Burton family in general. Are you satisfied now? Haha, of course. Nothing brings me more joy than supporting young hearts finding their way. Robin spread his arms with a satisfied grin. I'll take care of organizing the wedding ceremonies, and you can take responsibility for the gifts. Don't push your luck too far. The cosmic elder raised his voice, clearly annoyed by the suggestion. Easy, easy. Robin gestured for him to calm down as he played another card smoothly. If you want your grandchildren to grow up in poverty, that's entirely your decision, not mine. Poverty. The cosmic elder frowned slightly, confused. Do you even understand what that word means? In terms of pearls, you likely possess more than I do. Perhaps in the past. Robin waved dismissively, his tone shifting. But ever since I established that network, the one dedicated to acquiring planetary artifacts that I mentioned to you before, I've practically fallen into extreme poverty. Robin let out a long breath, and it was clear from his expression that he wasn't exaggerating this time. After the network was fully completed and connected with Theo, the numbered shadow swords, along with several other high-level artifact experts working under Robin's command and under the broader patronage of the shadow swords, his balance began disappearing the very moment it appeared, as if it could not stay for even a second. Of course, in return, the amount of planetary artifacts accumulating within the hidden and well-guarded vaults of the shadow swords had reached an astonishing level in both quality and quantity, artifacts that, if ever revealed to the outside world, could shift the balance of entire sectors. Yet despite that immense accumulation of power and resources, it still resulted in Robin's personal balance constantly hovering around zero, never truly stabilizing. It reached the point that Robin eventually issued strict orders to those managing the network to always leave him with at least a few billion pearls on hand, just in case an unexpected emergency arose and he needed immediate liquidity. Chapter 2139. Am I supposed to feel pity for you just because you now possess a vast treasury of planetary artifacts? The cosmic elder let out a mocking laugh, his tone laced with clear amusement and a hint of ridicule. The very idea itself entertained him. Not to that extent. Robin waved his hand casually, yet his eyes carried a trace of seriousness beneath that relaxed gesture. The network operates on accepting sales at whatever price the owner decides. There is no real negotiation or prolonged dispute, otherwise we would end up no different from any ordinary auction house or marketplace. Why would anyone willingly choose to sell to us under such conditions? He then exhaled slowly, his expression turning slightly strained as the burden of the situation surfaced. This has forced my subordinates to purchase equipment at no less than double the price, and in some cases it even climbs to 10 times the normal value, sometimes beyond even that. Your followers wouldn't pay 10 times the price unless the item is extraordinarily rare and something they urgently need, something that barely even appears on the market to begin with. The cosmic elder waved dismissively, clearly unconvinced. Still a tremendous amount of money. Robin did not deny it, his voice lowering as if acknowledging the heavy cost behind every such decision, yet without any intention of retreating. You now possess an immense stockpile of planetary artifacts, and a significant portion of it is rare, some even reaching 4th grade or 5th grade, yet you behave as though you're destitute. The cosmic elder laughed in his usual manner, his tone half teasing, half probing. If you consider yourself poor, then what does that make me? Don't say that. Robin shook his head slightly, his expression steady. Just the mature space beast crystals you continuously bring back every time you enter the corridor are already worth everything I've accumulated so far, perhaps even more, far beyond simple calculation. He sighed again, but this time a wide, almost calculating smile appeared on his face, one that hinted at deeper intentions. By the way, if you don't give me more now that we've already reached the count of 50. The Cosmic Elder had indeed continued to hand over any cores he obtained from the other side after each visit to the corridor, whether those visits occurred once every week or at irregular intervals. He had even given Robin a considerable number of nascent space beast cores as well, yet after several years, he eventually stopped, drawing a clear line. And you won't be receiving any more from me. The Cosmic Elder's tone hardened slightly, a subtle pressure forming in the surrounding space. How is it that you still haven't managed to find a way to make use of them until now? That is the truth. Robin responded quickly without hesitation, his voice firm and resolute. However, I've assigned a specialized consciousness solely dedicated to discovering a method to neutralize the danger of mature space beast cores, and I have already made significant progress. Don't worry, it's nowhere near as complicated as the sixth path issue. When you finish it and deliver the method to me, then I will provide you with more cores. The Cosmic Elder waved his hand lightly, though his eyes remained sharp. I have a few promising scions who also require those cores, as you already know. Then he chuckled again, this time with a deeper, more suggestive meaning behind it. And it seems they will soon become part of your family, so you shouldn't forget about them. Forget them. Robin's expression immediately turned displeased, his tone rising slightly with genuine irritation. I could forget myself before I forget the sons of my elder brother. Then he spoke with clear seriousness, his voice steady yet carrying the weight of memory. Do you remember the day you sent them to me so I could teach them and introduce them to the world, and you didn't pay me a single thing? I took care of them, ensured their safety, and gave them the best education possible. Do you remember that day? The day you gave nothing in return. Little Robin. The Cosmic Elder did not seem pleased at all now, his expression stiffening slightly. You are, quite literally, alive because of me. Robin remained silent for a few seconds, the weight of those words settling heavily in the air, then he let out an awkward chuckle. I won't argue with that. He then raised a finger as if about to continue. But also, at that exact moment, his expression suddenly deteriorated, his chest tightening as if something invisible had gripped his heart. Ugh. He released a long breath, his gaze shifting sharply toward a distant direction, while a thin strand of blood slowly trailed down from the corner of his mouth, adding a grim undertone to the scene, yet he did not allow it to disrupt his composure. Without wasting another moment, he pulled out an empty scroll along with his epic pen and began writing rapidly, his movements swift yet precise, as if every second mattered. After finishing, he rolled it up tightly, sealing his intent within it, then raised his voice with sudden authority and urgency. Shadow Sword. Whoosh. One of the nearby stone shadows subtly distorted, then peeled away from the surface as if it had been alive all along, and a kneeling figure manifested beside Robin, his head lowered with absolute respect. Your command. Take this. Robin extended his hand and passed him the scroll with deliberate calm. It concerns Elizabeth's zone of control. Use a great space portal, do not delay, and deliver it to her personally. Your command. The Shadow Sword responded without hesitation, his voice steady and devoid of emotion, then his form dissolved back into the surrounding shadows, vanishing so completely it was as if he had never existed in the first place, leaving no trace behind. KSHH. Robin pulled out a clean handkerchief, the fabric crisp and untouched, and carefully wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His breathing gradually steadied before he lifted his head again and smiled toward the Cosmic Elder, as if nothing had just occurred, as if even pain could not interrupt his flow. What were we saying? Take your time and stabilize your body functions. The Cosmic Elder waved his hand a few times, his gaze lingering on Robin with quiet scrutiny. It seems this one was quite significant, more than usual. This was far from the first time Robin had undergone such a sudden change. The Cosmic Elder had witnessed this exact scene countless times ever since the announcement of the Cosmic Academy shook the universe and altered its balance. Every time, Robin would twist in discomfort, sometimes muttering curses under his breath, then swiftly write something down with intense focus, pass it to a shadow sword, and immediately return to normal, continuing his actions as though nothing unusual had taken place, as though such moments were merely interruptions in a much larger plan. It was indeed significant. Robin inhaled deeply, drawing in a long, steady breath as if to anchor himself. Something is being arranged in mid-sector 89. His voice slowed as he continued. It appears there is a movement forming, one that intends to cut off the shadow swords at the root, and it will begin from there. Elizabeth is going to have quite a lot to handle in the coming period, far more than usual. After the announcement of the Cosmic Academies and the public revelation of Lord Human's identity, Theo initiated a large-scale campaign, one that unfolded methodically and without pause, expanding the influence of the Shadow Swords across all neighboring sectors one after another, tightening their reach step by step with the clear goal of achieving complete intelligence dominance over those regions. At the same time, he began establishing small but highly efficient Shadow Sword offices across every accessible sector in the universe, turning them into interconnected nodes that facilitated communication between the academies, while also serving as channels for gathering, analyzing, and distributing critical intelligence on an unprecedented scale, forming a vast unseen web. This undertaking demanded immense recruitment. For a long stretch of time, the budgets of multiple empires were funneled almost entirely into recruiting, training, and equipping the Shadow Swords, as well as constructing their ships, arrays, and operational infrastructure. Everyone understood that the expansion of the Shadow Swords was not an isolated effort, but rather the foundation upon which all future plans, control, and influence would be built. Their numbers had now reached the millions, scattered across an enormous number of planets and sectors throughout the vast expanse of the universe. And because they were backed by an overwhelming flow of resources and funding, Theo never needed to slow down, never needed to accept outside missions, nor concern himself with budgets or the loyalty of his followers. He simply continued expanding, continued advancing forward with unwavering momentum, as though nothing could impede his progress or challenge his direction. And this relentless expansion did not sit well with anyone, as its implications became clearer with each passing cycle. Especially not with the enemies Robin had recently drawn into his orbit, the Hidden Hand Organization and the Supreme Council of the Stellar Academies. Chapter 2140. There had already been a rising wave of anger toward the expansion of the Shadow Swords and the hidden motives behind their movements, and this sentiment had long been embodied in the firm resistance of the Behemoth of Destruction to their presence in the surrounding sectors. Yet, that resistance did not merely grow, it surged to an overwhelming level after the announcement of the Cosmic Elder, as if something unseen had suddenly unified countless wills against them. For instance, the sectors between 105 and 115 had already been caught in a prolonged state of war against the Shadow Swords, led solely by the Behemoth of Destruction. Despite this, the local forces within those sectors had continued to support the Shadow Swords and accept their presence, because the Shadow Swords stood as a counterbalance to the Behemoth of Destruction's relentless desire to dominate and claim absolute authority over them. It could be described as a matter of autonomy and survival. The Behemoth of Destruction sought to bring all under his control and viewed the Shadow Swords as a direct obstacle to his long-term plans, while the local powers saw in the Shadow Swords a tool, or perhaps even a shield, that allowed them to maintain their fragile independence in the face of overwhelming force. So much so that even the Behemoth of Oppression and the Savage Behemoth chose to ignore the existence of the Shadow Swords altogether, allowing them to participate freely in the siege and prolonged conflict against the Behemoth of Destruction for years without interference, as though their presence was simply another piece on the battlefield. But then, something changed without warning. The powers across sectors 105 to 115 abruptly turned against the Shadow Swords. Those who had ongoing dealings with them severed all connections immediately and without hesitation, while those whose secrets were held by the Shadow Swords no longer feared exposure or retaliation. It was as if an invisible agreement had been reached, and they simply began behaving as though the Shadow Swords no longer existed. More than that, some of those forces escalated their stance even further, launching direct and unprovoked attacks against the Shadow Swords, treating them not as allies or tools, but as enemies that needed to be removed. The Behemoth of Oppression and the Savage Behemoth also moved decisively, striking the nearest Shadow Sword strongholds and forcibly expelling them, dismantling their positions one after another. Fortunately, their actions were not aimed at complete annihilation, but rather at removal, so while the Shadow Swords suffered losses, they were not devastating enough to cripple them entirely. Yet the result was no less severe. In a single night, the Shadow Swords across those sectors found themselves cast out, stripped of land, allies, and infrastructure, as though they had been nothing more than invasive growth uprooted entirely from the soil without warning or resistance. The same pattern repeated in sectors 103 and 104, regions where the Shadow Swords had operated in relative peace and stability, conducting routine operations without attempting to provoke conflict or disrupt the balance. Despite this, the Savage Behemoth attacked them regardless, dismantling their headquarters and erasing their presence as if their restraint held no value. And naturally, the Cursed Behemoth required no invitation nor justification. He had already deployed all of his remaining forces within mid-sector 102, turning them into a relentless hunting force tasked with eliminating every Shadow Sword scattered across that region, leaving no room for negotiation or retreat. Suddenly, the path ahead of the Shadow Swords beyond mid-sector 101 became completely sealed, as if an invisible wall had descended across the stars, cutting off their expansion and isolating them from further advance. And that was not the end of it. The Behemoth of Relativity, stationed within mid-sector 85, initiated a full-scale war against what he publicly labeled as the forces of sabotage, which, in truth, referred entirely to the Shadow Swords. He did not confine his actions to eliminating their presence within his own sector. Instead, he mobilized vast fleets and launched a sweeping, coordinated offensive that extended far beyond his borders, striking across a wide span from mid-sector 80 all the way to mid-sector 91. It was a campaign so sudden and so expansive that it shocked every faction that heard of it across the universe. What made this even more unsettling was the fact that the Behemoth of Relativity had no prior conflict or hostility with the Shadow Swords. Yet he moved as though driven by deep personal hatred, directing his forces with the clear intent of eradicating them entirely, as if their very existence was an unforgivable offense. Even more peculiar was the reaction of the inhabitants within those sectors. They made no effort to aid the Shadow Swords, nor did they respond to the warnings that the Behemoth of Relativity was merely using them as a pretext to extend his dominion over their territories. They refused to utilize the Shadow Swords' communication networks, refused to engage in trade with them, and rejected any form of cooperation entirely, as though an unspoken fear or decision bound them all. Instead, they quietly began gathering their own forces, strengthening internal communications among themselves in silence, preparing for the possibility of sudden aggression similar to what the Behemoth of Destruction had once unleashed. Yet despite their fear, they did not dare accept any assistance from the Shadow Swords for reasons that remained unclear, and in some cases, certain factions even went so far as to actively assist the Behemoth of Relativity in locating and attacking Shadow Sword strongholds, accelerating their collapse with their own hands. What had once been a vast and steadily expanding network was now facing coordinated rejection, pressure, and isolation from multiple directions at once, as if the entire surrounding universe had, in a single moment, decided to push back. The Behemoth of Gravity himself chose a restrained yet calculated approach, limiting his direct involvement to dispatching forces into mid-sectors 91 and 90. Despite the fact that both of these sectors were already saturated with the forces of the Behemoth of Relativity, no clashes broke out between them. Instead, both sides maintained a tense and deliberate silence, observing one another without crossing the line. They remained there as silent watchers, their fleets positioned with precision, and through their mere presence, the Behemoth of Gravity issued a clear, unspoken declaration. These sectors marked his boundary, and within them, nothing would be permitted to occur beyond the hunting of the shadow swords. Any further escalation would be treated as a violation. At the same time, he did not remain passive elsewhere. He personally directed attacks against the shadow swords in sectors 91, 92, and even extended his reach into sector 93, striking with controlled aggression that demonstrated both intent and restraint. Yet even he did not dare step into mid-sector 94. There, the forces of the temporal behemoth had spread with astonishing speed, establishing a firm defensive presence and openly declaring that they would intercept and repel anyone who attempted to enter the sector. It was a line drawn not in words alone, but in absolute resolve. Because of this shifting balance, Theo found himself in an unusually complex and precarious position. The shadow swords could now exist openly only within the stretch between mid-sectors 94 and 101. Outside of that narrow band, their presence had transformed into dispersed, individual movements, operatives traveling rapidly between planets, avoiding fixed positions, avoiding recognition, and blending into the flow of countless worlds. And yet, despite this forced adaptation, they had not withdrawn from any of those sectors. On the contrary, their numbers had grown even further, spreading deeper beneath the surface of those regions. Theo had no intention of abandoning even a single inch of any place where he had once planted his shadow sword. To him, retreat was not an option, only transformation. Thus, a new era for the shadow swords began. An era of forced embedding, of survival through infiltration rather than dominance. Theo issued orders that shocked even his closest followers: ignore those who attempt to ignore you, and destroy those who attempt to destroy you. Following these commands, all sleeper cells and active shadow swords within those hostile sectors began to operate as a true subversive force, embodying the very reputation that had long been used against them. However, their actions were not random. They were precise, targeted, and retaliatory, focused on those who had initiated hostility. They carried out coordinated bombings deep within enemy territories, raided secured warehouses and resource depots, hijacked transport vessels and supply lines, leaked and sold critical intelligence that destabilized entire factions, and executed high-profile assassinations against influential figures. One by one, their operations began to erode the foundations of their enemies. For the first time, the shadow swords fully revealed their darker face. They abandoned their previous image of assistance and neutrality, setting aside diplomacy and extending only the blade. And that alone was enough to shatter stability across those sectors, driving them into levels of chaos far exceeding anything they had previously endured. Some factions, witnessing the consequences, grew hesitant and fearful, choosing to avoid direct confrontation with the shadow swords altogether, afraid of suffering the same fate as those who had already fallen. Others took a different path. They aligned themselves with whichever behemoth was attacking their sector, offering cooperation in exchange for protection, and actively joined in the campaigns against the shadow swords. Loyalties fractured, alliances shifted, and uncertainty spread. Chaos became the new order. A chaos that continues even now. In response to this escalating turmoil, Theo deployed the numbered shadow swords across all contested sectors, granting each one full authority within their designated domain, turning them into autonomous pillars of control capable of acting without delay. He went even further. Theo began absorbing underground organizations within those sectors, whether through negotiation or force, dismantling their independence and bringing their networks under his command. He seized their intelligence archives, their hidden resources, and their manpower, reshaping them into extensions of his own structure. Through this war, Theo achieved something far greater than simple survival. He systematically dismantled every underground organization across the sectors between 80 and 115, rebuilding them to operate entirely under the shadow swords, transforming former chaos into controlled influence. Even beyond his own forces, he sought support from highly capable figures within the empire who had no direct connection to the law of darkness, expanding his reach through alliances rather than reliance on a single path. Among them was Elizabeth, and she agreed, stepping into the storm that was only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 2141. Elizabeth, who had once led intricate and far-reaching espionage and sabotage campaigns against the other continents in Jura, and who had personally orchestrated the fall of the Sad Cats tribe through careful planning and relentless execution, became, at Theo's request, equal in standing to Leonid, the Black Ray, and the other numbered swords. Taking orders from no one except Theo himself, her authority was now elevated to a level that placed her directly beneath his will alone. The girl who had once been relegated to the second row of the army, barely managing to lead a small armada to invade a minor planet under Marshal Caesar's banner, one among dozens of generals competing for recognition, and moreover someone who struggled to command world cataclysm and nexus states without provoking their dissatisfaction as easily as the scions of the Burton family did, suddenly found herself standing upon a completely different stage, a stage vast enough to contain her ambitions, and perfectly suited for her talents to unfold without restraint. And she did. Elizabeth spared no effort in mid-sector 88 assigned to her, pouring her full focus, intellect, and ruthlessness into every move she made. She executed First Sword Theo's orders of dispersion and terrorization with flawless precision and chilling efficiency, ensuring that every action carried both strategic value and psychological impact. Mid-Sector 88 witnessed the ugliest and most terrifying face of the Shadow Swords, a face that struck fear into every observing force, yet at the same time it also recorded one of the lowest casualty rates among their ranks, a balance that spoke volumes of her control. After Theo saw what she had accomplished in the sector, after witnessing the overwhelming awe and fear the Shadow Swords had achieved in just 10 short years, and after realizing that the number of forces daring to attack them there had nearly dropped to zero, with the sole exception being the Behemoth of Relativity, Theo came to a decisive conclusion that this battlefield, despite its importance, was no longer the proper place for her capabilities. He chose to pull her one step back, not as a demotion but as a shift in perspective, allowing her to observe the broader picture and influence it on a larger scale. Elizabeth was promoted to stand above a number of the numbered swords, becoming their overseer, a role that granted her authority not just over actions, but over direction itself. Currently, she supervises operations across the mid-sectors between 86 and 90, maintaining constant coordination between the numbered Shadow Swords while also participating directly in the formulation of their plans. So, what will happen this time in mid-sector 89? The Cosmic Elder asked after noticing that Robin's breathing had gradually calmed, his tone casual yet observant. He did not seem particularly interested on the surface, as he was busy rearranging his cards at that moment, but in truth, this was simply his habitual way of breaking the silence while keeping the conversation moving. You know how the omen of truth works. I don't see things with full clarity, not 100%. It gives me something like waking dreams or vague sensations that hint rather than reveal. Robin scratched his head lightly. This time, it seems to be related to the forces of the Behemoth of Relativity stationed there. Most likely, the marshal responsible for those forces is attempting to rally local armies against the Shadow Swords, trying to erase their presence from the sector entirely through collective pressure. Oh, that sounds quite significant. The Cosmic Elder nodded several times, his expression sharpening just slightly. Tisk. Elizabeth has already done a great deal to neutralize the local powers in that region, systematically weakening their ability to act independently, but the Behemoth of Relativity is trying to forcibly awaken them and push them back into motion. What a strange and unpredictable opponent. Robin gently rubbed his forehead, clearly weighing the situation. But he will need far more than this if he truly intends to push the Shadow Swords out of those sectors. He is not dealing with structured, obedient armies that follow orders blindly, but with individuals who act independently and adapt quickly. Then he laughed, a faint amusement in his tone. Perhaps he intended to pressure the Shadow Swords until they reacted visibly, then point at them and say, "Look, locals, they are dangerous and immoral, get rid of them." He shook his head slowly. But his plan has already collapsed, shattered into 1,000 broken pieces before it could take shape. He underestimates the Shadow Swords' capacity for intimidation and manipulation. At their core, they are an underground organization built specifically for information gathering and sabotage, so why would they ever hesitate, even for a moment, when it comes to doing exactly that? In truth, Theo had indeed hesitated for a long time, far longer than he would ever admit openly, his thoughts circling the same concern again and again, not because he lacked the overwhelming power to destroy everything in his path and stand unmoved in the face of any retaliation, but because he genuinely feared for the reputation of Lord Robin Burton, whose name had, over time, become unofficially yet unmistakably intertwined with that of the Shadow Swords in the perception of countless forces across the sectors. But Robin reassured him, calmly and without hesitation, and ultimately gave him the green light, removing that final layer of restraint that had been holding Theo back. Was there truly any force in the vast universe that did not possess some form of dirty, hidden intelligence apparatus operating in the shadows, unseen yet ever present? Whether the Shadow Swords were officially tied to him or not was a meaningless distinction. In the world of great powers, where influence and survival dictated every move, what truly mattered were interests, and interests alone. And what the savage Behemoth was currently doing stood as the clearest, most undeniable proof of that unspoken rule. You do remember who you are speaking to, right? The Cosmic Elder hummed in a strange tone, one that carried both amusement and subtle warning. Robin was, quite literally, standing before the Cosmic Elder and speaking openly, almost casually, about sabotaging entire regions of the universe without the slightest attempt to soften his words. My apologies, but those sectors matter to me as much as they matter to you, if not more. Robin shrugged lightly, his voice steady and unshaken. But they were the ones who started it. Who exactly started it? The Cosmic Elder stopped rearranging his cards with one hand, his movements slowing before coming to a halt, and asked in a serious, probing tone, his attention now fully focused on Robin. Does external pressure absolve them of responsibility? Robin understood the deeper implication behind the question instantly, without needing further clarification. None of them dares to openly declare that the Hidden Hand Syndicate and the Council of Thrones are the ones pulling their strings, so why should I refrain from punishing them for the actions they themselves carried out, willingly or not? The sudden mobilization of all these forces against the Shadow Swords was certainly not something that could be attributed to coincidence, chance, or any natural alignment of interests. These leaders did not simply wake up one day and, without cause, decide to besiege the Shadow Swords from all directions. Or more precisely, to besiege the extended arm of Robin Burton himself, to strike at him indirectly without ever facing him directly. Destroying the influence of the shadow swords within a region was, in essence, equivalent to cutting off Robin's leg and foothold in that area, weakening his authority, limiting his reach, and reducing his ability to project power across the sectors, and whoever was orchestrating this understood that truth with absolute clarity and intent. Yet at the same time, the one behind all of this clearly had no desire to confront Robin directly in a face-to-face battle, where the risks were immeasurable and the outcome far from guaranteed. The forces of the Hidden Hand Syndicate within those sectors had not made a single visible move, not even the slightest ripple to indicate their presence. The Hidden Hand Syndicate, for instance, possessed at least one or two law dominators within every sector, powerful individuals capable of shifting the tide of war on their own, and yet they had not deployed them to attack the Shadow Swords, nor had they made any move against the Cradle Empire or the Grave Empire up until this point. Instead, they maintained an unsettling and almost unnatural silence, appearing outwardly as though they were merely observing events from a distance with detached indifference, yet there was little doubt that they were the hidden hand orchestrating the ongoing military siege from the shadows, pulling strings that others did not even realize were attached. After all, no one else possessed the capability to mobilize the behemoth of relativity. No one else could influence thousands of forces across dozens of sectors, compelling them to suddenly turn against the Shadow Swords without a clear and direct cause, coordinating such a wide-scale movement with precision. As for the Council of Thrones, unfortunately, it too had entered the conflict, though in a manner far more subtle and calculated, acting through influence, pressure, and unseen agreements rather than open confrontation. As Robin considered all of this, his brows furrowed slightly, a trace of irritation surfacing in his expression, and he turned toward the Cosmic Elder with a faint but unmistakable edge in his gaze. "Didn't you issue a direct threat to Karun and his council in your announcement?" he said, his tone calm yet carrying a quiet pressure beneath it. "Why not follow through on it, destroy them outright, and spare me the trouble altogether? This isn't good for your own image, you know." Chapter 2142. Destroy who? The Cosmic Elder let out a cold, mocking laugh, the kind that carried both ridicule and quiet confidence. "I don't know what you are talking about. The Council of Thrones, of course." Robin raised his voice slightly, his tone sharpening as his gaze fixed forward. "How will you look in front of everyone if you let them do whatever they want after giving them a direct, undeniable threat?" "Oh, that sounds serious. Do what exactly?" "They have done a lot of things." Once again, the Cosmic Elder did not seem interested, his expression calm, almost dismissive, as if the entire matter failed to stir even a fraction of his concern. "Have your repeated losses against me affected your mind, old man?" Robin frowned slightly, his brows tightening as irritation crept into his voice. "You call winning by using a fake card called the Sitting King a victory?" The Cosmic Elder finally showed a hint of annoyance, his voice rising just enough to break his earlier indifference. "Secondly, I threatened the Council of Thrones not to obstruct the Cosmic Academies from carrying out their duties." "Are they doing that?" "Of course they are." Robin raised his voice, this time more forcefully. "Don't you see that their actions are indirectly restricting the Cosmic Academies, tightening the space they operate in without ever openly opposing them?" "Indirectly." The Cosmic Elder waved his hand lightly, as if brushing away something trivial. "Should I go to Karun and tell him I will kill him and all his followers because he is indirectly threatening my friend's weak and helpless organization, especially after the progress they have recently made?" Robin frowned deeply, his brows knitting together as he lowered his gaze. Karun. He had delivered a dirty blow, one that both struck Robin's side and, in a strange and twisted way, satisfied the Cosmic Elder at the same time. After the Cosmic Elder announced the establishment of the Cosmic Academies and withdrew legitimacy from the Stellar Academies, panic spread like wildfire. It erupted within the Council of Thrones on one side, and within nearly 90% of the Stellar Academies on the other. The leaders of those academies never truly cared about grand slogans or lofty ideals like serving life. What they cared about was simple, direct, and ruthless, maximizing their gains. The Cosmic Elder's decision, though it appeared beneficial on the surface, in truth shackled them tightly. Under Karun's administration, they had been free. They could do as they pleased, expand as they wished, and exploit as they desired, so long as they handed over 90% of their profits. It was a crude system, but it gave them freedom in exchange for tribute. But this new system, the system that would now fall directly under the supervision of Lord Human and the Cosmic Elder, would not tolerate such freedom. It would be watched, controlled, measured, and restricted. Even if, on the surface, they were promised everything, such as better coordination, more resources, and whatever enticing benefits the Cosmic Elder had declared in his announcement, the truth was far harsher. They would never again be able to earn as much as they once did, nor secretly siphon away what they used to steal. Thus, the Cosmic Elder's announcement became, in reality, a lifeline for Karun, who had already begun to lose his grip over the Stellar Academies. Seizing that opportunity without hesitation, Karun sent out new offers. He reduced the tax he demanded, lowering it from 90% to 80%, while keeping every other condition unchanged. And that offer worked. More than half of the academies that had previously declared rebellion found that offer tempting enough to reconsider. Greed outweighed pride, and hesitation turned into submission. One by one, they returned to the authority of the Council of Thrones and resumed their role in combating the anti-life forces. As for the residents of the sectors, those who already had ties with these academies and had entrusted their children to them, they continued paying without pause, driven by fear and necessity, ensuring their protection would not falter. At that time, the number of cosmic academies was still painfully small. They simply could not protect the vast expanse of the universe. Even if the Cosmic Elder had withdrawn his trust from the stellar academies, those institutions still held the experience, the established systems, the vast peacekeeping armies, and the structured power needed to defend entire sectors. They were still, in practice, the backbone of order. After reclaiming nearly 50% of the stellar academies under his command, Karun did not stop there. He pushed forward. He sent his disciples, his most capable agents, to hunt down the breakaway stellar academies, those who had dared to declare independence and proclaim the rise of their own empires. And this time, he had no intention of letting them escape. Dozens upon dozens of law dominators and royal soul lords spread across the universe as devastating wars erupted everywhere, conflicts so overwhelming that entire factions were crushed into the ground, their territories reduced to ruins, and everything they owned was plundered without restraint. Karun did not leave even the slightest opening for any academy to remain neutral or to fully break away. Every single one of them was forced into a corner, compelled to make a choice whether they liked it or not. In the end, the incentives on Karun's side proved to be far more tempting. One after another, more stellar academies chose to join him, where they were granted far greater freedom, wider room to accumulate personal wealth, and significantly lighter responsibilities, allowing them to lean on already exhausted peacekeeping armies instead of exhausting their own strength. In comparison, the number of cosmic academies barely increased. Karun had not crossed a single red line set by the Cosmic Elder. On the surface, everything he did appeared reasonable. He offered better terms for the academies to return to their duties of protecting the universe, and he even punished the hesitant academies that chose to withdraw under the excuse of serving the greater good. He committed no visible wrongdoing, nor did he directly interfere with the cosmic academies. Yet, behind that flawless exterior, his actions formed a tightening siege around the cosmic academies, and around Robin himself. Up until this moment, the number of academies that had chosen to stand on Robin's side was around 400 cosmic academies, scattered thinly across the vast expanse of the universe, making up only about 12% of the total academies. With some sectors hosting more than one cosmic academy, such as mid-sectors 99 and 100, it meant that the overwhelming majority of sectors remained completely empty of any academy affiliated with Robin. Those dark, distant regions, from his perspective, were still fully dependent on Karun and his forces for protection and order. The Cosmic Elder's announcement had been meant to completely dismantle the Stellar Academy system, to tear it down at its roots, but unfortunately, a system built upon the greed of academy leaders proved far stronger than expected. Not only had it survived, it had grown even more unified and resilient than before. And the worst part was, there was nothing he could do about it. Ugh, why do you not just direct your words at Karun and tell him he still has time to correct himself? Robin slammed his hand onto the table, the sound echoing sharply. Are you satisfied with what is happening right now? That the Stellar Academies have returned to operation? Yes, I am satisfied, the Cosmic Elder laughed, his tone light, almost amused. They are doing the bare minimum, and they are still recruiting peacekeeping armies from ordinary people and from the slaves of the Syndicate of the Hidden Hand. Does that not mean anything to you? Robin fired back quickly, his frustration clearly rising. That is a problem for the people to deal with, the Cosmic Elder waved dismissively, as if brushing away an insignificant matter. The Red Line was not interfering with the new Cosmic Academies, and they have not done so directly so far. On what basis would I step forward and say anything more? He let out a low chuckle. I have said my piece, and that matter is finished. It is time for you to play with Karun the same way he has been playing with you. Robin leaned back slowly in his chair, exhaling as tension lingered in his expression. You know that my ability to play against Karun and my ability to dedicate time to him are two completely different matters. I am genuinely far too busy to deal with that man right now. That is your problem, the Cosmic Elder waved again without hesitation. I warned you before the announcement that this would happen. Then his expression shifted slightly as he pointed at Robin with rare seriousness. Right now, Karun and the Council of Thrones are the least of your concerns compared to what Sivar is doing, and what he is going to do to you. Chapter 2143. Without a doubt, the Syndicate of the Hidden Hand had been playing a deeply underhanded and calculated game with him lately, one that went far beyond ordinary interference and into the realm of deliberate, long-term sabotage. The blockade imposed by the Behemoth of Destruction and the Behemoth of Relativity alone had already crippled his expansion ambitions to a severe degree, tightening the noose around his movements and driving up the cost of every single operation to such an extent that he was now edging dangerously close to poverty despite the scale of his forces and apparent wealth. Finding and training suitable candidates for the Shadow Swords was never something that could be rushed or improvised. It did not happen overnight, nor even within a few short years. Each candidate required an enormous amount of resources, specialized equipment, and brutally intensive training that pushed them to their absolute limits. If the Imperial Guards were trained to destroy their enemies head-on, then the Shadow Swords were trained for something far more demanding: survival. Survival long enough to obtain the information, and survival long enough to deliver it to the right hands. If they were not strong, adaptable, and intelligent enough to survive their missions under any circumstances, then they were worthless. Without such standards, their reputation would never have risen to stand second only to the Syndicate of the Hidden Hand itself. Each Shadow Sword carried with them a distinct aura of prestige and authority. Any one of them could make even the proudest lord in the greatest kingdom stand up and respect to receive them, and such a status was not given freely. It was forged through relentless training and immense financial investment, through blood, discipline, and an overwhelming amount of resources. And Theo had begun assembling an army of these Shadow Swords specifically for war, not just a network of operatives, but a true force meant to endure and strike within large-scale conflicts. The burden of that ambition had already begun to show, to the point that he had slowed down his purchases of planetary equipment, redirecting funds elsewhere, even going as far as urging his father to sell more innovations and provide him with additional financial support. And even if one were to set aside the blockade and the immense effort required to train millions of shadow swords, that still was not the full extent of what the Syndicate of the Hidden Hand had been doing. The disruptions and disasters affecting Robin's empires, the City of Sky Opening, and his other affiliated organizations had become far too frequent to be dismissed as coincidence. They appeared suddenly, repeatedly, and with a consistency that made them impossible to ignore. Jean himself had stated that the progress of the City of Sky Opening in mid-Sector 99 had been delayed by no less than 20 years over the past 50 years because of these strange occurrences, incidents that, on the surface, appeared entirely natural, lacking any clear sign of interference. Yet they repeated themselves with such unsettling regularity that it was as if misfortune itself had taken root within their territories and refused to release its grip. Even the Shadow Swords, with all their reach and capabilities, could not identify the one responsible. And that left only one possible conclusion: the Butcher Marlick and the other high-ranking leaders of the Syndicate of the Hidden Hand, those who wielded core laws derived from the sovereign law of causality, had personally set their sights on them and were orchestrating these events from the shadows. The Syndicate of the Hidden Hand is playing extremely dirty, Robin muttered under his breath, his voice low, cold, and filled with restrained hatred. You should be thanking me for that. The Cosmic Elder laughed, clearly amused. Since when does the Syndicate of the Hidden Hand care enough about someone to sabotage their plans and obstruct their efforts from afar? And to have their leaders supervise it personally, no less. Then he pointed at himself with a grin. If not for me, one of them would have come directly to kill you, and that would have been the end of everything. That's what friends do. Robin cast him a meaningful glance, one that carried layers beneath its calm surface. They keep each other alive. Tisk. The Cosmic Elder's brows drew together as he clicked his tongue. If you're so skilled with your words, then solve your problems yourself instead of coming here to complain. Didn't I just do that in front of you? Robin let out a faint, tired laugh and gestured toward the place where the Shadow Sword had disappeared only moments earlier, his meaning clear without needing further explanation. The disruptions and disasters of the past years had been more than enough to tear down everything Robin had built, not once, but many times over. And yet, it still stood, unbroken despite everything. First, because of the strong foundations he had painstakingly established, the interconnected institutions that reinforced one another, and the highly capable individuals he had carefully selected for every critical position with precision. And second, because of the omen of truth. After the Cosmic Elder's announcement, after the name Robin Burton spread across every corner of the universe and his threads of connection thickened and intertwined with countless beings of every kind, Robin was able to step forward with surprising ease into the second stage of the master law of causality. With that breakthrough, the omen of truth did not simply grow stronger, it evolved. It gained new power, greater flexibility in how it manifested, and a far more stable continuity that allowed it to operate over longer stretches without breaking. The repeated activation of the omen of truth allowed Robin to perceive the most dangerous, carefully orchestrated calamities that were being set in motion against him long before they could fully unfold. With that foresight, he would dispatch shadow swords with precise, calculated orders toward those exact directions, resolving threats before they even had the chance to surface, just as he had done moments ago when he sent them toward Elizabeth. Of course, even with such an advantage, he still had to rely on Elizabeth's sharp mind, her ability to scheme and adapt, and on the shadow sword's discipline and execution in the field. But without the omen of truth, his losses would never have remained contained within his conflicts with the behemoths and a few scattered disruptions and explosions here and there. You're not doing enough, it seems, the Cosmic Elder spoke in a serious tone, his gaze steady. Remaining in a defensive position will only prolong your lifespan, nothing more. What do I even have to attack with? Robin shrugged lightly, a faint smile of self-mockery forming on his lips. Just the fact that they forced all external merchants to refuse dealing with my institutions dealt me a heavy blow. Even acquiring basic raw materials has become nearly impossible. He exhaled slowly. If not for the specialized network I established with the help of the Soul Society, I wouldn't even be able to purchase planetary equipment. They still sell to me through that channel because transaction records are extremely confidential, hidden deep enough that even the Syndicate struggles to trace them. Then he let out a short, dry chuckle. I suppose I'm fortunate that I built such a strong relationship with the Soul Society, and that they don't particularly care about the Syndicate of the Hidden Hand, otherwise even this last breathing space I have would have already disappeared. The Cosmic Elder looked at him with a hint of curiosity. Don't you realize you just mentioned both the problem and the solution in the same breath? Robin raised an eyebrow, clearly confused at first, then his expression tightened slightly. You mean using the specialized network to acquire everything I need? And why not? The Cosmic Elder asked calmly. Through that path, merchants will sell you whatever you desire in secrecy, and the Soul Society will ensure it reaches you without interference. Robin lowered his gaze, his posture relaxing outwardly, though his thoughts churned beneath the surface. I've already considered that option, but I can't even begin to imagine the prices merchants would demand after all the warnings they've received from the Syndicate of the Hidden Hand. And the Soul Society, I can't imagine the scale of taxes they would impose, nor the absurd delivery costs they would charge. They are not fools. They understand exactly how dependent I am on them, and how valuable the service they provide truly is by ignoring the Syndicate. A strange, almost helpless smile appeared on his face. If I go through that network, a worthless piece of metal worth 10 pearls will be sold to me for 100, and the Soul Society will deliver it for 1,000. Just thinking about those numbers alone is enough to keep me awake at night. Overthinking matters that are already clear will only exhaust you, my young friend, and hesitation in a situation like this will only bring you harm. The Cosmic Elder nodded twice, his tone firm. If there are no alternatives, then do not delay. Robin remained silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. I didn't expect I would say this ever again, but it seems I have no choice. I'll have to return to gathering more wealth. Chapter 2144. Oh. The Cosmic Elder revealed a strange, unreadable smile, one that carried a hint of amusement mixed with curiosity. The most famous truth chosen at the moment intends to gather money. Now that is truly interesting. What are you planning to release this time? A 5th grade martial art? Or perhaps a refined version of that Breath of Ages you once showcased? That. Robin waved his hand dismissively several times, as if brushing away something trivial. That is child's play. His tone held clear indifference. I already sold that in a massive auction before, as you know. Luck happened to favor me at the time, letting me sell it for 12 billion. But now. He let out a faint breath. I am literally losing more than that number every single day. He shook his head slowly. If I am going to announce something new, it has to carry the potential to bring in 1 trillion, maybe even 2, just to keep up with the needs of the Shadow Swords and the Cosmic Academies. Then he lifted his gaze and stared straight at the Cosmic Elder with visible annoyance. The Cosmic Academies that I am currently developing, restructuring from the ground up, including a complete overhaul of their peacekeeping armies and even their educational systems. In truth, the spending on the academies in general, and on the peacekeeping armies in particular, was far from light or simple. Nearly 30% of his total wealth was constantly being funneled into the Cosmic Academies, an unending stream of resources directed toward making them appear overwhelmingly strong from the outside as quickly as possible. At the same time, he was carefully rebuilding and refining their foundations from within at a much slower, controlled pace. The Cosmic Elder had publicly promised countless advantages and rapid development under Robin's banner, and those promises alone had drawn nearly 400 academies to join his side. If Robin failed to fulfill even a portion of those expectations, he would not only lose them all in an instant, but worse, he would lose face on a universal scale. Your academies, your peacekeeping armies, and those methods of education that are raising entire generations who will grow up grateful and loyal to you. The Cosmic Elder raised his thumb slightly, his tone calm yet firm. Continue spending on them without hesitation or stinginess, and know that my heart supports you in this. Robin's brows tightened faintly, then he lowered his head just a little and dropped his voice to a near mutter. Miserly old man. The Cosmic Elder understood him instantly, without missing a single nuance, yet his response came out even more shameless than expected. Did you say something? The Cosmic Elder suddenly raised his voice with clear irritation, his brows snapping toward Robin. PAF. Robin casually threw down a card onto the table. I said play. Humph. The Cosmic Elder let out a cold snort as he placed down a card bearing 9 flowers. As for your income problem, it will indeed affect the Cosmic Academies sooner or later. He paused briefly, then sighed. I will allow you to sell one of those crystals. Robin did not respond immediately. His gaze lowered toward the table as he continued playing, his thoughts clearly moving elsewhere. Selling the core of an adult space beast in an auction would undoubtedly bring him an immense fortune, perhaps starting at 500 billion pearls as an opening bid alone. Regardless of whether anyone could truly find a way to utilize such a core or not, many behemoths would still desire to obtain it, whether for prestige, display, or to keep it as a final, devastating trump card. It would cause a massive commotion for no real reason. Robin eventually shook his head again, rejecting the idea. A while ago, I promised Timari that I would contribute to the universe's new direction, the rise of lone cultivators. His voice slowed slightly. Perhaps the time has come to act on that. The Cosmic Elder showed a hint of surprise. They say that you and I have already pushed people toward trying to rise in strength on their own, without relying on empires or greater forces controlling them. Robin let out a soft laugh. I do not even know whether that is a good thing or not, but it already happened. Then his gaze sharpened slightly. And I will contribute to it soon, in one way or another. He lifted his eyes. That does not bother you, does it? I see no harm in it. The Cosmic Elder calmly placed another card. As long as the red lines remain intact, you will not find me doing anything other than sitting here and playing cards. Ha! Robin chuckled lightly. Have you truly grown tired of fighting space beasts already, to the point that you will now devote yourself entirely to playing cards? Then Robin casually pointed at the last card the Cosmic Elder had played. Besides, that card is a repeat. You played it before. Without a word, the Cosmic Elder replaced the card, his expression unchanged. I will move today. Good. Robin suddenly raised a card and slammed it down with force, the sound echoing faintly. Then take this from me and go do your work. PAF. The card landed firmly on the table, revealing a majestic image of a monarch standing upon the edge of a dangerous cliff, his figure tall and unyielding as he raised his sword toward the blazing sun above. The Cosmic Elder leaned slightly forward, examining it with narrowed eyes. Is this the Standing King card? Oh, how did you know? Robin looked genuinely stunned, his expression shifting in a rare moment of unguarded surprise as he stared at the Cosmic Elder. Bang! The Cosmic Elder did not hesitate for even a fraction of a second. He grabbed Robin's hair firmly and slammed it against the table once more, the impact echoing faintly across the room. How exactly do you expect me to admit defeat to this kind of ridiculous nonsense? Damn you, old man. Robin groaned, his cheek pressed flat against the cold surface of the table, his voice strained yet still carrying its usual sharp edge. As long as you did not catch me in the act of making the card, then you have no right to blame me for winning. Blame your own senses. At the very least, cheat in a reasonable way. The Cosmic Elder's voice rose even further, irritation now fully apparent. Put in some effort and make proper cards instead of this garbage. That was not part of the agreement. You were trying to. Robin was just about to fire back again, but his words abruptly halted. His senses caught something approaching rapidly. Without hesitation, he used spacetime to slip his hair free from the Cosmic Elder's grasp, the strands vanishing from between his fingers in an instant, before Robin smoothly straightened his posture and returned to his seat with complete composure, as if nothing had happened. Then he glanced at the Cosmic Elder and signaled subtly with his eyes while speaking in a low voice, "Wait until the guests leave, then you can continue beating me." Tisk. PAF. At that exact moment, a familiar figure descended beside Robin, landing directly onto his knees and hands in a deep bow, his entire body lowered until even his forehead touched the ground in utmost reverence. Then he spoke loudly, "This Pisu greets your majesty." Oh. Robin's expression instantly shifted into a wide, amused smile, as if the previous scuffle had never happened. "Pisu, what brings you here?" Then he casually turned his head toward the Cosmic Elder. "He used to be my personal assistant for quite a long time. My lord, your exalted shard emerged and instructed me to come immediately after I regained some of my health, and so I came without delay." Pisu spoke quickly, his voice filled with urgency despite his respectful posture. "Please reclaim it." Robin paused for a brief moment, a hint of curiosity appearing in his eyes. Then he extended his hand forward and gently pulled a small white soul sphere out from the boy's forehead, extracting it with precision. He began examining its contents, his gaze sharpening slightly. "Interesting." After a moment, he turned back toward the Cosmic Elder. "A few days ago, something happened in neighboring Sector 100, and my shard came out. From there, the shard sent me a direct message that cost 7,000 units. After that, Pisu was treated, regained his footing, used a major space portal, and came all the way here carrying the remaining 23,000 units. Even with all that time, he still managed to arrive before the message. Using soul shards for communication is one of the greatest wastes of time." The Cosmic Elder waved his hand dismissively, clearly unimpressed. "But it works quickly when it comes to you." Robin tilted his head slightly, his tone carrying a subtle challenge. "Then pour enough power into your shards and reinforce them with master laws so they can bypass natural laws and move freely," the Cosmic Elder replied with a faint chuckle. "I would very much like to see how many you would be capable of creating in that case, hee. Then he slowly rose to his feet, his expression calming once more. "You can continue your game with your boy. I will head to the corridor before my resolve weakens again." He took a few steps forward, then suddenly paused, as if recalling something important. Slowly, he turned his head back once more. "By the way, I noticed something strange in our conversation." "What is it?" Robin had already begun gathering the scattered cards into his ring, stacking them neatly as if preparing to end the session for now. Most likely, they would resume after a few days. The Cosmic Elder remained silent for a brief moment, clearly organizing his thoughts before speaking again. "You mentioned that you present all your problems before 4 master laws: spacetime, balance, causality, and creation, and that because of them, very few problems could ever truly stand beyond your reach." "That is correct." Robin nodded firmly without hesitation. "Then why not 5? The Cosmic Elder's gaze sharpened slightly. "Do you not possess the law of truth? Even you, the one people call the next great truth chosen of this generation, do you also mock that law and consider it useless, just like I do?" Robin's brows furrowed deeply, a trace of confusion and unease flickering across his expression. The Cosmic Elder turned forward once more and resumed walking toward the corridor, his tone turning casual again. "It seems the master law of truth is nothing more than a pair of glowing eyes after all." Robin did not respond. He simply lowered his gaze, staring silently at his own arm. There, 4 extremely tiny golden inscriptions shimmered faintly beneath his skin, the runes of truth he had painstakingly uncovered and completed over the span of countless centuries. They were real. They were complete. And yet, then, slowly, he raised his head, his eyes shifting toward the interior, toward Seraphim, the quill that hovered uncertainly above the board of the 6th path. Chapter 2145. Robin continued staring at Seraphim in confusion, his gaze fixed and unmoving. He completely ignored the Cosmic Elder, who had already reached the corridor, exchanged a few brief words with those waiting around it, and then stepped inside after taking a deep breath. Robin, however, noticed none of that. All of his focus, all of his awareness, was locked onto the smooth, continuous movements of the pen as it glided across the massive board, carving out lines with a precision and fluidity that felt almost alive. Minutes passed like that. Then he suddenly stopped, his steps halting as if a thought had just formed. He turned and began walking toward the house. Just as he moved, his concentration was broken by a sharp shout behind him. "My lord!" Robin paused mid-step and turned his head slightly, his brows drawing together just a little. "What is it, Pisu? Thanks for the shard, you can leave now." No. The kneeling boy immediately panicked, his voice trembling as he leaned forward. "I don't want to leave, please, allow me to stay here." "What would you even do here?" Robin asked with clear confusion. "Oh, are you tired of the wars?" His tone softened slightly. "You can apply for leave if you want. You suffered a severe injury in the last battle, so you are entitled to a long rest. No one will object, and no one will question it." "No, it's not that. If you wish to fight in hell, then take me with you, I won't hesitate for a moment." Pisu quickly lifted his head, his voice gaining urgency. "But I want to stay by your side. Don't you need your servant?" Robin was genuinely taken aback. The boy's eyes had already begun to glisten, a thin layer of tears forming as he stared upward with an almost desperate resolve. Even Robin himself had never once called Pisu a servant, so why would a man who had lived for thousands of years lower himself to that title so openly, without hesitation? Why would he choose servitude over standing proudly among generals and commanders, over leading fleets and commanding respect? Perhaps the time he spent as his assistant had made him accustomed to ease and simplicity. Or perhaps he understood something deeper, something more pragmatic. Staying close to Robin would benefit him in ways no battlefield victory ever could, just as it had once before. Ha! Robin waved his hand dismissively, ending the thought. Prepare something warm for me. Yes. After hearing the enthusiastic shout, Robin turned without another word and resumed walking toward his glasshouse. There was no need to dwell on Pisu's motives. Loyalty had already been proven more than once, and if there were personal gains behind it, then so be it. That did not bother him in the slightest. When he reached the door, Robin casually raised his hand and pushed aside the head of the massive halak, which was still hanging upside down like a grotesque decoration, then stepped inside without sparing it even a glance. Creak, creak. Halak's enormous body began swaying again like a pendulum, its head rocking slowly as it muttered in a low, almost offended tone, "That's cold, man. That's really cold." Robin offered no response and no acknowledgement. He continued walking deeper inside until he stopped beside Seraphim. The pen was still moving, still drawing, still immersed. Robin raised his hand just before the feather pen could carve another line into the board, and then, in one sharp motion, rip. The massive board was torn apart. Fragments scattered as Robin replaced it with a fresh one, his voice calm but decisive. "That's enough, Seraphim. We'll try something a bit different this time." The feather pen froze. Then slowly, it turned toward him. It trembled. There was unmistakable irritation in that motion, as if it resented seeing its effort, minutes of continuous work, erased so casually and so effortlessly. That agitation abruptly halted the moment it noticed what Robin was doing next. He pulled out two epic pens, one in each hand. Without hesitation, he began drawing with both simultaneously. It was perfect synchronization. No delay, and no imbalance. The feather pen jolted violently, startled beyond measure, and began circling rapidly around Robin's head as if trying to assert its presence, to remind him it was still there. "Help me with the upper section of the board," Robin said calmly, already immersed in the work. "Draw with me. Map out the energy transfer patterns of a human at level 41. We'll restructure the flow from the foundation." The feather pen stopped mid-air, stunned. That map was engraved in Robin's mind as clearly and immovably as his own name, carved into his awareness through countless observations of every individual he encountered, and refined endlessly through his repeated revisions for the sixth path. Asking to redraw it in full view felt almost redundant, almost unnecessary. Yet despite that, the feather pen listened, and it began to assist anyway. Halak, who had been watching everything from his upside-down position, began humming thoughtfully while folding his arms across his chest. "Seems like something big is happening here." Then, with slow and deliberate effort, he forced his massive body to twist slightly, turning his head toward Pisu. "Make sure to count me in for that warm drink, kid." Pisu was clearly surprised. This was the legendary chief of the Imperial Guard. Yet with sharp awareness, he quickly noticed something unusual. Halak's hands were completely free, his movements unrestricted, and there were no seals restraining him in any visible way. Which meant only one thing. He had merely annoyed the master slightly, nothing more. Pisu nodded quickly. Understood. Then he moved with urgency, adjusting the fire and increasing the fuel, making sure the warmth would build faster. "Good boy," Halak said with a satisfied tone, addressing the young man who had already reached the Nexus state, before returning his attention to Robin, watching in silence. The silence stretched. 1 minute passed, then another. Until even Halak, who was used to enduring long periods without speech, found himself unable to remain quiet any longer. "Hey, boss," he raised his voice just a little, breaking the stillness, after opening the gate this time. "What do you think about me taking the boys to Mid-Sector 105 and teaching someone some manners on your behalf?" Mid-Sector 105. Robin showed a faint, strange smile, though his hands never stopped moving across the board. "You are going to teach the savage behemoth some manners?" "Exactly." Halak nodded without hesitation. "You had agreements with him, and he broke them. Doesn't that deserve a visit from a few rapid intervention vessels?" He pointed to himself confidently. "At the very least, I'll wipe out 20 planets in the outer ring of his galaxy. No, 30. Ha!" Robin let out a light laugh. "My agreement with the savage ended the moment he withdrew from Mid-Sector 101 and sent the blood of the Kyomagi race. Honestly, I should be grateful he didn't slaughter the shadow swords and settled for merely driving them away." Then, for the first time, he lifted his hand away from the board. "Only Intiras and Morpheus can openly say no to the Syndicate. The rest of the behemoths, they are bound to follow orders to some degree." He paused briefly, then added in a quieter tone, his mercy toward the shadow swords, "That certainly wasn't part of those orders." "Then what will you do about him?" Halak's brows furrowed, his tone turning more serious. "And what about the other behemoths attacking us? Will you just ignore them because they're following commands? Then why didn't the temporal behemoth follow the Syndicate's orders?" Archyle. Robin stepped back slowly, putting a bit of distance between himself and the board as his gaze began scanning every intricate detail upon it. "It seems he chose my side rather closely, or more accurately, the side of the Cosmic Elder." His voice lowered further, almost as if he were speaking only to himself. "I need to find a way to reward him for that choice, regardless of his intentions. If I don't, no one else will ever step forward to help me after him." After those words, Halak continued speaking in the background, muttering and commenting on whatever came to mind. Robin had already shut his senses off completely. The outside world faded. His focus narrowed. His eyes began to glow. A deep, radiant golden light surged within them, growing brighter with every passing second. Swoosh! For strange, intricate patterns burst forth from his forearms, rising into the air and manifesting around him with a presence that felt both ancient and absolute. Their appearance alone altered the atmosphere. Halak fell silent instantly. Pisu froze where he stood, fear creeping into his chest as he instinctively turned toward the glass house. Neither of them could truly see what was happening. They could only feel it. A crushing, overwhelming presence occupying 4 separate points around Robin, bending and twisting the very fabric of space, as if reality itself had lost its sense of direction. A faint golden radiance shimmered in the air, as the 4 silent, unmoving angels stood guard around him. Only Robin could see them clearly. Only he understood their nature. They were the 4 patterns of truth, the manifestations he had painstakingly drawn and completed with his own power after centuries of relentless research and refinement. At that moment, Robin extended his hand and pointed toward a precise flaw within the massive board, his voice calm yet carrying undeniable authority. Seraphim, use the principles of these 4 runes to resolve this flaw. The pen did not move. Chapter 2146. Robin furrowed his brows, the lines deepening slightly across his forehead as confusion crept in, and he turned his face toward the quill pen, studying it closely before repeating the direct order while pointing ahead with quiet insistence. Seraphim, use the principles within these 4 runes to solve that dilemma. Now. Silence lingered in the air, heavy and unmoving. Robin's confusion deepened into genuine disbelief. He had personally drawn these 4 truth runes using Seraphim from the very beginning, and at times even relied on other epic pens, those fragile ones that kept vanishing or shattering under the strain. So why was Seraphim refusing to act using them now? It was not as if they were unfamiliar concepts or newly introduced patterns. Wait. Robin's eyes opened a little wider, a flicker of realization forming. Now that I think about it, every time I drew these runes, I was holding the pen in my own hand, carving them directly with full focus. You never actually assisted me in constructing them. The only help you ever provided was not breaking apart midway through the process. He paused, then slowly raised a brow in astonishment. Could it be that you do not remember the details of the runes at all? The pen rotated slightly, as if deliberately looking away in quiet embarrassment, a subtle motion that only intensified Robin's confusion rather than easing it. Seraphim was capable of diving into Robin's memories with precision, extracting the smallest fragments of information about any rune or concept, and then utilizing that data with flawless accuracy to generate solutions and accelerate even the most complex processes, and yet now it failed to recall runes it had supposedly written itself? Worse, it could not even retrieve them from Robin's own memory? After a few seconds of silent contemplation, Robin extended his hand and firmly grasped Seraphim. It is fine, come here. I suppose everything has limits, even you. The pen trembled faintly within his grip, a mixture of irritation and wounded pride evident in its subtle vibration before it gradually settled into stillness. Robin paid no mind to that reaction. He lifted his hand, preparing to draw something over that problematic spot, sketching a few patterns drawn from one of the runes that hovered faintly around him. But midway through the motion, he stopped. His hand lowered slowly, almost reluctantly, and he chose instead to simply observe. What lay before him was a map that appeared overwhelmingly chaotic and impossibly complex, as if 1,000 chickens had dipped their claws into ink and fought across its surface for hours without pause. Yet despite that apparent madness, Robin's gaze remained calm, focused, and certain, clearly indicating that he understood every line, every intersection, every hidden implication within it. That specific spot he was studying was one among many flaws within the human body's energy transfer system. This particular issue revolved around the exact moment energy exited the energy core, a critical transition point that stood as one of the most complicated, yet paradoxically one of the most visible, problems within the entire system. Then, after several long minutes of uninterrupted silence, Robin raised Seraphim once more and began to act. He used it to erase that entire section completely, methodically wiping away every trace of the previous structure until nothing remained. Once he finished, Robin did not rush forward. Instead, he stood there, staring around the cleared area for a long stretch of time, his mind clearly working through countless possibilities. Minutes turned into hours as he remained motionless. During that time, Pisu quietly finished preparing the hot drink and placed it beside Robin with care, then departed without a word to retrieve the flesh of space beasts from the far side of the planet. He had already begun preparing the meal by the time he returned, yet Robin neither moved nor reacted, not even a single blink acknowledging any of it. And then, at last, Robin lifted Seraphim again, his movements steady and deliberate, and began redrawing that very spot. This time, with a structure that was completely different, fundamentally altered from its original form, as though he had discarded the old logic entirely and replaced it with something far deeper and far more refined. Mid-Sector 100, Planet Originus. Inside a completely sealed hall, so tightly constructed it felt as though even the smallest particles of air were forbidden from escaping, Jabba sat upon a low seat before a small, precisely positioned table, with only a single individual seated across from him in that silent, controlled space. I am confident that if the integration process between the 5 world cataclysms is completed, it will result in a war sovereignty array, also known as warlords, of truly immense and overwhelming power. Jabba pointed toward the blueprint laid out before him one final time, his finger tracing over key intersections, before lifting his gaze toward the man across from him. What do you think, Klein? The man before Jabba maintained his silence for several long moments, neither rushing nor reacting prematurely. He was dark-skinned, with light hair that carried a faint sky-blue tint. His eyes were white like milk, with a tiny dot forming each pupil. His overall facial structure gave off a natural handsomeness, while the thick mustache resting above his lips added a distinctly strong and masculine presence. In this moment, however, those tiny dots within the eyes of that mutated human burned faintly with a soft, glowing green light, pulsing with quiet intensity. This was the first truth chosen to join the sky opening institutions after the announcement of the Cosmic Elder, a third-grade truth chosen whose specialization lay deeply within the domain of arrays. Klein continued to observe the astonishing design before him in silence, his gaze moving methodically across each line and symbol, before finally nodding, impressive. As expected from a disciple of Lord Human, this preliminary design has the potential to completely rewrite everything wars understand about war sovereignty arrays. Truly remarkable, especially considering you are still only at the first stage of truth. The veins on Jabba's forehead twisted slightly as he forced a restrained smile. Yes, you have told me that many times already. Thank you. The initial concept is solid. Klein nodded again, his tone measured and analytical, reducing the burden placed on combat emperors by establishing multiple focal points, and allowing all of them to function freely instead of binding everything to a single core. This approach carries real potential. He paused briefly, his eyes narrowing just a fraction, but for now, it remains nothing more than ink on paper. War sovereignty arrays across the entire universe had long stagnated at the level of a martial emperor. They stood as the most powerful tools available to smaller empires and those seeking to impose control over populations, yet they were even more commonly utilized within massive quarries and large industrial workshops, where wealthy factions used them to transport heavy materials with far greater efficiency. Countless minds had, without a doubt, explored ways to push them further, to break past their limits and evolve them into something greater. Yet none of those ideas had ever successfully manifested into reality, leaving these arrays frozen in their current state across the ages. That is precisely why I am here, Jabba spoke with firm seriousness, his voice carrying weight. The concept is in your hands, the framework is laid out before you, along with detailed suggestions drawn from my experience with the war arrays constructed by the Master. The rest depends entirely on you. Then he reached out and gave Klein's shoulder a firm, confident pat. As a third-stage truth chosen who specializes in arrays, I do not believe filling in the remaining gaps will pose any real challenge to you. What do you think? Klein lowered his gaze to the designs once more, this time examining them with even greater precision, before lifting the stack and slowly flipping through the pages, one after another, his expression unreadable yet intensely focused. After several minutes of careful inspection, he placed the designs back onto the table and raised his eyes to meet Jabba's directly. I will complete the remaining portions of the array, but I want an open budget. You shall have it. Jabba clapped once with a wide, satisfied smile, rising to his feet as he extended his hand forward. Completing this array will undoubtedly mark a turning point in both of our histories. Klein nodded a few times, then stood and reached out to shake Jabba's hand, his grip steady. You have a sharp mind, even if I am only a first-stage truth chosen, I know. Jabba cut him off, suppressing the irritation that flickered briefly within him, before gesturing calmly toward the door. Very well. You may begin starting today. Any project you are currently involved in can be placed on hold for the time being. Then he revealed a broad smile and tilted his head upward slightly, as if gazing upon the unseen presence of someone important, his voice lowering with a hint of anticipation. The war sovereignty array will be the next great surprise. Chapter 2147. After 3 years, year 753 after the coronation. Inside the Soul Society, the Grand Hall. Here, where a hall stretched with no visible beginning and no discernible end, where visitors of the Soul Society gathered to meet, exchange information, and listen to the most important announcements, there was not a single place left for anyone to stand, not even a fragment of empty space within sight. The last massive gathering of this magnitude had taken place decades ago, when Lord Human announced 4 groundbreaking innovations that completely shifted the direction of the universe and altered the balance between countless factions. But even that gathering, the one born from a full month of anticipation and an open invitation from the Soul Society to every corner of existence, was nowhere close to the sheer number of beings present today. This grand hall was not truly infinite, yet it had been crafted with such sophistication that it would never appear crowded. With every new arrival, the hall would expand slightly, seamlessly creating space to accommodate them, and that continuous expansion placed immense strain on the systems of the Soul Society and consumed vast resources. And today, this very hall, stretched to contain hundreds of billions of beings at once, was costing the Soul Society an unimaginable amount of soul units with every passing second, a drain so immense that even the richest factions could not sustain it for long. And yet, this is the big day. Lord Morval spoke with a faint, controlled smile as he looked down toward the grand hall below, standing upon a high platform concealed above clouds that no one beneath could perceive. The announcement was only a week ago. Beside him, Timari spoke while manifesting both her human form and her true presence simultaneously. I truly did not expect such a gathering to actually form in such a short time. Well, I expected a larger crowd than last time. After all, those who failed to attend and hear the initial announcement were delayed in acquiring Lord Human's goods, delayed in gaining priority, and many of them suffered for years before finally managing to obtain even a single piece of what they needed. Morval spoke calmly, his tone steady, then shifted his gaze far into the horizon as if trying to see the very last individual within the endless sea of beings. But even in my highest projections, I did not expect attendance on this scale. He then turned his head slightly toward Timari. The total count has already reached 790 billion, and it is still rising at an alarming rate. Then he looked forward once more, a subtle trace of concern appearing within his eyes. The Grand Hall was never designed to sustain such numbers indefinitely. I only hope the announcement concludes smoothly without placing excessive pressure on the system. 19 billion new individuals registered in the Soul Society within just the past week alone, Timari laughed lightly, clearly amused. Even those who had been boycotting the Soul Society out of fear for their personal data or because of those ridiculous gambling theories were forced to join after hearing about what is going to happen today. Timara's gaze turned toward the crowd, her expression filled with excitement and anticipation. Ever since we announced a week ago that Lord Human would be introducing a new and massive innovation to his personal section, a strange phenomenon spread across the entire universe, a state of collective anticipation. A large number of wars have halted completely, as countless factions wish to learn the nature of this innovation before deciding their next moves. Then her eyes gleamed in a peculiar, almost reverent manner. No one understands the true importance and brilliance of that man more than I do. I am the one who repeatedly tries to make him aware of his own standing, the level of his innovations, and the magnitude of their impact each time he creates something new. And yet, even I did not expect his influence to reach such an overwhelming level. Morval nodded slowly, his expression returning to calm neutrality. Who in recorded history has ever been known to deal with the plague and survive? Then he continued with a completely emotionless face. Lord Human himself openly declared that he is conducting experiments on the Crimson Plague in an attempt to tame it, and yet no one expressed anger or demanded his execution. There was no backlash whatsoever, only wishes for his success and wagers on when he would achieve it. That is what you call blind trust. Timari laughed with a hint of pride, then gave a playful wink toward her older brother. By the way, I see you have grown accustomed to calling him Lord. At the very least, you will stop criticizing me now. He has earned it. Morval spoke in a serious, unwavering tone, his voice carrying quiet conviction. Even the sons of Behemoths, I address them as Lord, yet none of them offer us as much benefit as Lord Robin, nor do they hold his level of importance upon the current stage of the universe. Then he allowed a faint smile to form, subtle yet genuine. I only hope he grows a little stronger and matures somewhat with time, so the title does not feel misplaced. Timari waved her hand lightly, her expression relaxed. I am certain that after today, he will return to being one of the wealthiest beings in the universe once more. As for strength, that matter is still distant. He is a truth chosen after all. Even if he reaches the level of a world cataclysm, it would still be something extraordinary, far beyond the norm. You are right. Morval replied after a brief moment of hesitation, as if weighing the thought carefully. His overwhelming wealth alone will justify his standing, especially if that wealth flows through us and strengthens our position alongside his. He frowned slightly after saying that, a rare expression crossing his face, then suddenly let out a strange, almost disbelieving laugh. I never imagined I would say such words about anyone in my life. Who could possibly contribute to the wealth of the Soul Society? And yet, here we stand. Then he gestured downward with an open palm, indicating the vast gathering below. I am not even angered that he is about to publish something related to soul power, something so significant that it may overturn the entire first path completely. But he will overturn the path in a good way, that is what matters most. Timari responded quickly, her tone firm and confident. A transformation that will undoubtedly benefit us and strengthen our position rather than weaken it. Morval placed his hands behind his back once more, his posture straight and composed. That is precisely why I approved its publication. Then he fell silent for a few seconds, his expression shifting slightly. There is something strange about this. Timari turned her delicate face toward her older brother, curiosity and faint concern appearing in her eyes. Tell me, how was Lord Robin when he handed you this project? Morval asked in a quieter voice, as if probing deeper into something unseen. He seemed tense. Timari looked downward again, recalling the brief meeting she had with him recently within the spirit sapling, replaying every detail in her mind. He appeared suddenly, gave me the details of the project without hesitation, then told me he needed it published and to generate funds quickly, and left just as abruptly. From his expressions and the speed of that exchange, I believe something else is occupying his thoughts, something far greater. This massive project felt almost trivial, almost like a side matter, to him. So we are about to publish something massive related to Soul Force, here within the Soul Society, celebrating and waiting for our share of the profits. Morval spoke slowly, his confusion deepening as he laid out the situation, while he himself did not appear worried, did not attempt to offer any form of incentive this time, did not even mention the possibility of negotiation if I found the project unsatisfactory, as he did before. Is that truly the case? Perhaps he simply did not see it as important because the project itself is already extraordinary beyond doubt. Timari tilted her head slightly, trying to rationalize it. What exactly are you trying to imply? I am saying that I no longer know which of us depends on the other more at this stage. Morval's brows gradually furrowed, his tone becoming heavier. Lord Robin needs us to manage nearly all buying and selling across the network, yet at the same time, he has become one of the greatest pillars supporting the Soul Society itself, and the strongest force attracting buyers. Dormant users and new users alike have surged in activity because of him, and the era he has ignited is flourishing with unprecedented momentum, and will flourish even further with today's project. He has become a cornerstone we cannot afford to lose under any circumstance. I do not know how I feel about that, but I do know one thing. Then he took several slow steps toward the very edge of the vast platform upon which he stood, each step measured and deliberate. Either Lord Robin fully understands everything I just said and has grown confident in our restraint, or he has simply grown far too accustomed to our presence and influence. When Morval reached the edge of the platform, he raised his hand and waved lightly. In response, a mechanical fairy appeared instantly, casting a focused beam of light upon him, illuminating his figure before the unimaginable crowd below. Then he spoke with a composed, carefully maintained smile, one that concealed every trace of his earlier thoughts. Welcome, users of the Soul Society. You have waited long enough. Chapter 2148. Clamor, Clamor. A place that gathered around 700 billion visitors could not be described with a word like crowd or congestion. No, this kind of gathering had already surpassed anything those words could contain, transcending all conventional measures of scale and density, and did not yet have a name worthy of it, as if language itself had fallen short before the magnitude of what stood here today. The Soul Society tried to contain the situation, tried to supply the Grand Hall with enough energy to keep expanding continuously so that the overwhelming density would not become an obstruction, pushing the limits of its own systems without pause, stretching layers of space upon space between the guests in a seamless, invisible manner. This came at an enormous, almost absurd cost that only an entity of such magnitude could even begin to sustain. Not for Robin or the announcement, no, but so that it would never be said that the Soul Society faltered or failed to accommodate the masses when they were invited. Even so, a number of soul experts among the crowd noticed things that should not exist, subtle anomalies that escaped ordinary perception and brushed against the edges of comprehension. Fine, hairline cracks appearing and disappearing across the ceilings and floors like fleeting illusions, so thin that only the most perceptive could notice them, or strange distortions affecting the manifestation of fairies around them, such as vanishing for fractions of a second before stabilizing again, their forms flickering like unstable projections struggling to remain anchored in reality. When the experts saw this, some smiled in excitement, their thoughts racing with rapid calculations and wild speculation, realizing they were witnessing a moment that would be recorded in history, for the Soul Society had never faced a situation like this before, not even in its oldest and most sacred records, where countless eras had already been archived. Others smiled as well, but for different reasons, quieter and colder, their expressions far more restrained. It seemed that even the Soul Society, that colossal and seemingly invincible entity, had limits. And that was strangely reassuring, grounding, a reminder that even the greatest systems in existence were not absolute. Excitement. One of the girls in the Grand Hall shouted energetically, her voice cutting through the noise with unrestrained enthusiasm, her presence small yet somehow noticeable amid an ocean of beings. What do you think Lord Robin will release today? Something big without a doubt, extremely big, unbelievably big. Even the Soul Society said that Lord Human's innovation would benefit all intelligent beings in the universe, whether they use it directly or not. One person who seemed older spoke while slowly scanning the endless surroundings, his tone filled with curiosity and disbelief. What could it possibly be, to even benefit those who won't buy it? Maybe he'll sell a domesticated crimson plague? He. I'll buy two, he. 2 years ago, a rumor spread that Lord Robin Burton had begun research on the Crimson Plague with the aim of eliminating its threat entirely, a claim that sounded impossible at first, something bordering on absurdity, yet it refused to fade no matter how much time passed. This sparked a massive wave and endless chatter across the universe, reaching even the most distant civilizations, igniting discussions in hidden corners and among ancient races, but in a surprisingly positive way, as hope began to form where there had once been only fear. If the threat of the Crimson Plague disappeared, then the threat of the Black Plague that follows it would vanish, and certainly the Blue Plague that destroys entire solar systems without anyone knowing what happened would also disappear, breaking a chain of disasters that had haunted existence for ages, reshaping the balance of survival itself. No one thought that Lord Robin would use it for evil or that he had turned toward the dark side, such an idea barely taking root before being dismissed, perhaps because of the Cosmic Elder's influence, whose presence alone carried immense weight, or perhaps because Lord Robin himself had built enough credibility and reputation to stand firmly against such suspicions, becoming a figure that even doubt struggled to touch. But of course, that did not stop the jokes about it, the crowd's nature refusing to remain serious for long, even in the face of overwhelming possibilities. At that moment, a voice exploded in everyone's ears, sharp and clear despite the vastness, carrying an authority that silenced even the boldest thoughts. Welcome, users of the Soul Society. Your wait has been long. Then the image of Lord Morval appeared before everyone, projected with overwhelming clarity across the entire hall, his figure towering yet composed, radiating calm control. Shush, everyone signaled those beside them to be quiet, gestures spreading instantly like a ripple across an endless sea. No matter how loud the laughter had been, how deep the conversations ran, or how strong the bonds between those present were, in a single moment, the Grand Hall fell silent, as if the entire universe had decided to hold its breath in anticipation. I hesitated greatly before announcing your gathering today and holding an official event to launch Lord Robin's new project. Morval showed a faint, controlled smile, one that hinted at both amusement and caution, because the last time we attempted something similar, you did not merely respond, you overwhelmed us, buying out our entire stock and placing pre-orders that kept our factories running continuously for another 30 years. Small, restrained laughs slipped from everyone's mouths, spreading lightly before fading once more. But they were quickly suppressed. Everyone present here were elites among their people, individuals accustomed to weighing every word with precision, and Lord Morval's statement forced a single thought into their minds: just how vast were Lord Human's sales, if the Soul Society's colossal manufacturing and distribution network had been partially occupied for 30 entire years? How much wealth had Lord Robin accumulated over time, and how much profit had the Soul Society itself harvested through manufacturing, distribution, and taxation tied to his creations? Numbers that likely defied even imagination. But once again, when their thoughts drifted toward his planetary displacement gear procurement network, the answer became obvious, almost inevitable, as if the mystery had never truly existed. Of course, all of it was being funneled into purchasing planetary displacement equipment, endlessly and without hesitation, to arm the cosmic academies and wage war against the anti-life entities, a cause that justified every expense. Yet I found no alternative but to announce and explain this personally, for one reason alone, he continued calmly, his tone carrying a rare weight of sincerity that few had ever heard from him, so that I may have the honor of participating in the unveiling of a new era. Ha! What? Everyone began looking at one another in visible shock and confusion, their composure cracking for the first time since the gathering began. Did Lord Morval still remember who he was? What kind of development could compel the current master of the Soul Society to utter such words, words that bordered on reverence and humility at the same time? Could it be that the problem of the internal energy path had been solved, or something even greater than that, something that would redefine the very foundation of cultivation itself? Nothing short of an announcement of that magnitude could justify such a declaration. Breaths were held, hearts began to pound faster and faster, anticipation tightening across the vast hall like an invisible grip, no one daring to utter even the faintest whisper for fear of being silenced by those beside them. I will not keep you waiting any longer, Lord Morval gestured slowly, deliberately, drawing every gaze toward him. An orange disc appeared above his hand, about the size of a palm, glowing faintly with a steady, controlled light, a familiar disc, yet somehow heavier with meaning this time. It's a personal array disc, like the ones Lord Robin created for the Second Chance Array and the Fate Unbending Array, one person in the hall shouted while pointing upward, unable to contain himself. SHHHH. Of course, you all recognize what this is. These discs are among the many original inventions of Lord Robin, an innovation capable of compressing an enormous, fully functional array into a small, portable disc, a concept that redefined accessibility itself and changed how power could be carried and deployed. But we are not here today to promote the disc as an object, rather what has been placed within it. Then he smiled again, a hint of admiration surfacing more clearly now. It would seem that Lord Robin awoke one day and came to a conclusion that the current training systems are fundamentally unfair, that they fail to guide their users toward their true potential as they should, overly restrictive and bound by outdated limitations that have persisted for far too long, and so, he decided to intervene, in full partnership with us. Morval raised the disc slightly higher amid the suffocating silence and held breaths, ensuring that every single being present could see it clearly. Lord Human has granted us permission to release a project consisting of a personal array paired with a technique, both to be acquired together, accompanied by a detailed manual designed to ease the process of mastering the technique and synchronizing it seamlessly with the array. Whoever masters this technique and properly utilizes this array, Lord Morval took a slow, deep breath, the weight of his next words pressing down on everyone present, shall gain the ability to condense their very own soul emeralds. Chapter 2149. Whoever masters this technique and properly utilizes this array will be able to compress their own personal soul emerald. A crushing silence fell over the grand hall, so heavy that even the faintest movements seemed to echo unnaturally within the vast space. Ha ha ha, this is incredible. Now my path in the first cultivation path will, one of the excited attendees suddenly shouted, his voice filled with uncontrollable anticipation, but he abruptly cut himself off as realization struck him like a blow, his expression freezing into pure shock. The excitement in his eyes flickered, replaced by something deeper, calculation, doubt, and disbelief. Somewhere up within the Soul Society, Morval made a simple, almost lazy gesture with his hand, and the glowing sphere before him instantly dimmed before disappearing entirely, as if it had never existed. He remained still, his gaze lowered toward the grand hall below, his expression unreadable. Is that all for the announcement? You have wasted a rare opportunity. Timari stepped forward with calm, measured steps until she stood beside him, her eyes also drifting downward. You could have spoken for another hour about the full benefits of this technique, detailed its applications, and at the very least mentioned the availability of personal arrays. Her tone was casual, but her words carried a subtle pressure. Timara's statement was not merely a suggestion, but a reminder. Lord Morval was not the first to grasp control of the Soul Society, and he certainly would not be the last. The duration of his authority was tied, in its entirety, to two fragile pillars, his major administrative achievements, and the general acceptance of the countless beings across the universe. Announcements of grand, influential products like this one fulfilled both conditions in a single stroke. Thus, someone in Lord Morval's position, especially in such a precarious moment where the selection that occurred once every 100,000 years was drawing near, a moment where another brother could easily replace him and take control of the Soul Society, someone like him needed to extract every possible advantage from an announcement of this magnitude, ensuring that his name, his image, and his presence became inseparably tied to the product itself. That association alone could anchor his position and reinforce his legitimacy in the eyes of the universe. It is a matter of prestige that everyone listens when I speak, my little sister, Morval said quietly, his tone steady and serious, devoid of any trace of hesitation. If I continue speaking now, no one will truly hear me. I would become nothing more than a man speaking to himself, and that is beneath me. Why would they not listen? Timari raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze sharpening. I can already imagine an extended speech, one that breaks down every single advantage of this project, one that ensures no one leaves without understanding its true value. Do you truly believe they do not already understand? Morval shook his head slowly, then gestured toward the grand hall below. At this very moment, each of them is clinging to a single benefit, turning it over and over in their minds. The moment excitement begins to rise, another thought interrupts it, a consequence, a cost, a hidden implication. They fall silent, retreating into themselves, calculating gains and losses once more. Their minds have already left us. He paused briefly before placing his hands behind his back, his posture straight yet relaxed. And I cannot blame them, he continued. What Lord Robin has done this time is truly dangerous in ways they have yet to fully grasp. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He was not exaggerating when he said he would support the path of lone cultivators. He has delivered a decisive, irreversible blow to every major power structure in the universe. His voice lowered slightly as he added, almost to himself, every single one of them, without exception. He returned his gaze downward, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if even he was still dissecting the consequences of the very announcement he had just delivered. In truth, Morval had felt something he rarely experienced when he first examined the technique in the array: fear. Not hesitation, not rejection, but genuine, unmistakable fear. For a brief moment, he had seen two futures overlapping before him. One was radiant, filled with limitless potential, a universe where individuals could rise through their own efforts without reliance on ancient forces or inherited structures. The other was far darker, a future where balance shattered, where countless unpredictable variables collided, where disasters emerged faster than they could be contained. He saw a future that defied prediction entirely. He saw power slipping out of the control of established forces, spreading into the hands of individuals who might not be bound by any order or restraint. He saw opportunities beyond imagination, and catastrophes beyond calculation. A genius of calculations and administration, for the first time, he found himself standing helpless before a decision, his thoughts colliding in ways he had never experienced before. But that moment of hesitation did not last long. In the end, the overwhelming weight of the benefits in his eyes crushed any fear of potential consequences that might follow. The greatest benefit, from the perspective of the Soul Society, was undeniably the massive increase in the quantity of soul emeralds. And that meant a direct expansion of the primary currency circulating within the Soul Society alongside pearls, strengthening its economic backbone. This, in turn, meant a sharp rise in purchasing power, and an explosion in trade volume that could multiply overall sales to levels never seen before in the history of the society. Would this inevitably lead to inflation? If everyone became capable of compressing their own personal soul emerald, and all of them sought to purchase the same valuable resources, would that not gradually erode the value of the soul emerald itself? Not in this case, and for several critical reasons. The first was that today's announcement would elevate the soul path to an entirely new level. The number of individuals aspiring to become soul masters would increase at an alarming rate, and each of them would require enormous quantities of soul emeralds just to sustain their advancement. The emeralds they produced through the array would rarely enter open circulation. Most would use them for personal cultivation, others would trade them directly with fellow soul masters in exchange for pearls or rare resources, while many would simply store them, waiting patiently for the moment they could afford something truly valuable, meaning that, at least in the early stages, the actual flow of soul emeralds across the broader market would remain extremely limited. And then came the next crucial factor. The array and the technique themselves required significant time to produce even a modest amount of emerald. Upon activating the array for the very first time and beginning the process of gathering units from the surrounding environment, it would take an entire week just to form a basic, solid soul emerald, and after that, a full day would be required to add a single additional unit to it, which meant that after 10 full days of uninterrupted operation, one would only possess a solid emerald containing 3 units. If the practitioner maintained complete seclusion for an entire year, allowing the array to operate continuously without pause, the result would be an emerald containing 358 soul units. Extend that effort to 10 full years of relentless activation, and the total would surpass 3,500 units. Morval allowed a faint smile to appear as he contemplated the figure, shaking his head slightly as if amused by the contrast. For the great powers, such a number was insignificant, barely worth attention. But for the common masses, it was a dream beyond imagination. Most who stepped onto the first training path failed to gather even 1,000 units throughout their entire lives, dying before ever reaching the rank of Soul Master. Thus, obtaining more than 3,000 units, already condensed and ready for forceful refinement within 10 years, represented a nearly guaranteed path toward becoming a Soul Master and achieving the coveted Silver Soul. Yet the price was equally clear. Those 10 years would not be lived freely, but spent in silent servitude to the array, day after day, night after night, bound to that small disk, pouring time, focus, and existence into it in exchange for strength. And once strength was gained, the cycle would not end. It would deepen, pulling the user further into dependence. The soul emerald production of that disk, no, the production of the soul inheritance array, is not large enough to destabilize emerald prices or disrupt the balance of power to a level that would alarm the dreamer galaxy, yet it is not so limited that people would reject it or abandon it as impractical, Morval murmured quietly, his voice steady as his thoughts sharpened. It is perfectly balanced, engineered to bind its user to it, to become an eternal addiction that no one would willingly abandon. He paused for a brief moment, his eyes narrowing slightly as a deeper thought crossed his mind, then continued in a quieter tone. I wonder whether Lord Robin truly calculated all of this from the very beginning, shaping every detail with intention, or if this flawless balance is nothing more than an extraordinary coincidence. Chapter 2150. Lord Human Robin is not the type to release something like this without studying every minute detail with absolute precision. Timari shook her head slowly. That ratio, I am certain he personally engraved it, refined it, and bound it according to his own will, leaving no room for error or randomness. Morval fell silent for a few moments, clearly digesting her words, then turned toward Timari with a deeper look. Doesn't that mean he is capable of creating an even more complex array, one that could compress a far greater number of units and perhaps reach an entirely different scale? Timari nodded calmly. We already possess a method that achieves something similar, so why would it be surprising for someone like Lord Robin to reach such a point, or even surpass it in his own way? Just how far has he advanced in soul matters as well, Timari? Morval frowned slightly, his brows tightening before he looked forward again. This time he has shown his progress in that field in a very clear and undeniable manner, and this is not amusing at all. That person is still only 1,000 years old, yet he moves as if time itself bends around him. As long as he is our ally and does not intend to strike at our interests, what is the problem? Timari laughed lightly, a hint of amusement in her voice. Last time you said he always walks along the edge of the red lines, and it seems he is doing exactly that once again. Ooh, not this time. This time he has gone beyond it. He made an enormous leap far past the red line. Morval shook his head slowly. Publishing his array itself does not pose a major threat, not directly at least, but his personal advancement in the field of the soul is deeply concerning. This level of progress in soul matters is not something we would normally allow to exist freely without interference. Then he continued after a brief pause, a strange smile forming on his face. Lord Robin has crossed the red line entirely. I can practically see him standing there, provoking me, licking his lips as if daring me to make a move, yet both he and I know very well that I cannot act against him. His eyes then gleamed sharply. The sheer amount of benefits that come from the soul inheritance array is simply enormous, beyond what most can even imagine. The array was priced at only 1,000 pearls. A single person can bind it to themselves soul-wise and use it exclusively. It cannot be shared with others, and more than one cannot be activated at the same time, ensuring that duplication or misuse is impossible. This means it cannot truly be stolen or redistributed, and it is not even dangerous for someone to openly reveal that they possess one. Its price is also carefully balanced to suit residents of the Middle Belt. Even someone living in a remote village could eventually gather this amount with enough time, patience, and effort, making it widely accessible rather than restricted to elites. And everyone will undoubtedly attempt to obtain it. This array represents their guaranteed path toward silver soul power, and potentially even beyond that threshold into greater realms of strength and influence. Gradually, over the coming years, the streets will begin to empty. Some individuals will dedicate themselves entirely to gathering emeralds to strengthen their power, while others will pursue them as a source of easy and consistent profit, creating a shift in societal behavior. Based on the usual price of emerald units, where 1 unit equals a pearl, any individual will be able to recover the full cost of the array, the 1,000 pearls, within just 3 years of steady use. Anything beyond that point will become pure profit, an extremely significant and life-changing gain for the poor and the struggling. Some will choose to sell their earnings in exchange for resources, while others will reinvest by purchasing more emeralds to further enhance their strength. The coming period will witness the emergence of a massive new emerald market among ordinary people, a decentralized economy growing beyond the direct control of governments. It will finally provide a stable and independent source of income for lone fighters, who previously had no choice but to wander in chaos or work as mercenaries as their only means of survival. Now they can create their own livelihood through the array, shaping their own path. You could spend a year mining your wealth, accumulating resources and power, and then spend another year exploring the universe freely, without chains or obligations. The coming period will witness an enormous surge in the number of people who now possess a stable and respectable source of income, individuals who were once struggling to survive but will soon find themselves capable of standing on their own feet, people who will purchase all of Lord Human's products with open hearts, satisfaction, and genuine gratitude, not out of necessity alone but out of belief in what those products represent. The benefits of the Soul Inheritance Array are truly vast and far-reaching. It will significantly strengthen the path of lone trainees who previously had little to rely on but themselves, it will increase the number of low-level soul users across countless regions, and it will drive our sales upward at an unprecedented rate. We have already begun planning a dedicated division specifically for the trading and circulation of soul emeralds to keep up with the expected demand, and beyond all that, it fits perfectly with our original long-term strategies. Timari nodded with confidence, but I still do not think that Syndicate will welcome this development. Morval gave a slow nod, his expression calm yet thoughtful. I do not believe our little friend will hesitate even for a moment before causing them harm. That syndicate, the Hidden Hand Syndicate, stands as the primary controller and the largest owner of Spectre farms throughout the entire universe, an organization whose influence stretches far deeper than most are willing to admit. For example, if that syndicate owns 100 farms, then all other forces combined might barely manage to own a single one, such is the imbalance of power they hold in this domain. It can be said without exaggeration that they are the central authority over the supply of emeralds across the universe, as Spectres have long been the primary and sole source of emeralds available to the general population, at least until this very day. I understand that there are conflicts and tensions between them, but to this extent. Timari spoke with visible concern, her tone more serious than before. Soul emeralds are the backbone of that syndicate's entire profit structure. I cannot even begin to imagine what kind of reaction they will have to today's announcement. They will not take direct action against Lord Robin as long as the Cosmic Elder remains alive and watching. Morval waved his hand lightly as if dismissing the immediate danger. The most they will do is intensify the pressure they are already applying on the Shadow Swords. Theo will soon be facing an epic storm in response to what happened today, and perhaps Caesar and Arrow will find themselves dragged into it as well. And what about us? Timari asked, her gaze sharpening slightly. Are we not partners in what is unfolding right now? Are we not already involved whether we admit it or not? Morval smiled faintly, a knowing look in his eyes. You are a promising first row scion, without a doubt, but you have yet to see the full picture, and even I have not seen all of it yet. Timari, to put it very simply, we do not desire a direct confrontation with that syndicate. This is an undeniable truth, Morval spoke in a firm and serious tone, but at the same time, they have no intention of coming to us in search of trouble either. I find myself wondering what the universe will look like 100 years from now, or perhaps 1,000. Morval shifted the topic as his eyes drifted toward the crowd, where people had already begun placing purchase orders in a near frenzy, their excitement barely contained. This will be a magnificent sight, something truly grand, something worth waiting for with patience. What exactly are you referring to? Timari asked, clearly curious now. Are you talking about the expansion of purchasing power, the rapid increase in the number of minor soul masters, or perhaps the rise and empowerment of lone cultivators across the sectors? Morval slowly raised his head, his expression turning distant. No, I am speaking of something far greater than all of that. I am speaking about the complete collapse of the imperial system as we know it, or perhaps the irreversible destruction of the very boundaries that define human morality. Whichever path reality chooses to take, Morval continued with a faint, almost anticipatory smile, we will witness it with our own eyes soon enough, and when that moment comes, there will be no turning back. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.